Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Now, first and foremost, I want to start this space off the right way by conditioning um, the audience with the appropriate sound. Now, researchers have done the research on this. The note of middle C is the most pleasing to the ear. We don't know why, but we know it is. So let's go ahead and start this space off with middle C, if you will. That's middle C. Isn't that interesting? Why? We don't know. It just is. All right, so let's look at the topic. This is a very heavy topic that we cooked up in the lab um, with other nuclear material. But it has to be talked. It has to be talked about. You know, this is a very potentially provocative subject. This is very fucking serious. But just know that we're trying to grow as a family and address some wounds that need to be healed. The topic: why are FBAs blonde? I.e., why do we have blonde hair? I say we because the little boys walking around with blonde hair now. Um, and my question is: did the white God image hurt FBA self worth? So the question then becomes: what are you talking about, Professor? I'm talking about Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. I couldn't put her. There wasn't enough room to put Dr. Welsing's name, or I would have. So let's look at Dr. Welsing. What she says on page 166 of the of her masterpiece. She says, "Quote: Absolutely critical to the white supremacy system of religious thought was the formation of the image of the white man as the Son of God. This white male image then was referred to as the Christ. No matter, no matter that the prophet Jesus was a black man. Stop. If you look back from my biblical scholars in here, the Helios Biblios, the Holy Bible, refers to Jesus as what is it? Hair of wool, skin of burnt bronze. We know what wool is. Wool is what's on top of my head. I got curly wool, and skin of burnt bronze is, you know, that's us. Um, because Dr. Welsing says, quote, because the brain computer functions most fundamentally on the logic circuits at deep unconscious level, it automatically computes that God, the Father, is also a white male. If God is other than white, he would have produced a black or non-white son. Dr. Welsing further says, with this unconscious logic circuit of God is a white man firmly in place, white domination over non white people could last for 1,000,000,000,000 years. I made a bold statement that I can back up with science. The white image of Jesus the Christ is an attack on the black family. Because the supposition, psychological supposition, is Almighty God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator, or the all. I like that one, the all. Some people say the all father. The all is a white male, which is not true. Don't ask me how I know, because that's a whole nother discussion. Well, I've traveled the world, ladies and gentlemen, and I've seen images of the uh, the Christ uh, uh, in Africa, posited as a white man. And every so often, when I go to the store, I take little snapshots. I took a snapshot not long ago. I'm looking for it on my phone right now at Walgreens. I want to give you a really rock solid example of psychological warfare at Walgreens and CVS. Right as you're walking out, they have these magazines at eye level where children can see them, where they have pictures of the Charist. The Europeans' misnomer was Christ. Charis means bringer of gifts. Europeans call it Christ. Just FYI, it was a Charast. Um, and these images of Christ that are every year they have another white man posing as Christ, damage uh, foundational Black American self-esteem because of the supposition there that the Son of God is white. Supposition being, if some Son of God is white, if God is white, then I'm not white. What's the logical supposition? I am not God, i.e., as Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said, I am less than God. Let's do the inverse of that, mathematicians. If white is God and that ain't me, then white is my God. Therefore, I need to do whatever they tell me to do. Got it? I want to show you this picture and then we'll carry on with the discussion. I'm still flipping through my phone, my thousands of pictures in my phone, just to bring home the point. Um, anyway, um, let's see. Uh-oh. So, Wani,
Yes.
why do why are FBAs blonde while I search for this picture?
Um, a few reasons. And
Go for
one of them is very simple because it's trendy and it started on the tail end of Tina Turner being popular and cellophane dyes being popular and Beyonce being popular. So that's three reasons. I don't attribute it to wanting to be white because we didn't do it before those things happened, and we had the ability to dye our hair blonde after slavery if we if we were trying to look white. A lot of other people dye their hair blonde because they're maybe they just want to look different. I used to mentor kids, and some of the Asian boys had blonde hair, and they weren't not really trying to be white. They just didn't want to look like all the other boys because they have a tendency to look similar. So that was their main reason. They didn't think they looked like white boys, although they have an anti um, Asian, pro white attitude. But so on the blonde hair specifically, I think it's more of just a trend more than brain damage, colonial brain damage. I really do. Um, and I just wanted to point out only 2% of the world's population has naturally blonde hair. White people don't have blonde hair. They want to have blonde hair sometimes. And they are the ones that buy all the blonde hair dye, but nobody says anything to them. They're not questioned. I would never wear blonde hair. I would rather be bald than be blonde. My hair is dyed blue black. So
it.
I definitely am not a blonde or
Not
want to
not
be
blue black.
blue black. I have
Like
been dyeing my hair blue black since I was 15 years old. Yeah, so I don't know why. That's just my thing. Anyway, I would never. In fact, my mother dyed her hair blonde for 15 minutes, freaked out, and made the guy dye it back to a brown color. I used to be in a band, and they said, well, one of us has to be blonde. And I was like, why? And they said, and it's you because this person is married and their husband doesn't like it, and the other person's in the military. So you have to be the one to dye your hair. And I didn't want to because like I said, I dyed my hair blue black. So I did dye it. And again, 15 minutes passed by. I freaked out and dyed it blue black again. So it's not gonna, and I practiced. I had, I held the colors up to my face. Which one is the right one? None of them are the right one for my face. But that's just me. What else?
well, you brought up a really good point. What Wani was talking about with Tina Turner is Tina Turner is from, is it Pulaski? She's from Jackson, Tennessee, I think, right outside of, well, Jackson is right outside of it's in between Memphis and Nashville. So Jackson has a culture of kind of like Grand Ole Opry, Dolly Partonism. So it's a possibility that Tina Turner was influenced by blonde white Europeans. But Wani brought up a really good point that Tina Turner began a trend of having very light brown hair, and in following Tina Turner's tradition, Beyonce followed that kind of lineage of an homage to Tina Turner, but but that that kind of like still supports my point of the white likeness of God, because in Tennessee, the dominant culture near Jackson and Nashville is dominated by blonde hair, blue eyes, and I think that kind of influenced Tina Turner. Therefore, in a slick way, it influenced us. But the question still remains the same: was the white likeness, or European likeness, that's the word I want to use, European likeness of God, damaging to us? Do y'all think it was damaging? I think so, because go ahead.
No, I was going to say, yeah, of course. If you're being told that some blonde haired, blue eyed guy that looks like a hippie is the end all be all, then you're going to look at yourself and say, that's not me. So that's why we did a lot of work to prove that this character in the Bible couldn't have looked like that. And I think we won, even though we can't prove that the person exists. If that person did exist, they wouldn't be a blonde haired, blue eyed guy. They don't have that over there. That's not the way they looked. And every circumstance surrounding this person's life lead you to believe that he would not look like that image. So that's why we did a lot of work to disprove that image.
Yeah, and looking, and I hear what you're saying, but just looking over the canon, the book of the Bible, the academic canon of the Bible, the character Christ is referred to as a black man. I mean, that's just not disputable. So, given the fact that the source of the book refers to God as a skin of burnt bronze, hair of wool, i.e., black man, that's what it says he is. Ladies and gentlemen, in my career as a professor of education, I saw this type of damage firsthand. In the jumbotron, I'm about to put a book that they're teaching foundational Black American kids in Memphis, Tennessee, to this day, out of in elementary schools in the ghetto. And they're using this book in English, ELA, we call it ELA, English Language Arts, to teach standards of beauty and masculinity. The book is called The Gods of Olympus. I'm about to put it in there. It's a coloring book. Not a coloring book. It's a little elementary school second grade book. And in this book, ladies and gentlemen, if you look, you got black kids learning about beauty through the lens of the gods of ancient Greece, who were black, by the way. But just peep through the jumbotron. Look at these. I saw foundational Black American kids writing sentences on "her hair is beautiful. It is golden. Golden is beautiful. Blonde hair is beautiful." Flip through those images. That's the books that they're teaching our kids out of. So
Where's
the point of the
this?
matter is,
Where's this?
in Memphis,
And he's
Tennessee.
doing the same thing in India.
I'm telling you, it's an
It's the
attack. Like I
same.
don't.
It's
It's
the
kind of.
same workbook that says this is ugly, and then they show a black or darker skinned person. I don't know if it's actually in India. I don't know if it's actually a an African or a darker Indian. I can't tell. It's too blurry. But they show a dark person and say this one is ugly, and then they show a blonde. Oh, this is a beautiful person, and none of them look like Indian. None of them really look. These people they're saying are beautiful are blonde haired, blue eyed individuals, and they're not blonde haired, blue eyed. So they're teaching their own people that they're worthless. I don't know why Indian people would do that. I don't get it.
It's so well, that's an interesting question, but moreover the question is, why would a black male superintendent allow this into a school? And I'm not going to make definitive statements because I don't know why the superintendent at the time allowed this into the school system in Memphis, but but he was fully aware of it, because I did my research to find out, do you know that there's a book teaching our kids with a supposition that we're ugly and people that don't look like us are beautiful, and not just beautiful. Flip through, maybe I didn't put enough pictures in there. Look through the pictures of Zeus. uh it implies that blonde men are strong. You know what I'm saying? So it's talking about masculinity and standards of beauty. that have nothing to do with us, right? So my question is, why is this even coming to our kids? So what I'm insinuating is it a possibility that some of our people, um black faces in high places, are bought off and sent to do the dirty work of the system of white supremacy?
Yes.
I think that's what we're looking at. I think that's what we're looking at, is traitors. And it goes back to our earlier conversation that traitors are the downfall of our culture. People coming in, black looking people, to quote our dear sister Vicky Dillard, come into the system with ulterior motives, and they smile at us and say, "Ooh, look, we're in office. I'm one of you." And then they carry out the dirty work by making sure that our kids see these books that poison their mind, ladies and gentlemen. Um, I'm putting more in the jumbotron. Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Are we still talking about hair?
A blonde hair.
Well, I just wanted to point out that um, the Himba tribe is an ancient tribe, and they dye their hair, they color their hair with henna, not because they want to look like white people, just because they want to color their hair. Maybe they're bored. I don't know. I'm not a Himba woman. But they straighten their hair and they color their hair. And that's not because of colonial, they haven't been colonized. They can't be colonized because they're moving around. Um, Before that, Egyptian women wore wigs, they wore different hairstyles. Let's not confuse wanting to be white with wanting a hairstyle, because remember, we're the only group on earth that has non mutated hair. Everyone else on earth has mutated hair. Mutated hair is straight hair. Nappy hair is not mutated. And it's very, my hair is unmanageable. So I beat it down. In a war with my hair because I don't want it to, look like buckwheat. So it's always going to be something that I try to groom. And me grooming it is not me trying to be white, because white people don't own straight hair. We can also talk about who owns blonde hair. Again, only 2% of the world's population has blonde hair, so they don't own blonde hair either, because they don't even have blonde hair like that. They also do not own that mutation because, as we know, Melanesian children have all kinds of crazy colored hair. They have a crazy red color, they have blonde hair, and they have a strange kind of dusty brown color too. Those are all mutations. So we can prove that ancient women uh, changed their hair around, had hairstyles, had all types of different hairstyles. That's not debatable. They've straightened their hair, they put it in braids, they twisted it, and so did the men. Those Afar men have a jerry curl. Basically, they put something in their hair and it makes it look wet and they twist it. They each do their own hair. People have been doing their hair, so I think we kind of beat up on each other. And I understand where it's coming from, because we don't want each other to be enamored with white people or think that they have something special and we're trying to get it. We're not. We're just grooming. And with the blonde hair, I do believe it's heavily influenced by the end of Tina Turner's career, because she wore the light brown hair for years and nobody cared. They're like, I'm not wearing this shiny ass wig. Nobody copied off of her. But when she got on that What's Love Got to Do with It, and they got her hairstyle more together, she started to look with a better hairstyle. And when she went there, then people said, "Hey, that looks cute on her. Maybe I'll try it." It's not copying off the white man per se. It's actually just following the trend set by Tina Turner. But yes, you're right. Maybe Tina was saying, I want to look like a white woman. Let me try it. I don't know what's going on in her mind. But go ahead.
Well, I've spent a lot of time in her hometown. I used to drive back and forth. That was part of my territories when I was an aerospace education officer, and I was responsible for a program called Cyber Patriot. So I spent a lot of time over there, and I kind of understand the culture of Jackson, Tennessee. It's kind of it's in between Memphis culture in Nashville, but there's a huge Nashville influence there, and especially since Tina was into music, I'm almost sure she was influenced by that whole blonde hair, blue eyed, Grand Ole Opry thing, which is not, I'm not dissing because that, there's value to that. But my argument, however fragile, is that Tina was influenced, and she said, "I want to be blonde,"
I
right?
don't disagree
And
with that. I think that that's quite a possibility.
so, given the fact that that's a possibility, what's the possibility that uh, the white likeness of God, which is not true according to the document that talks about the Creator, the documents that talk about the Creator, um, sustains this ability to look like the oppressor, if you will? Is that possible? Well, let's look at the jumbotron right quick. We've agreed and further in other spaces that West Africa has a problem. And if you look at the jumbotron, I took a picture. That picture's from me. It says "Repent, Jesus is coming soon." I tried to ignore that picture. I saw that when we landed in Accra, and when we went up north towards Togo, I saw it again. When we went to the jungle, I saw it again. I kept seeing it, and my wife was like, "Alan, can you take a picture of that?" I didn't want to, but I had to because in Africa, uh, they're worshiping a Christ that looks like that. If you can see the picture, like I had to know what is that about? Is that colonization? What do you think, Wani? Is it colonization? Why would they worship a Christ that looks like that? Which again is antithetical to what the Holy Bible says. It says skin of burnt bronze, hair of wool. This Christ picture has skin
Alabaster,
of and hair of help me out.
silken.
Exactly. That's the opposite. Help me understand. Maybe I'm not intelligent enough to grasp this.
I'm starting to see more reasons why they want to worship something other than themselves. I thought it was just straight colonial brain damage, but I think it's that combined with the fact that they're, you know, corrupt and they don't like themselves. And so
Mm.
they don't like themselves at all anyway. So they'll think everybody is better than them and they'll be right.
Hmm. I think, therefore, I am. Doctor, Your Highness, what do you think about this?
Peace, family. Peace, Nikki the God. Peace, Wani. Peace, Professor Allen. Peace, family. I wanted to kind of, it's interesting to me that number one, the Greeks that was force fed. Like when I was in high school, they forced us to learn Greek mythology. I hated it, but that's what we saw. And then also, when you think about like status is like attuned to blindness. Like when I see Beyonce or when I see what is his name, the basketball player, uh King James. What is his name? When
Uh
I
huh.
see him, yes, and his
LeBron.
wife,
LeBron.
she has that blonde. It's a certain shade. It's a certain shade too. It's a specific shade to me that represents classism. Like if you have like if your hair is like that certain blonde, then you're in some type of class, like Serena Williams, and like you see black women with that blonde hair. It to me is like this representation of like status. Now, is that harming us? You know, because why can't we just be? Why do we have to be that specific blonde to actually represent some kind of financial wealth? Why can't we just be? You know, that's
Well,
the part.
I
Right.
did want to just clarify that Serena Williams' blonde looks a whole lot different than Beyonce's blonde.
Well, yeah, yeah.
Can I don't know what these colors are you guys are saying specific blondes. You
Yeah,
got to is
it's
it
a.
a number?
I don't know, but it's a. And
Like
then
a
Beyonce.
ombre or a brunette or a
Ombre.
two tone. Yeah, it's different
Okay.
blonde or a
Cuz
bleach
I
blonde.
remember Tina Turner used to wear a number 6, I think. Then she had number 8 color, and then she got like it's kind of like a dusty, not warm blonde color she used to wear.
And then like think about Paris Hilton, her blonde, like the blondes.
I really didn't think about it like that. I don't know what they're thinking. It's a phenomena. I don't know what they're thinking at all with the
I
blonde hair.
I think it's connected to like Greece or something. I do think it's connected to that, some type of, it's like an energy of the Greek mythology and what that, their gods,
I don't
Absolutely.
know at all. I, I'm
I,
not
I
lost
see
on
it as
it.
warfare.
Now, so I was going to see, let me see. So I just wanted to point out when people say that white people are against our hair, yeah, they are because they say comments if we wear braids or something. But the people that criticized my hair when I was little were black women. They said that I had nappy hair and I needed a hairstyle. So I walked around with an afro puff for 8 years until they basically like kidnapped me and made me get a perm. My mother was like, what happened?" That's how it all started. I was criticized for having an afro puff.
You're criticized for the hair that grew out of your head naturally.
Exactly.
Yes, I was. My white teacher didn't criticize me though, but you know, the ladies in the neighborhood did.
And
Oh
that
yeah.
says something about mental illness within our community.
Well, my grandmother, she's 96, and when she speaks about hair, and like when she see our hair natural, she thinks it's so strange. And she be like, "You ain't gonna get no job or nothing. You sitting up here walking around with your hair." So it was like, I don't think it was like I think at their time, that was how you survived. Like you couldn't get no job if you had a fro. You had to straighten it. So that's why I don't judge women who straighten their hair, or they wear, some are natural. I don't judge women because sometimes it really is survival.
Yeah, I get that part. And I was getting to that. It still turns into some type of illness because it's something that's forced on us, and it changes the way that we think about ourselves. I've
Yeah.
seen new people on the news. You haven't seen a whole lot of black women on the news who have their hair natural. Most
Mhm.
newscasters wear their hair straight. I've seen some women in Africa on the news who've had short afros and not get criticized, but here I don't. Everybody has to wear their hair a certain way. So yeah, we it is forced on us, and I've seen people punished for their hair, but it still does something to us. I know where it comes from, and it doesn't help when. Well, I'm not going to say that part. You can go ahead. I'm not going to say that part.
I mean, I've been in situations though where having natural hair, it offends people. They're offended. Like I have those moments where cause my hair is natural, but like I do have those moments in different spaces that I'm in where people will treat you different if your hair is natural, especially and be proud too. You
Can you
really
say?
gonna get, man,
Can
they
you
ain't
tell
gonna
us?
talk to you.
Can you tell us which settings it causes people to be uncomfortable?
Afros, locks,
No, I
is
mean, where do you go where they like act
oh,
all weird?
um, school, work, anywhere professional,
Okay.
and then especially if you do like in politics or doing something and your hair natural, now everybody gonna label you like this. You could really be saying something that your community needs, but now your hair is a distraction because it's looked at as like some type of political statement, because it really is.
It has been a political statement in the past. People said, I want to wear my hair natural. I want to be myself. Black is beautiful. And during that time, Everybody had an afro, and it was frightening to white people. Very frightening, but oh well, it's going to happen anyway. Get used to it.
Well, this goes back to my thesis. I'm looking for the core. My whole thing is causation. I want to know what caused this at the core. And if you look back at the core of it, I'm just asking a question: could this be the worship of a likeness of God that is designed that looks the opposite of who you are? Somebody mentioned old ladies in the neighborhood criticizing them, and when the whole time she was saying that, I kept thinking about where them old ladies go to church and go to church every Sunday and see Jesus, the Christ, who is opposite of the Jesus that's mentioned in the Bible that the pastor's reading out of. And I asked questions as an analyst, which was asked first by Dr. Welsing. Is that an attack on these old ladies? Well, given the facts that y'all just presented, it sure enough sounds like an attack.
Well,
An attack on you, your likeness. Likenesses are important, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, one.
I just wanted to say this is really a layered conversation because it could be um, the likeness of something that you worship. And it definitely, with the straightening of the hair, has a lot to do with us being under, you know, under control, a great deal of our lineage under control, and told that what we had going on was not about anything, told to cover it up with a scarf, then told to straighten it or else you can't be successful, you can't be acceptable. So, yeah, we have a lot of things going. Now, when we were speaking about the blonde hair that's happening now, I don't relate that to worshiping white people because of what I said before. It's like a trend that we saw some of the women having. And we didn't try to get blonde hair right after slavery so we could look like the white man. So no, I don't believe it's because of slavery, but the some of the other aspects are. But what I find crazy is that in France, there's a guy who has tattoos all over his head, his face, his neck, his whole body, including his eyeballs and tongue, right? So you know what he looks like. I'll put his picture up. He had no problem getting a job in an elementary school. And yeah,
Wow.
he's a teacher in a school. I'm gonna put up his picture. So number one, I would be scared of him. I'm scared of him. Okay. And I'm an adult. But he was teaching, and I think some parents complained when he was teaching kindergarten. And so he was only allowed to teach the older children. But my unmutated nappy head is a problem and a catastrophe for schools and jobs. While a tattoo eyeballed man is not a problem. And we should just go along
Hmm.
with his forked tongue and his piercings and his tattooed eyeballs and his reptilian look. That's fine. So they have a tolerance for things. They really just don't like us. And I'm okay.
That's what
It
I'm
doesn't
trying to
have
say.
anything to do
Yes.
with hair because they put up with a lot of weird, pink haired, sticky weirdos in their community that, they put up with a lot, and they don't say anything. Men walking around in dresses, they put up with a lot and they tolerate it, but they don't have tolerance for a natural non-mutated hair follicle. That just throws them over the edge.
Wow. Melanie, what's on your mind?
Oh, she touched on the point that I was gonna say. Like, I don't think it's um, we worshiping God. It's just the fact that they don't like us as people because you could have. I was gonna touch on something very similar to that, but you can have people dressing all type of ways, smelling all type of ways, and they would allow them into high society. But since it's so systematic, they will like deny us if we have natural high maintenance hair because our hair is very high maintenance to maintain. And they will look down on us if we don't look 3, 4, 5 times as good in social settings because like the saying, we got to work twice as hard to get half of what they have. And that goes for our looks too. We have to look 3 times as good just to sit in a mediocre spot.
Ain't that
So
the
I
truth?
don't think it's us trying to, or looking at their images or trying to be like them or worshiping them. I really don't think it is. It's just a systematic thing. And to go back to the why our FBA is blind, we wear all colors. So if we wearing gray now, silver, gray, like does that mean I'm trying to be old? Like, no. And we know grays is synonymous to older people. So just because they're wearing blonde or pink or blue or whatever color they want to put in their head, I don't think that's, synonymous to worshiping the white God when we always woo different colors, especially when we grew up in the entertainment. We are definitely the world's entertainment. So we're gonna wear like crazy colors and crazy hairstyles, and because we trying to create trends and do different colors and things like that. So it's not like
Mm.
we just wearing it just to look like the next person. It's probably because we trying to create a different trend, a different look, a different style. And then if you going off of that, like where did white people get their style from and their look from? Because we was dressing them once upon a time. They got their classiness from Josephine Baker. So who is copying who? Who is trying to look like
Yeah, and
what?
that's a good
Oh, go
point.
ahead.
So
We're going to
just
get into
just to
that.
make things, we're gonna get into it, but let me just make something real clear. I'm not saying that we're what I'm saying about the likeness of God is I want to point out a fact that Europeans, and this gets real deep. I don't know if I want to get that deep. A certain church decided to colonize the image of God with intent of psychological warfare. That was intentional. And the colonization turning, should I do it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm not going to do it. Let's just say turning the likeness of what would become the Virgin Mary to a white lady and turning the likeness of the Christ, the Christ, to a white guy was done to lower world self-esteem. It wasn't directed at foundational Black Americans per se, because at this point in time we didn't exist. We weren't amalgamated yet, but it was created to lower self-esteem in order to colonize. And I'm just begging the question: did that have some effect on the way we view ourselves? I could be wrong, and you know what? Hopefully, I am wrong. I'm just asking the question. Wani, go
So
ahead.
here's one of the issues of why Jesus looks like one of the Bee Gees. Um, White people cannot like anything unless it looks like them. So they can't like it, just like they couldn't like Chuck Berry. They couldn't like Michael Jackson. They had to get Donny Osmond. They couldn't like the Jackson Five. Remember, they were told, don't look at those guys. You can't look at black acts. So they had race records and they had duplicates trying to replace us. So whatever we did, just like Taylor Swift, oh, you can't look at Beyonce. You're looking at too many curvy thighs over there. Or look at this boy. Look at this stringy haired boy body woman. Go look over here. Stop looking at her. Stop looking at Michael Jackson. Of course, he blew him off the map and they had to look at him. But the point is that they do not want to worship something that or look up to something that doesn't look like them. So when they got beat up in the boxing ring, hey, come look at Rocky. He's a real guy, okay? They have to. They can't they cannot function. They can't pray to a brown man. They're not going to do that. That's why he had to be recreated as a white man.
Well, because Wani, they understand and have always understood for a long time. Understood. I'm not going to say always. For a long time, understood the psychological warfare, which some argue they learned from us. Um, um, as the historical canon goes, psychological warfare was learned from Europeans, from none other than Hannibal. Hannibal of Carthage. Why? Well, when Hannibal was attacking Europeans, he uh, he devised his all of his men attacking the. I forgot if it was where was he attacking Rome. I forget the place he was attacking.
Which
Somebody fact
term?
check me on that.
When he was going through the Alps?
His when his greatest battle.
I'm not sure of all of his
Uh,
battles. Don't worry about
Um,
it.
I want to say I want to say he attacked Rome. I'm gonna look it up when I have a break. I get the book. I have the book here. But Hannibal, in one of his greatest battles, he arranged his men, the formation of his men, in such a perfect formation that at a distance they look like the horns of a bull. So basically, the men made a perfect formation that the men look like a gigantic bull head with the horns running at the Europeans. And the Europeans just shit themselves. They're like, "Oh my God, it's a gigantic bull coming for us." But the Europeans learned a lesson. They said, "Wow, we lost that battle before we even met with Hannibal's men, because what did we see? We saw a gigantic bull coming at us." That was, and they were like, "Damn, that's a good idea. You can attack the mind before you attack the body." And the way I view it is this likeness of divinity is an attack. There's nothing higher than the creator. And if you're telling me the creator doesn't look like me, you're telling me something. And I'm, as a psychologist, I'm hearing it. You're telling me I am less than the creator. And you're telling me that you're more than me. Andy, what's on your mind?
Oh, I just wanted to say I put that
Go ahead.
tattooed guy in
Oh, you
a
said Andy. I thought
jumbotron.
you said Andy. I
I
was
put
like,
the
shit. You know what was up.
I ain't seen her in so long.
I
You
put
know what
But
was
oh
up.
yeah, I look.
you see the you see the tattooed
I
guy.
do. And wanting, I can't even
Hmm.
conceptualize, as somebody who used to I used to certify
Hmm.
educators. I can't even conceptualize who in the fuck let him go in the
He's a
classroom.
very popular teacher, and so my Afro puff was a problem, but his snakeskin tattoos in his tongue, eyeballs, head, and all the rest of him is cool. Okay.
No, he wouldn't be around. No, 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 no. If I was principal or administrator, he wouldn't be at my school.
He
No,
lost
sir.
his
No, ma'am.
kindergarten job, but he was already teaching the other classes, so he just went over to the other classes. He was teaching first and third grade or whatever.
Is that the same
I
one that
would
split
trust
his
somebody.
tongue and
Yeah.
cut his fingers off?
I think his tongue is forked, but I don't
And
know
he
if it's
like
the
cut his
same one.
ring finger and middle finger off to have
I
like
gotta
the
check.
three. Oh
I don't
yeah.
know. I gotta check. I
I'm like,
didn't
isn't
see
that
that
some of
part.
that satanic?
Yeah, he demon possessed.
Definitely, definitely.
It's a lot. It's a lot going on in education. I'll say this, and then Indy can go. Last year, before I left Memphis, Shelby County Schools, the school system there, had a landmark case. It's really going to affect the country. They're keeping quiet. There was a group of students, elementary school students, and a couple teachers who introduced, they introduced the Church of Satan into the school, and they developed, in this elementary school, y'all look it up. They developed a like a study group for this Church of Satan. And of course, Memphis being kind of conservative, I call it ghetto conservative. I love Memphis, but they kind of, the black parents rebelled on it. Hell no, you ain't bring that to my school. It went to court, ladies and gentlemen, and the court struck down the black parents who fought against it, and said, according to First Amendment, the Church of Satan has a right to hold prayer groups in the elementary school. So we're going to see a whole bunch of that. But on another note, um we're living in a backwards time. Things are just topsy turvy. Some people say the poles are shifting. Well, as an educator, I used to be professor of education. I made teachers, for Christ's sake. And as an educator, you are expected to have certain professional qualities are just damn near expected. And he's way out of line with those tattoos. Being an educator is kind of like being in the military. There are certain grooming standards that you have to adhere to, and that is out of line. It's way out of line. But we're seeing a lot of that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, yeah. Shout outs to you, Professor, and Wani and Nikki, co-host,
Hi,
for
Andy.
doing. Hey, how you doing? Um, I wanted to thank you guys. I know Tariq spoke about creating a think tank, but y'all have had a think tank going on for a long time with these rooms, and I just want to shout y'all out because it's already in motion. Um, I be going back looking for the damn replays, and I see like now you ain't recording this shit. So,
They on
it,
YouTube.
It's on my
but
YouTube
we
channel.
I've
They're all on my YouTube channel.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cool.
go to Nikki's
I
YouTube
Okay,
posted
well,
channel.
that,
I
I gotta
Yeah.
posted
go
her.
check that out then because I be wanting to share them like with my uncle or whatever. But yeah, you have some really good rooms, you know what I'm saying, and highly educational, and I really appreciate that. Um, the speak, I think it was that when you talked about Hannibal's battles, I think it was the Battle of Cannae, like Cannae, I think. I'm not
Hmm.
sure.
I'm about
I'm
to
not
look it up right
familiar
now.
with
Keep
that
talking.
one.
Yeah, it was so many other battles though, because this was like BC times, like 216 BC, I think, something like that. I don't want to really speak on that too much because I haven't really studied that too much. But I was gonna say that um, to speak to the title, I think Melanin, what's her name, Melanie Icy
Melanie.
Winter,
Yeah.
yeah, she said something that I was gonna say, about these different hair colors that women wear. Well, I don't want to put it on women because sometimes men do it too, but just to speak to the point and what we see with all these different hair colors, red, just the whole Skittles rainbow hair. I don't think that's really got anything to do with, God or the white Jesus or white folks or a lower self esteem or self image, self worth, because a lot of times I'm not, I ain't gonna say it looks good, but you can make it look good. Sometimes it be kind of outrageous, but that's the look that they were going for. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of beautiful women out here that just wear different hair colors. You know what I'm saying? That might be their thing. But to speak to what Wanda was talking about with natural hair, and she's right, like racist white folks be offended by your hair because it's like it's a sign of strength, and then at the same time it's almost like I ain't gonna say they're upset but or jealous that they can't do their hair like that. It's fascinating. They want to touch it. I'm like, look, you gonna have to. When I had dreads, I was like, they were just trying to touch. I'm like, look, don't touch my hair. I was on some shit like that too. Like, you want to touch my hair? That's gonna cost you $10. You know what I mean? Like, if
That's the going price. Okay.
somebody white did
Oh
that, I
yeah.
would be like, yeah, let me get $10 for you to try to touch my shit, like on some real shit. But yeah, man, I don't think the blonde thing is kind of too much of that. You might have some people that do that, and then kind of like I don't want to, denigrate nobody, but you see a lot of Africans doing it, African women doing that, and I think, and
Now you're talking about being colonial brain damage
yeah,
because they're
that
doing it
that
right
is
out the
definitely a
gate.
fact. Like I do believe that some of them are caught up in that because they still have a lot of pictures of white Jesus everywhere. I've talked to several Africans before, and I don't even be understanding how they become Christian. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't. They can't really explain it to me because it's not the same. It. I'm gonna say it's not within the same taste or tradition of FBA Christianity. Like it's just not in the same mode. It's like somebody kind of was trying to like Wani said colonize their town or brought that to them in a way. But they did bring it to us that way too. But it's kind of like it's not free will Baptist Christianity. It's not Southern Baptist Christianity to me. Like when I see it online or speak to them. So I really don't, yeah, I wouldn't say that, but I do know what you're saying though about, you know, the blonde hair and whether we should do away with it or not, but people gonna do what they want to do. You know what I'm saying? Gonna wear their hair the way they want to wear it. Cause as the women tell you, when you ask them something about a certain kind of weave or too much weave, they say, I bought it. Okay, I agree with that. I can't argue that when you buying it. But when you go into these certain kind of settings, I'm not gonna say that, you know, orange hair is a distraction. but it can be, and it can draw a certain kind of attention that you either may not want, or you may have people inquiring about it and can't focus on something because of your hair. So I just want to throw that out there. But people can do whatever the fuck they want to out here. Shout outs to the room. Peace to the family. Peace, love, and reparations. And we need to get justice for the Brooks guy too. We need to be talking about that because I don't know what police immunity gonna look like, but that video that we just saw, imagine all of the video or all of the non-videos and all of the prisoners that have died before there were cameras, and all this, the way they killed us before there were any
Yes.
cameras. Okay, so we need to not lose focus on that. I want everybody to keep being in black excellence and take your black excellence level up a notch with this new administration coming in. It's time to show them what black excellence really is, because I'll be damned if you're gonna put us on the back of the bus, motherfucker, at the end of the day. So that's where I'm at with it. I don't give a damn who Democrat or who Republican, you're a Trump supporter. I really don't give a fuck. But you're gonna get called to the front. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate you, brother. Now, quickly, I brought up a bold claim about Hannibal, and a bunch of people asked me where. So it was the book says Hannibal invaded Italy in 2018 BC. And it says various Roman generals strained to defeat him, but none was effective. So it was in
Well,
Rome. It was
hold
in
on.
Rome.
How
So
So
how can that be
hold on.
2018
Shh.
BC and that battle of, I think, Hannah Hannah?
oh, did I say that? I meant to say
Oh, okay. I was
218
about to
BC. I
say
don't know
because
what I
that's on
said.
with 216. I was about
I
to say.
was gonna say 2018. He just did it.
I'm tripping. Two
Put it
one
up
eight.
this.
I got a lot on my mind. 218.
Professor be
218.
having that knowledge overload over that motherfucker. Be going. I'm trying to tell you now.
Yeah, I read a whole lot.
Now,
But
so the
yeah.
reason that I know that our women, now I know African women, they have a whole lot of boatload of problems with they they don't see how they look is one of the issues. So they think it's okay to put on the blonde judge's wig, and it just they don't get it, okay? And I don't care anymore. I used to care, I don't care now. But I have I lived through all of these trends, so I know what's going on. Like I said, we came out of slavery, and when a lot of hair products came out, we didn't dye our hair blonde to try to look like white women. We just didn't do it. We were forced to straighten our hair, however, to get jobs. We already know that. But the trend of the hair color seems to have come along with Tina Turner, who had a light brown colored hair, which nobody liked. People looked at it like that. Why does she have on this shiny brown wig? No one really copied off of it at first. But when she got the song What's Love Got to Do with It, and it was like a very big hit, and her hair looked better, and the color was more, it went along with her better, and it didn't look like a shiny wig, the ones that we make fun of, then she got that look got more popular. And then that on the end of cellophane hair colors, which I don't know if you guys know what that is, but cellophane hair colors were very popular, and they are the ones where you have unnatural colors. Violet, blue, red, stuff like that. That became popular with all the women, not just black women. It was very popular with everybody. And then the next phase was Beyonce, and that's where that's how we got to where we are now, not because of a connection to wanting to look like the white slave mistress. However, I'm not going to rule out some residual colonial brain damage in some people. Maybe some people do think I look white now. I got on a shiny blonde wig, I look white. Maybe they do, I don't know. I'm not inside everyone's head, but collectively I don't see it because they weren't doing it before. Okay. And their blonde wigs have been around the whole time. And I haven't seen black women wearing them in the 50s, 40s, 20s or any of those other times. So I think it's just a trend. And we are hyper criticized because people don't want us to do that. People are very nervous that we're going to be have colonial brain damage. So of course, the men are going, "What are you doing? Don't have that shiny hair. Don't have on that hair color." Yeah, do you think white people are they'll attribute everything to white people. White people don't own straight hair. Everybody has straight hair on the earth except for us. Okay? We don't have mutated hair. So anytime we style our hair, it's going to be looking like somebody else, but we're not copying off of white people with that. Um, like I said earlier, only 2% of white people or the world's population has blonde hair. So
Yeah,
they
a
don't
lot of
have
them get
blonde hair
dyed.
either. Yeah, they don't have blonde hair either. They're dyeing their hair. They don't have all these blue eyes either. They've got the contacts. The contacts weren't invented for us. Neither was the blonde hair
They
dye.
got the eye surgery too to change your eye colors. So,
Yeah, that's
Yep.
hmm
yeah, what we call it. T.I.'s wife. T.I.'s wife and stepdaughter got that. The stepdaughter got hers reversed. But go ahead, Gwen.
Reverse? How do you reverse it? Don't they remove?
Wow.
You
you
said
got to take.
reverse.
Oh, they must have that surgery because there's one where they drain all the color out of your eye. We can go over that real quick too. Under,
Drain the
well, yeah,
color
yeah,
out of your
yeah.
eye.
So the brown eye is the standard. That's the best eye. But if I was albino, my eyes could be pink. And if I was one step away from being an albino, which white people are a fixed albino race, they what you see on them is albinism. It's just that it's fixed, it's livable. They're not burning up too bad in the sun. They are burning in the sun, but not like an albino. And they're not blind, but the next color is blue. Okay, so pink is your eye with no color. Blue
Interesting.
is the next color. Okay. So what they do is they just remove all of the pigment of your eye, and up under everybody's eye is blue. But that's one surgery. Another surgery, I think they slip a lens over your over your eye.
Oh wow.
Yeah, and that changes the color. That one you can change to any color you want. If you want it to be pink, you can have it. But the other one just removes the color, and under everyone's eye is blue.
Very fascinating and disturbing. I believe that because back in the day, y'all remember old people like I'd see old men, black men who would have like kind of blue eyes, like
Yeah.
but it
Hmm.
wasn't they didn't
Yeah,
know.
the
Is it when they get older
color
that
is going out of it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. So I always wonder. This is so fascinating. I wonder about it. The black, what's on your mind?
What's going on, everybody? Hope everybody's doing well. Uh, this is an interesting subject. If, when it comes down to religion, I really think we, as Black people, overlook. Well, we don't really just look at the image of God because we have always said and had a tradition of claiming that God is one of us. So the images that you see in churches is just how I think how we look at it as in a universal sense that we try to make God a universal thing instead of try to personalize it like everybody else does. Excuse me. And the fact that we are the most religious people out of all kind of like shows that too. That we could care less about what God looks because we always been about what's your personal relationship and how do you step in the same foot of God and what one end what Melanie said earlier, it's really just people don't like us, and it's not because I really feel like it's not because they hate us. It's really because they want to be us. They want to be like us, but they don't want to admit it and give up and release that so called power. You know what I'm saying? Because in a way, it is somewhat of a power. Saying admitting that some people are a little bit better than you to some people. And we never really gave a damn about that type of stuff. Like we stay in our own lane, we do our own thing, and that's what's so intriguing about us. Like when the women wear the blonde hair, they wear it in their own styles. They don't wear it like a white woman. So I never understood that comparison when people try to bring that up because I don't see no white woman with like no swooping OB high type of shit on top of her head when she does her hair or in a type of updo. So it's like y'all just flat and boring. And when it comes down to the self worth, I was always taught to have pride in myself, have pride in our people, and these narratives of we never really had that is crazy to me. Like I was in a room earlier with Kanye that Kanye had, and he said it was like people in there kind of making it seem like we never valued education in the hood and personality at the same time, or like style. And I was always taught to be the best and be a little cocky about being the best, because that's what we are. We we play the game and we talk shit after it. That's what made the NBA so popular because of Magic Johnson. He styled, he gave you that pizzazz, and then he talked this little shit behind it, just like the NFL and all these other sports. And when it came down to educational, like we always valued that. It's the TV and these uh, outlets of trying to push that narrative on us or push that narrative to the general population that we never valued it, and that's totally the opposite. Because I never been in, I done been in a couple of states and been in their hoods. I never seen people say, yeah, it's okay to be a crackhead. Like I never heard that growing up in my 32 years of living in I was all I see is people telling they're young or telling the people in their age range to strive to be the best. Like that has been the core of our culture is strive to be the best and prove to others that we are not what you say we are. And the fact that like I'm not gonna lie, like the fact that we trying to compare ourselves to MAGA people because they going going ballistic about Asians or Indians coming over here replacing them, it's hilarious because, for one fact, most of us, the majority of us, are not in these fields. It's a few slim, and the slim few that's in there are thriving. And white people are the ones that's upset because they know, like, other than that, it's not so many places that's just exclusively them, and that's the issue. Because now every aspect of life is integrated, and you can't keep us out of it because we set the trends. So it's like a way of trying to loop us together with them to make us upset about and have selective outrage about something that could be applied to us, but not in the majority. Because I really feel like we should just use this as a time to find the people that are in these fields and fund them to make our own institutions and our own little places where when we have the best and the brightest who are not getting jobs, we got black owned places that they can go to, and we can continue to thrive within the community. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, I think we've come to a conclusion. Y'all have taught me, and I believe that the F, FBA blondness has very little to do with the European likeness of God. However, what I have learned is on the African side, um, it does have more of effect than with us. So it's very
I still
interesting.
believe it
I
I
does.
had
I still believe that. I still believe blondness is associated with some kind of class system, and
Uh-huh.
which goes back to Greek mythology. I do believe that, because if 2% of the population is not even natural blondes, that means that white people are actually dyeing their hair blonde too. So if both people are
Right.
doing it, then it must be something to that. I think whether
Like Marilyn Monroe,
exactly.
right? She wasn't
Why do
blonde.
we have like a huge gap between, like we weren't dyeing our hair blonde when Marilyn Monroe was doing it? She's definitely a bleach
But
blonde.
I think even in the Bible, it was talking about in Leviticus 13:30 how blonde was associated with uncleanness. It was associated with curse and plagues. So when you
Interesting.
bring up Bible and it talked about the yellow stringy unclean hair, that was associated with a curse and a plague. And even today, like it's associated with filthiness. So that could be a part of the European, because you know they like the filthy rich, quote unquote. But that's associated with like the filth and uncleanness. Even now when they say like you a dumb blonde, a dirty blonde, or
Dumb blonde.
yeah, that's where it's
Yes, they
coming from
do.
though. The dumb
Yes, they
blonde, the
do.
dirty blonde, the blondes have more nasty fun. It's all associated with that blonde. And a lot of us knew that in the
Mm.
Bible as well too. So that's probably another reason why we didn't jump on it as quick. But it is like spiritually connected with like a curse and plague and uncleanness. So yeah.
That's true. That I think that, well, with the dumb blondes, I guess a boatload of blonde women said a series of stupid things, and then it just got attached to them. Dirty blonde is what their hair, they call dirty blonde when it's not like flaxen or light blonde. It's kind of like you're blonde, but it's trying to be brown. So they call that dirty blonde, and they have a strawberry blonde. Yeah, I'm looking up this hair thing in the Bible right now.
Yeah,
I,
Leviticus
I call
13:30,
dirty
and it's
blonde
all
and dark
associated
blonde.
with like
Thank you.
whoring. It's all associated with like being a whore. But yeah.
That's so wild. I never knew that. But again, like that's kind of my whole spiel is the truth we're living. I was telling Wani and Nikki earlier, we're living in a reversal of the way things. We're living in a backwards society. Everything is backwards. So you're telling what what Melanie just educated me on is blonde hair is associated with filth and uncleanliness. But what in society, what is blonde hair associated with? Purity. Everything's
But they
backwards.
don't have it. That's all. Greek people don't have blonde hair. I mean, a small percentage of them have it. So,
So who
again,
made the
Right.
Greek gods blonde?
this is a colorism issue that they have. We don't talk about white colorism. We don't talk about Jewish people
Uh-oh.
praising their little blonde haired, blue eyed children. Remember? No, you don't remember. Kathy Lee Gifford kind of got, she made so many cringy statements. And that was one of them. She had children with Frank Gifford. And she started talking about how cute her kids are. Italian people always prop up anybody with blue eyes and blonde hair. They don't have it normally. They have very, uh, they don't have that. I mean, they have to go all the way to the north of Italy just to start seeing that. But they had Sarah Jessica Parker was propped up. Frank Sinatra was propped up. They always want to put those out there as this is the norm for Italians. So they want to prop them up, and they're colorists. They praise anybody that gets born with blonde hair and blue eyes, or either one of them. But one of the things with what people are doing is they like stuff that's rare, that's doesn't occur often. That's another factor. Things that don't happen often in genetics, they always, prop that up like that's special. So that's just typical of anybody, any kind of group.
I know I've seen these people go as far as to dye their kids' hair while they're children. They will dye. So a lot of kids, there's a lot of kids who have naturally blonde hair, but it turns dark when they get older. But I've seen them,
Yeah, white
yeah,
kids.
but I've seen white people
Very
dye their
interesting.
kids' hair blonde. And there was a time, I remember there was a time when what's her name? Halle Berry, she was complaining that her baby daddy had dyed their daughter's hair blonde. It's not that color anymore, but she would send the daughter because she's biracial and the kid is like 1/4 black. And she would send the child to go stay with him. I think it was up in Canada, and she'd come back and her hair would be dyed, like had blonde streaks in it. So
Mm-hmm. He
they do
dyed
stuff
it
like
and
that.
straightened it, and she got mad about it.
Yep.
And he said, "Oh, she just wants her hair to look like her mom." And white boy, be quiet.
Facts. Fire Nagy, what's on your mind, bro?
Oh,
Good to see you.
I don't know if this point got brought up, but my buddy and I had this discussion. They used to, I just, I came in a little late. They used to dye their hair back in the Roman era, and I kind of put something in the thing that, it's not new. I mean, they did it for status back in the Roman era, 2,000 years ago.
Interesting.
Europeans did it. So I put something in the little, the
Thank
little
you.
message thing. Yeah. So it's not, they. What I notice about white people is, and this is just me. Um, my buddy, he went to Mexico and he noticed how white people referred to black people as, when there would be a white American, he would say, the white American would say, "are blacks," right? I've noticed that with white Americans, they say, "are blacks." Famously, when the Uruguayan team beat the Brazilian team in the World Cup, the white Brazilians said, "Well, our blacks aren't as good as their blacks." There is this,
Hmm.
yeah, there's this desire to,
Wow.
yeah, there's this,
I've heard that before, Fire Nagy.
yeah, yeah,
I've
it's
heard
it's
that
it's
term too, but not
yeah,
I haven't heard it in a long time.
yeah.
It's been a minute.
And so the point I'm making is there's this subconscious desire to kind of control everything about us and to take credit for everything we do. And you don't see white people doing this in any other group. You don't see them doing it to blacks who are non FBA or non ADOS, only us. And so, kind of, I threw that out there, and I'm glad you guys caught it and said you've heard it too. I kind of want to throw that out there as a jump ball to the room and say, hey, am I the only one who's heard them say that? They want to kind of control us. They still feel an ownership of us, and that's kind of my take on why they complain about every small thing that we do, or if they see a blonde do this or that, despite the historical references that white women were taking Germanic women's hair in Rome 2,000 years ago. This is not something we've done that's new.
Well, Fire Nagy, you said something very powerful. Uh, when you look back at it, when you say that our blacks, I think of something I read about South Africa. But if you look at history, history will erase the mystery. I think that's one of the reasons why the Democratic Party has kind of turned on foundational Black Americans. It's the issue of ownership. So let's go back to pre-emancipation during this chattel slavery. If y'all recall, um, the foundational Black Americans were considered three-fifths a human being. Everybody knows that, right? But nobody knows why. Why were we considered three-fifths a human being? We were considered three-fifths a human being so that the slave owner class could use their slaves to win elections. Got it? So I have more slaves than you. I have more. It was all about the vote. I don't know why history teachers don't talk about that. Maybe they don't know, but it was all about the vote. Well, mostly about the vote. And oppression was a big part of it. But I have 300 slaves. That's three-fifths of 300. Somebody help me out with the math. What's that, like 200? And I got 200 and some votes. You got about 200 votes. You got 100 slaves. You got 75 votes. So I win. Ha ha. So if you look at 2024 during the last election, the Democratic Party, from my view, looking at history, were kind of had a same type of attitude towards us that the slave masters had towards their three-fifths human being. Like, you're going to vote for me. You don't have a choice. Negro, you're going to vote for me. And we said, hell no, we're going to vote for whoever we want to. And now it's a lot of resentment there because of the ownership factor that Fire Nagy brought up. Really good point, brother. You really sharp. Um, the black, what's on your mind?
Hey, well, what the brother just said is very intriguing because, yeah, it kind of reminds me of what RFK said. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, down here in the South in Texas, like we call white people all white people too. Like when we like, depending on what group of white people we're talking about, like the white people that we've been fighting with for years since the 1619, like yo, we call them our white people because compared to the other immigrant white people, like they are totally different from them too. And I understand why they don't like our type of white people are the most racist in the world, but they do somewhat give Negroes a pass because they know we the shit. If it come down to it, they in trouble. We gonna come around and kick some ass. Like we the bully killers, and that's why over the years they have somewhat.
Hey, the black. Hold on one second. Hold that thought. Wani, I'm still here. I haven't lost connection. But go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, black. I haven't seen anything like that. So, oh boy. But continue. I'm
Oh
sorry
yeah,
to
you
interrupt
good,
you,
King?
brother.
I seen a connection thing pop up. So yeah,
Weird.
but how I'm starting to look at it like it is a certain group of white people in America that are very close to us. Since it's not that many white people with the same slave owner last names left, I feel like that's a class of white people that's the other groups are trying to get rid of or trying to bypass to get to the ownership of the white side of America. But other than that, like ain't nobody replacing or usurping us from our spot because white people don't want another race of black people to replace us. They just want us to be more somewhat docile like them and and stop talking shit back. And we ain't gonna never do that. And when it comes down us looking at white people like we could care less. We just want to be left in our own lane, but we do have to like be somewhat more protective of these leftover handful of white people that are part of our lineage, even though they don't want to acknowledge that because uh, 30 white women made 500 families of black people, of freemen.
Yeah,
Professor, did you get the
agreement
scripture?
to
Did you DM'd it to me?
I
I think I did. I don't,
Okay.
or the jumbotron. It's either one. I don't know.
Hold on. Okay.
yeah, we agreed not to mention it.
I'm looking through the jumbotron now.
White people white people and black people agreed not to acknowledge that we're related.
Let's see. What he said is very fascinating. It plays with my mind a bit. He didn't. The black didn't explicitly say that. Can y'all hear me? Uh oh.
Yes, can you
Okay.
hear me?
Yeah. Okay. I was making sure that it didn't go.
Can you hear
But
me?
yeah, I hear
Hello,
you
hello,
just fine.
hello, hello, hello.
I
Oh.
I hear you.
We hear you, Wani.
Yeah. All right. What the black made my mind. I forgot what he
Can you
said, but
hear
my
Professor Allen speaking, Ronnie?
Yes.
Okay.
okay. So Professor, I mean, the black made my mind think. I was like, wow. He was, but basically, the black posited that I thought I heard him posit that other groups are fighting the white supremacists for dominance in America. And what my mind told me, I said, I wonder do these other groups that we talked about yesterday, these foreigners who are fucking dominant in Atlanta. I live in Atlanta now, y'all, and foreigners run shit in downtown Atlanta. So I'm wondering, do the foreigners view black Americans as spoils of war? Should they take over the position of the white supremacists? Would they view us as like a spoil of war?
You
Yes,
talk about
just
people
Yeah,
with
like
they trying to win
non-blonde
us over.
just
Uh,
like the Roman Empire. Every time they would take over somebody, they would get these really cool uh cultures and sweep them up into their thing. That's why the Greco-Roman cultures are so vast and so interesting because they've swooped up under a lot of different groups and got them as little gemstones in their crown.
Very interesting.
You see? So if they were to colonize Nigeria, they get uh, a woven basket and some goatskin drums. However, if they colonize Black Americans, oh boy, they get a whole lot.
Yes.
Everything from music genre, delicious food, calculating,
You in the
and it's a
matrix?
lot. Lord.
You breaking up, Wani, but I heard you, but you break. Just FYI, you're breaking up.
Yeah, can you say that again, Wani, please?
Go ahead.
I don't know if you can hear me.
I hear you now,
They didn't want us to
Um,
hear that.
Doctor Johannes. Can you hear Wani?
no,
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
no, I said if we were to be, uh, we are a crown in the jewel because they can say, well, all of these music genres came from America. They might want to lie and say it came from them, but they know who generated that. We calculated the moon landing. We are everything in America we have something to do with, and it's shocking to me to learn every day. I learn something new every day about our culture, even down to the tipping. Now, I'm not saying that people didn't give people money on the side for doing a good job, but the notion of the tipping that we have today in America is based on the fact that the store owners or shopkeepers or hotel um, personnel said, we're not going to pay those Black people a wage. We refuse to give them a salary. We don't even want to admit they're working here. So they
Wow.
told the customers that you just give them some money on the side because we're not going to pay them. So almost everything that happens every day has something to do with us. Of course, our inventions um, are used every day. And so they really get something, but hey, if you colonize the Dominican Republic, what do you get? Nothing. What do you get if you colonize most of Africa, most of West Africa, Central Africa? You get uh
Bushmeat.
some dead, you get some bush meat, you get some dead languages that no one speaks but their specific tribes. You get a woven basket. You might get some pottery. You might get a carved mask, but you're not going to get what we've got. And I'm going to tell you right now, we move at the speed of light. Our culture has just far exceeded a lot of places that have been going at this for centuries. For thousands of years, people have been weaving the same basket. And we've blown through a whole bunch of music genres. They're still playing the same drum circles. They're still playing the same belly dancer music. They're still playing the same Korean traditional music that they've been playing the whole time. We're the ones that keep moving and moving and moving and evolving, and they're just not doing that. People, no one can even understand what we're doing. We move differently. I tell you, you can. And this white lady that I was on some tour with, she made a racist joke, but it was funny. She said, we were in Tanzania. She said, the last time I was here, those women were weaving the same basket. And she she had been there is in the 1970s. And she said, they're weaving the same basket. And it's true. They have a style of basket and they just keep weaving it over and over and over the same kente cloth, the same basket, no matter which side of the uh, continent you're on. Kente cloth on the west, baskets all throughout, and it's not going to change. You're going to keep on making the same mask, the same basket, the same cloth, whatever cloth they have, and we're going to be exploding all over the place with all kinds of expressions of culture.
Yeah, yeah, and I meant to say this on Tariq's stage last night. We and this is coming from Robbie Blue. This is not my original idea. We foundational Black Americans are the wealth engine. We are the value. We are the prize. My objective on these spaces is to help us see who we are. I want us to view that we're the prize. Because the only way to use us, the only way to effectively usurp our self pride is to make us think that we are not the prize. Well, if we're not the prize, why the fuck do you follow us around everywhere? If we're not the prize, why are you concerned with everything we do? We are the prize, and I want every last one of us to realize that that we are. Um, Queen Nini, you want to say something?
I'm so sorry. I actually forgot. It was so much that was discussed from the time white people with with they own hating themselves, and it was something else we talked about. So I was yeah, but I would like to get more into white on white hate because I never. I mean, I knew. I mean, they enslaved themselves at one point, but I never knew like what you were talking about, like with the whole. Basically, that's uh
Stacy,
what's in
that's
all
a
races or
confusing.
whatever, but you know I
I'm
never
a,
knew
I'm
about that.
That's confusing because they don't view the Slavs as themselves. So we view them as enslaving white people, but these other groups are not Slavic, so they don't view interactions with Turks and Slavs and all these other people as themselves. That's something we're going to have to learn. We can't think that uh, because white people use that to get us. Oh, the black people enslaved
Mhm.
themselves.
Mhm.
No, some Africans enslaved some people that they didn't like that could be, rivals or other tribes or whatever, um, enemies. It's not themselves. They're different tribes, they're different groups of people.
Well, no, I
And
was talking
Slavic
about the
people
white
certainly
people,
are.
Miss Wani. When you, I
Yeah,
was, yeah, that's
Slavic people were
okay.
enslaved by what we consider to be white people, but
Mm.
they don't view themselves as
Oh,
white
that's
people. They view
interesting.
themselves as italics and Germanics and all these other things. So to them, the Slavic people were just moving slow and they didn't have any place. So when they moved into their area, they took advantage of them because they didn't have any land. So people that don't have land and they start moving around like gypsies and Jewish people and Slavic people, they have paid the price. And these other groups moved out of the steppe regions and out of the Caucasus into these other areas, and they established themselves for a longer time. And these new people moving in, they just suffered for it for being small minorities that don't have
Mm.
land.
that's very true, and I'm glad that Wani went that direction. Just to kind of bounce off what she said, the word slave came from Slavs. So that's literally where the word slave came from, Slavics, because they were enslaved. What I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, is the word slave in context of foundational Black Americans is a misnomer. It don't fucking apply to us. Now, Nini, to kind of buttress your point, yes, the Europeans were hated each other. Nini, I want all y'all to hear this very well. We are the best thing that ever happened to Europeans. We're the best thing. Why? Because of what Nini said. Europeans were at each other's throat before the transatlantic slave trade. Um, I want to read something out of my book that talks about the Portuguese. Everything about us gave them a new lease on life. The Portuguese were sitting in Portugal, stanking, broke, starved. Vasco da Gama, what do you call it, circumnavigated the globe and came back to Portugal with all these stories of of topless Black women who bathe. Now, I should really uh, push this point that the idea that women were actually bathing regularly was appealing to the Portuguese. So the supposition there is Portuguese women didn't bathe. You know, well, in my book on chapter 9, I have a excerpt that's called "So What Brings You to the Jungle," and on page 43 of my book, I say before the Portuguese made the choice to murder, betray, rape, maim, kidnap, and enslave um, Africans, apparently they were trying to save their soul. Basically, and long story short, the Portuguese left their fucking wives They left their wives when they heard of when the Portuguese went to Africa to enslave certain groups of people, and they dressed up like pastors and to just to go on like raping escapades. Uh, Basically, what I'm trying to say, ladies and gentlemen, is the idea of foundational Black Americans unified European groups. I remember my first year at Harvard, at Elliott Hall, the dorm room. Elliott was diversity, so it was a bunch of foreign kids, and I was a Black kid, and you had LGBT, and it's like diversity. Well, I was shocked when we all had dinner and started having beers and stuff. I hung out with the Germans, a good friend of mine from Amsterdam. We're still good friends, and the Italians. Am I leaving somebody out? It was a Korean, and we're all having drinks. And I said something ignorant like, "Don't y'all white people blah blah?" And they didn't know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is in the early 2000s. I was like, "You're white," and there's no, 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 I'm German. No, 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 I'm Dutch. No, 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 I'm Italian. Even in the 2000s, they didn't know the word white, and it dawned on me right away. Oh shit! The foundational Black American needs the slave trade gave Europeans who hated each other, who, if you look back at history, the English and the French were killing each other. That's what the slave and the Spanish were killing each other. That's what the slave trade was about, to buy weapons to kill each other. We unified them. We are keeping them from killing themselves because they have a target to focus on. The moment we're out of this equation, ladies and gentlemen, they're going to be looking at each other's throats again. And I think
Yeah.
that's why they want to keep us down, is because they're fully aware if we're out the equation and you ain't got no nigga to look at. And I meant to say nigga. Our dear brother James Baldwin said nigga is an invention. The nigga is an invention. It was an invention to keep them from killing each other. Once the nigga's out of the equation, game on. Fire Nagy, what's on your mind?
Oh, sorry. I want to touch up on what you said earlier. I think you were saying, in regard to would the immigrants have a race for us as people? And I remember when I watched The Walking Dead, and one of the antagonist's name was Negan, and he said humans are a resource. And I always ask people this question: where do we live? We live in the United States. Why do we live there? Because we fought a civil war. The Civil War is often characterized as the largest transference of human property, in human history. See, we became property of the Confederate, ruling class, the elites, the white Southern owners, things like that. And then we became, after that, therefore, property of the U.S. government as black people and black citizens. That's why they
Hello.
passed birthright citizenship.
Hello. What he just said is controversial, but according to our late brother, who don't get enough praise, tell Tariq to put Tariq, if you're listening, put a exhibit to Alton Maddox, attorney at law, in your museum. Alton Maddox, attorney at law, proved that the word emancipate do not mean free. Emancipate comes from the Latin word emancipare, which in the Roman context means to transfer. And what Fire Nagy was said, according to attorney Alton Maddox, um, Lincoln was an attorney. And when Frederick Douglass met with Lincoln, it's such a beautiful story. Lincoln was getting his ass washed by those white boys, those Southern white boys. I'm from Alabama. If you drive up near Huntsville, you'll see all these plaques for military colleges that used to be all across the Southeast. It was a culture of war and culture of militarism in the South, just like it is today. White boys like to shoot. And when the Civil War popped off, Robert E. Lee, a graduate of West Point, and his white boys was beating the living shit out of Lincoln's people. Lincoln, in an act of desperation, met with a very brilliant brother who never went to a school of law, never went to a college, named Frederick Douglass. And Frederick Douglass, who didn't attend the school of law, in his brilliance came up with a condition precedent, which you learn in contracts too. Um, uh, Frederick Douglass basically told Lincoln, "Hey, I got a solution for the white boys down south. I'll give you the slaves. They're angry. They're ready to kill. They're full of fire, piss, and vinegar." And Lincoln was like, "Cool, but Frederick hit him with a condition precedent. I'll let you have the slaves vis-a-vis the 54th Regiment. Watch the movie Glory. Under the leadership of Colonel Robert Shaw, who was under the leadership of the great General William Tecumseh Sherman. Uh, the condition precedent was, I'll give you these men, but you got to give us our freedom. Now, Lincoln didn't care for black people, but he was a really smart attorney. And being an attorney, he hit him with a condition precedent. I won't give you your freedom, but I'll give you emancipation. Emancipation means transfer. And what Fire Nagy was saying is some attorneys, including attorney Altomatics, argued that the black man and woman were never freed because emancipation don't mean free. Altomatics said the foundational black American man and woman were transferred. The ownership was transferred from private slave owners to the government.
My great grandfather is listed as owned by the federal government, federal army, um, and the owner took him over. I can post it. The owner took him over. He said he can serve a certain amount of years. And when I saw owned by the federal army and transferred, it just really drove it home that the country owned human beings. And I don't know, I don't see his service record. So I don't know whether he didn't serve or went somewhere else. I don't know what happened, but he definitely lived past that time. It's very interesting.
Mm. Yep.
See, the other great grandfather, he joined the Union Army because they liberated the plantation. So he was 11 years old, and he just became an orderly. I guess they told me that means picking up body parts,
Jeez.
and they dropped him off in Ohio. And that's how my father got born in Ohio.
Wow. 11 years old on the battlefield picking up arms and legs. That's wild.
Yep.
And real, very real. The black, what's on your mind?
I had a question too.
Melody can go.
Go ahead, Melanie.
Um, Off the topic a little bit. I wanted to know if you want to have a space on spirituality and white supremacists, and should black people like fight white supremacy with spirituality.
Oh, we can. We can play around with that.
I got a lot of ideas on that, so when you do, let me know. But go ahead.
I got a book for you called The Irritated Genie
Mm,
by Joseph Carruthers, one of my favorite scholars. Joseph Carruthers, I'm sorry, I said Joseph, I meant Jacob Carruthers, Dr. Jacob Carruthers. Jacob Carruthers, in his brilliance in scholarship, kind of showed that in 1804, was it 1804? In the Haitian Revolution, Jacob talks about the real story of it. And the real story of the Haitian Revolution, which was the first time and the only time that we know of where uh, melanated people defeated the system of white supremacy head on. Dr. Carruthers proves that the movement started with a man named Boukman, who it's shit like a movie. Boukman called to order a meeting of the old women in the neighborhoods. You see, in the Caribbean, one good thing about them is they didn't lose their cultural continuity,
mm,
uh, and they knew certain spiritual, like you're saying, spiritual. I don't want to say voodoo or voodoo, but it's some type of spiritual system. Well, Jacob Carruthers shows that Boukman met with the old women and the elders of the neighborhood, and he conjured a curse on the French.
mm,
And once that spiritual conjure was set in motion, then things start falling in place. Leaders start arising. It's a very interesting book that posits. Let me show you the cover of it. The cover tells you a little bit. You ever watch Pirates of the Caribbean?
mm-hmm.
You know that whole mantra of like them being at sea and giants and shit coming and attacking them.
Yeah,
That's some of that irritated genie stuff.
spiritual. Yeah. Yeah,
Yep.
but I was thinking like since we all is getting attacked with that, whatever spirituality we is, we should focus on like the specific white supremacists that's harming us and hurting us. And I think we should like start doing spirituality on them as well as still, galvanizing together. But it's a lot of ideas
Our,
we
our
can
brother
bounce off of
Tariq,
that.
our brother Tariq has kind of introduced us to some of that stuff. I agree with you. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we need to like direct it and like really get specific with the spiritual attack on the people who's attacking us. I think we really need to like get into that. But go ahead, I ain't want to interrupt the space.
You know,
No, no, I love it.
can I interject something real quick, Professor?
Yes, sir.
I want to speak to what Melanie was just talking about. So, if y'all remember the movie Birth of a Nation with Nate, uh forget his last name. Um that Birth of a Nation movie, there's a scene in there where he's preaching to the slaves and he start ad-libbing a little bit and throwing, little hints and voodooish type of shit about them freeing themselves or doing some shit. And the slave master come up like, hey boy, why you preaching like that? You need to preach that shit like I told you to. Like, and next thing you know, the slaves revolted and shit. So that's a very important scene in that movie, how he was ad libbing the Bible and almost kind of doing what Melanie's talking about. And one of my great grandfathers on my mother's side, on my mother's side, my grandmother's side, like her great great grandfather, we did a book because we used to have um a historic library in the back of the library at the local community college. It used to be a room in the back where you could go on those old what do you call those machines where you could look up newspaper articles back in the day before we got Google and all this other shit. What was that called?
Microfilm, microfiche.
Microfiche, microfilm,
Right. So they
microfiche.
had those with all these like newspaper articles and shit. So a lot of death records, marriage records, military records, uh property seizures and property sales, land sales, deeds and shit were always put in the newspaper. So that is a way to track a lot of stolen land. And you have to remember that when a lot of slave masters died, they would it would go to the wife, and the wife would remove the slave master's name and go back to her maiden name, or she would remarry and that would change the names too. But a lot of these names are connected to the origin of a lot of corporations today. So if you dig deep enough on these corporations, you will find names that are connected to slave masters. So it's a long line of wealth there, wealth transfers and generational wealth that's being passed down through that. But in my great grandfather's book, he was well great grandfather. He was lynched for it said working voodoo on white men. But there's a part in there that said he was like a pastor or whatever too. He sold barbecue, did a whole bunch of other shit too. But it said that he was working voodoo against white men. So I don't know. There's no real description on it, but I'm gonna be digging deeper to see what I can find because like I want to know what proof you have of that. Show me who he killed. You know what I'm saying? I need to know. So that's very interesting that Melanie had brought up. But that's true. I do believe that black magic could still work, even if it's a psychological aspect. Because a lot of the wars and a lot of the things that they do to us start in the psyche and live in your psyche and then make you believe that you can't do some shit or you can't defeat some shit. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
it's the monitoring spirit. That's why they keep watching us and stuff. Like we need to break those curses and also like the destiny swap. why they always tell me, oh, you're less than, you're this, that, and the other. That's they're putting spells and stuff on us. So I think we need to attack this from a spiritual level, even if it is like dark magic or even like biblically, we can attack it as well too. But I think like we need to just start focusing that energy on the problem. I think we just all sporadic and everywhere, and everybody focusing their energy on us. So we need to specifically focus it back onto them with spirituality as well. But I'm gonna let you go on it. Yeah.
Oh, well,
Hey,
I wrote.
hey, Professor.
Um, go
Professor, can
ahead.
I interject one more thing? Because you said it
Oh yeah, of course.
about
Go ahead.
20 minutes ago, and everybody was in front of me, so I didn't want to interrupt. But
Go ahead.
I can remember being in just growing up, being in social studies class that ended up turning into U.S. history, then world history. Then even once you got to high school, if you were in the PACE classes or the college prep classes, a lot of the time the literature that the English teacher would have you read was based off a lot of historical uh books or pieces of literature. But at my school, she never let us. She never introduced black literature if it wasn't Langston Hughes or somebody like that. So she never rarely introduced that. But something that you said a while ago about the three fifths compromise, I can remember the three fifths compromise being taught in U.S. history class, but when they bring it up, they get off of it real fast. And I've
Yeah,
never,
but
I've
that's
never heard that what you said as the reason as to why they were three fifths. It was for the votes.
what. Well,
But
brother.
I wanted to ask you:
To
do you have a specific? Is there any specific language in the three fifths compromise that speaks exactly to that, or is there a specific document that can confirm that that's exactly what it was, or was that like a hidden
I think it's in your face.
type of?
It may
It's
be
the
that.
electoral college.
Yeah, I'll hunt it down for you. I taught about that last semester, but yeah, it's in your face. It's real clear. It may be in the Constitution actually. Or no.
I mean, it's basically
Well, the
what created the
I
electoral college
just
today.
wanted to
Go ahead,
say
Wani.
something.
Yeah, you funny.
One is
I
funny as
wanted
hell, knowing she say something all the time.
Go ahead, Wani.
I, I just wanted to say before we move away from it, I put the thing in the jumbotron. It shows that that my great grandfather was owned by the federal army.
Wow, I
So
saw it. That's
you see the
hold on one
wording
second.
transferred from one person to the federal before we move
Hold on
away
one
from
second.
the
I'm trying to
topic
see.
and
I'm
start
looking for the
talking
word
about
transfer. I see a name, Harding,
wait.
Kentucky, farmer, black, federal army. It must be missing a little part. Because Wani, this is critical. This could be used in our reparations claim. This is what we call um admissible evidence.
Well, no, see, it says former enslaver and then the present
Oh, the
enslaved,
supposition.
enslaved
Got it.
by the
Got it.
federal
Form.
army. You
Mm-hmm.
see,
Oh, that's very interesting. How did you
see it.
find this, Wani? I need you to do some research on my family like this.
It's a weird website because the other grandfather was easier. Me great grandfather was easier because he was all in the newspaper. But this grandfather, um, I just kept searching his name and it popped up. Um, and then I had to make sure it was the right one because I know that that's the owner's name. So that made it easier. And that's what they were doing. They were just like, okay, the jig is up. We'll take this enslaved individual over here and turn them over. They got $300 for turning them in
Jeez.
their fight. And then they somehow, they were selling, there's basically selling to the the military.
Hey,
Craziness.
hey, Professor, can I throw something real funny in there real
Well,
quick?
hold on, Andy. Before I lose context, to address your question, I'm gonna look at it. I think it's in the Constitution before it was amended. It's not hidden. It spells it out for you that something about the voting, like they're able to vote. But I wanted to say that with the religion thing, Melanie and Indy, chapter 10 in my book, I wrote a whole book to counter what you're talking about, Indy. um I studied, history in grad school, and educational psychology, and I knew the truth because I read a lot. And when I got my books to teach, I was like, wait a minute, these books, like you just said, they'll touch on it, but they don't talk about like the whole thing. It's gaslighting. So I wrote a book to counter that. And when I did scholarship on religion, I found something on chapter 10 of my book, page 59. I have an article called "The Cherry Picked Clergyman: Religion as a Tool of Control." Um, what I said, according to me, slaves were denied access to their original traditional faith-based practices. By denying slaves access to their ability to worship God using a religion of their own creation, the European lowered African self-efficacy, and more importantly, they substantially lowered the overall stock market value of the world African likeness in general. So basically, um what and I'm not going to read all that, but what I put in there, what I discovered, and this was a crazy discovery of mine, is that the European ownership class, the 13 colony leadership, and my if you like this type of stuff, you'd love my workbook. It has all this type of shit in there. But the European, like the Thomas Jefferson class, came up with a brilliant idea. Evil but brilliant. They cherry picked studs, and I don't mean studs in the modern context. I mean men who, like ripped up men who had a lot of sex. And I want y'all to hear this shit very well because it's gonna make a lot of sense to y'all. These slave owner class picked the studs who were having the babies, the man they were making a lot of babies with, and they gave him the slave Bible. So it was a holy Bible with only a couple scriptures in it that supported white supremacy, slaves, obey your masters, that type of stuff, right? And they made these stud men. I'm not talking about stud in the context of LGBT. I'm talking about men. They turned these stud men into pastors. What am I saying? What I'm saying is in most black jurisdictions in 2024, the church has been passed down from granddaddy to son to grandson, etc., so on and so forth. So the lineage all the way back of the pastors. A lot of churches brag on this, right? Well, if you keep going back about 200 years, the original pastor had nothing to do with God. He was a sex machine who the white ownership class gave a slave Bible to with the intent of psychological control. The slave master would also urge this pastor to have sex with women in the congregation to break up the family. So these pastors who be having sex with everybody's women are in a lot of ways direct descendants of psychological warfare tools created by white supremacy. And they up in your church wearing a suit talking about God.
So that's the tradition of the
Yep.
church.
It blew my mind when I found that shit out. But it made
Lord,
so much sense. That's why these sons of bitches don't know they
Pastor.
can't save anybody's spirit because they're just sex machines. They're just a fucking
They're
they're
bucks.
bucks. That's a good word. A buck.
They're used for stud
A
service.
buck. I like that better than stud. Buck. Yeah. I don't know why that's funny. Oh shit. All right, who's next? Go ahead.
Now, I was going to say something that takes us to another, well, it goes back to what we were talking about before. You want DeBlack to go if he's going to be on the same topic?
Go ahead, Wani. We'll circle back to Black.
I don't know. Go ahead, DeBlack. You might be talking about what we're talking
Go
about
ahead,
now.
Black.
Uh, it's funny you say that because my granny wanted me to be a preacher because her daddy was a preacher, and since my mama didn't have, I was the only boy, and she didn't really have no boys. It was supposed to be passed down to me, and whew, it's a reason why R&B came from the gospel tradition, because during the chilling circuit, wild things happen on the chilling circuit. That's
Yep.
why if you watch the Ray Charles movie, you know, most R&B singers started uh, with gospel tours, and the gospel tours what made the chilling circuit over the years, because they just went back and went through them same routes to perform, and it's just very funny that you said that, because that's very true. Like, in the way that the church look now, like that's all that's left from the church. It's like everything else has been siphoned away, and all you have is the remains of what started it, the debauchery and the sex craziness of what the church is today.
So they wanted you to be a pastor.
Yeah, yeah. My granny wanted me to be a pastor.
Are you able to take on the stud service of a mega
I,
church?
I wouldn't be able. I mean, look. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't mind just being around beautiful women all day. Cause one thing I can say, if you want you a pretty fine woman that's thick, you gotta go to church. You know what I'm saying? Cause that's where all of them gonna be. It's just when they get old, they turn to super freaks. Cause that's just too much for me. I couldn't deal.
But the
Cause
Bible's not.
somebody.
It gets a
Go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say somebody got to deal with all them personalities after a while, and I ain't I ain't got the mental space for it.
Listen what Dr. Snyder, plural, Snyder said about what this topic. Dr. Snyder's, plural, said Christianity was not denied to the slaves as consistency was as was the education. Some masters thought it or the form of it offered slaves helping keeping them in line. White ministers preached them obedience and humility. Former slave Lunsford Lane will remember that on the Sabbath there was one sermon preached expressly for the colored people, which generally my privilege to hear. I became quite familiar with the text. Servants, the text is, quote, servants be obedient to your masters, will, and they will doth it not, shall be beaten with many stripes and other of this class, for they are form the basis of the most of these public instructions for to us. The first commandment impressed upon our minds was to obey our masters, and the second was like unto it, namely, to do as much work when they or the observers were not watching us as they were. It was all a finesse, and these bucks were picked for their sexual ability and their ability, their ability to. I'm trying to be educational with this. Their ability to kind of um, keep making babies back to back. Just their sexual ability. So basically, the white supremacists pick porn stars. And then he said, I mean, how fucked up is this, guys, hearing this? They picked porn stars and said, you know what? Give that porn star a Bible and tell them a little bit something about Jesus and that and this and that and obedience. And by the way, they start hearing rumors that slaves were getting married. They used to jump the broom. That's what the term jump the broom, because they weren't allowed to get married. But in the private of the night, they would jump the broom, and they got rumors that there were marriages going on. So to break up the marriage, the slave owner told the bucks to basically fuck everybody's wife. I mean, what type of people are what type of people are these? Are we in hell? Are these demons?
They are, and
Possibly.
they not following the Bible because
Possibly.
nothing in the Bible talks about that. So
You think?
yeah,
They're reading it
they
upside
corrupt.
down. I think they read the Bible upside
Yep.
down.
Exactly.
And
Professor,
It says
read
nothing like
European
that.
history. They do the exact same things in European history. I mean, it's you'd be amazed at how many families will. I've read European history. I'm like, man, they are in terms of subterfuge and deception far thousands of years ahead of us. That's
Oh
just
yeah.
what they've done it for so long.
The
You are you
Bible.
are you
And
are you referring to first rights?
well, I mean, I'm not familiar with that. What do you
So
mean first rights?
first rights was the king. Listen to this shit, ladies and gentlemen. In Europe, the king had first rights. So if anybody got
Okay, yeah,
married,
okay, yeah,
if
I'm
me and
familiar with that.
Wani
Yeah,
got married, the king exercised first rights. So the day me and Wani got married, the king would, before I got to sleep with Wani, the king would say, "Hell no, I get her first, and I get her the day after he done wore her out."
First dibs, in other
yeah, I'm
words.
familiar with that. But I would challenge any freedman here just to read 500 years of European history and look at how many times their borders change, and you'd be like, geez, I mean, can these people ever like? It's completely unstable. It was unstable for centuries. I mean, and so like for us to even put our neck out there and to get in the middle of any European conflict, I'm like, man, this is going back thousands of years, and when we came in contact with them, they were masters of this. I mean,
Yep.
they were just really good at it. And so even today, black people don't understand the art of deception. They don't understand counsels and maxims, Nietzsche. And you try to tell them and say, hey, read this, read that. This is how these people will react. And this is how they're used to playing these games. And we as a community are more geared toward like, honesty, non-deception. We don't play the long game like they do. And I'm like, dude, they play so many games and they do it on the world stage. That's how they stay on top.
Yeah, and yeah, and like our brother Three said, we used to. I'm starting to see us wise up. We used to get fooled by that smile. They come smiling. You know what our brother Paul Mooney said? Paul Mooney said, he said we used to think that that white man was a little domesticated poodle. He said that thing is a wolf, and wolves hunt in packs. But looking back to analyze, I study European psychology, and I'm not going to wear down on this. I'm going to have a space to talk about European psychology, but a really good book to get is Michael Bradley's The Iceman Inheritance. Michael Bradley was Caucasian, PhD, and he wrote this book as an apology to us. He analyzes his own kind, and he got banished to Canada, from what I was told. He couldn't practice, couldn't teach in America. They ran his ass to Canada. But on page 26, Michael Bradley says he nails what we're dealing with. Michael Bradley says, page 26, last paragraph: not intelligence, nor morality, nor spirit, but aggression is responsible for the white man's superiority. Aggression is responsible for the expansion of the Caucasoids both geographically and culturally at the expense of other races. So, what Europeans had over, I don't even know if I want to say over because I don't view it as better. What the Europeans were willing to do that no other group was willing to do was, like Fire Nagy said, just deception. Just, basically everybody else had a code. Tariq kind of talked about this a couple weeks ago. There was a man code. It was a code of ethics. I'm not going to do that. Even if you look at slavery in other cultures,
chivalry. They had a
chivalry,
chivalry code.
right? If you
And
look
they had a code of how to date women and to court them, and even rules about dating married women.
right, and if you enslave people, it was brutal, but you could do whatever you want to the men. But you would the rules were you could not touch the fucking family of the slave men. So when the slave men were done getting their ass whipped, getting mutilated or whatever, they could limp to their village and be around their wife and kids, who the rules said you don't touch their wife and kids. So when we got thrown into the slave trade, um shit, hey, those rules didn't apply with Europeans. Europeans took liberty to do whatever they want with the children. Like we were kind of psychologically damaged behind that mess. You know what I'm saying? It was not normal. We're not dealing in a normal epoch of time. We're dealing with a group of people who.
Can,
Oh, go ahead.
I was
Nation
gonna
by the
say,
poll.
Go ahead,
can you
Wani.
tell me? I was gonna say, can you tell me who said that white people were like poodles?
Paul Mooney, the comedian.
Why did he have that impression?
Paul Mooney he was talking about the 50s and the 60s. In the 70s, he was saying that black people, we thought that collectively, we thought that the uh Europeans were kind of like, because they smile and they dress up nice and, hey, how you doing, Merry Christmas, he
Okay,
thought that
well,
they were.
because we have to get civil rights because they were not civilized.
Yeah, but he said he said we thought that was a domesticated dog. They say we thought, and he
Mm-mm.
said no, that's a wolf.
Their women had to get rights because, and their children had to get rights because they treated children poorly, told them that they should be seen and not heard, and didn't even bother to raise them, just threw them over to some nanny or some wet nurse. Talking about being raised by a single mother, what is that? You don't even see your children. They make jokes about it. Like, don't bring it in here. When the nanny would try to bring the child
it
in, to visit the father, they say, don't bring it in here.
it Um,
It.
y'all, I could really just fuck y'all up, man, blow your mind just off those couple sentences that Wani said. I've done extensive scholarship on what she just said, ladies and gentlemen, and I discovered something. Wani said women's rights. She's referring to what will become white people because the Italians weren't white, the Irish weren't white. But like I said earlier, we created whiteness. Whiteness was created in diametric opposition to us, but that's a whole nother topic. What I'm talking about is in the early 1900s, early 20th century. Like Wani said, there was a case. It was a The Italian and Irish women were treated like shit. Children were having to work in factories at 3 years old, 4 years old, and they were working there with the women in horrible conditions, no bathrooms. It was a building in New York, in Manhattan, where the Italians and the Irish women and children were making stuff. And the back in the day, the doors on buildings used to open inward. You would pull them in. Well, this case I'm about to tell you about changed the law. So now doors, if you go to a building like a hospital or a big building, they either open electronically from side to side or they open outward. So what happened is there was a fire in this textile mill. You had children, you had women packed to the brim, making textiles, and a fire broke out. And the women tried to bum rush downstairs, but guess what? The door didn't open outward, it opened inward. The fucking door got jammed, and the whole neighborhood, the Italian and Irish neighborhood, sat there and watched women and children burn alive. Women jump and children jumping off the building and going splat on the sidewalk as opposed to burning. Well, what that did was galvanize Italian and Irish women, and they start marching through the streets. The white women, it's a union involved with this. The damn, I can't think of the name of the union, but anyway, the white women would march through the streets for equal rights because of that incident and because of the way they were treated. And the white male structure fought them. According to Dr. Howard Zinn, the police were given orders by the mayor of New York to make examples out of women. Irish women who were pregnant were targeted in the crowd, and the police on several occasions beat the child out of them, beat them in the stomach with a cane until they gave a birth, what do you call it, spontaneous abortion, to make examples out of white women. White women were treated like shit. So what did white women do? Italian and Irish do, lower class women. They joined this union. I could find the name shortly in a moment once I find my book, but is a UWW or, well, I'm gonna look the name up of the union, but they joined a union. Who This union had socialist underpeggings. Here goes the socialists again, and white women start to form together. They start going to school to become teachers and attorneys and medical doctors in some cases. And the white women learned how to stick together against the white men, but the white men, the government white male structure kept sending, beating the shit out the women, killing them in the streets. But this is what happened. I want y'all to hear this very well. During shortly after Reconstruction, during the 20s, this union start to accept black men. Uh-oh. So you had unionized white women and unionized white black men in the same union. Y'all hear this shit well. The white women start using the black man to get at the male power structure. And white women were having sex with black men in Harlem. They were going to Harlem for parties and shit. I mean, I could read. Hold on, this is worth it. Hold on, let me find Dr. Zen's book. I want to read a list of shit they told white women they couldn't do behind them going to see some niggas. Hold on one second. Y'all got to hear this shit.
Are you talking about the IWW, the
IWW.
wobbles?
There you go. It wouldn't come to my
The
head. I
Yeah, the wobbles.
The Wobblies, yeah, want to say UWW, but it's IWW. There you go. But
I
listen,
am loving this. I need this info.
listen at this shit. What they told them they couldn't do. But basically, ladies and gentlemen, what I want y'all to hear is white women. They tried fighting white men, and they start marching through the street. White men didn't give a fuck. They were killing them. The way they got white men's attention is start fucking black dudes in the union. Um, if I can't find it in time, basically, oh, there it is. Hello. In 1900, there were 500,000 women office workers. In 1870, this is according to Dr. Howard Zinn. In 1900, there were 500,000 women office workers. In 1870, there had been 19,000. So look at that exponential jump. White women said, oh shit, we can't fight the white man by marching, but we're going to fight him in a union. White women were switchboard operators, store workers, nurses. 500,000 were teachers. Teachers formed a teachers league that fought against the automatic firing of women who became pregnant. The following rules for female teachers were posted by the school board. Do not get married. Don't get married, right? I.e., don't marry niggas. Number two, do not leave town at any time without permission of the school board, because they were going to Harlem and fucking niggas. Number three, do not keep company with men being niggas. Don't keep company with them. Number four, be at home between the hours of 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. Why? Because in Harlem, niggas was throwing parties with them zoot suits. Number five, do not loiter downtown at ice cream stores. Number six, do not smoke. Niggas was out there smoking. Number seven, do not get into a carriage with any man except your father or brother, i.e., do not get in a carriage or a buggy with a nigga. Number eight, do not dress in any bright colors. I guess niggas like them white women in their red dress, right? Number nine, do not dye your hair. Question mark. Number 10, do not wear any dress more than 2 inches above your ankle, because niggas like looking at you. Long story, this shit is deeper than a motherfucker, man. They got Helen Keller involved. Helen Keller was part of this.
Helen
Oh,
Keller.
hell yeah.
Ain't Helen Keller blind
Oh
and
man.
mute?
Oh
It
no,
don't
no,
matter.
no.
Is this
They ain't
a
getting the
people's
blind
history by
person?
Howard Zinn?
Yes, sir. This shit goes deeper and deeper. Helen Keller was pulled out of the was it Madame Blavatsky or some shit? This shit gets into
What?
hell yeah. This shit gets into like the cults. This shit gets like hey, history is the truth is stranger than fiction, y'all.
So
Um,
you saying Helen Keller out here doing the Ray Charles, but instead of grabbing wrist, she grabbing thing.
listen to this. So
Helen Keller. Oh
hell
Lord.
yeah, yeah.
Can
They
you
they
please put that in a jumbotron, Professor? Because I need that. It did sound like better a bootleg Tyler Perry movie or something. Because this is I never knew this.
yeah.
Jesus.
Howard
Helen
Zinn was
Keller was
great. I mean, yeah.
You never. I had no idea.
Helen Keller was rolled out like basically women. What I'm trying to get y'all to see is white women start organizing, and they got the attention of the white male power structure by fucking black dudes, because black dudes were allowed in the IWW. They were allowed in the union. You had niggas and white women together. White women collectively said, "Okay, the white man's not going to listen to us for marching the street, getting babies beat out of us. We gonna fuck these niggas." And the white men were
Mhm.
like, "Oh, hold on, no, stop doing that,
Whoa,
stop."
whoa, 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 whoa. Now wait a minute. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Basically, ladies and gentlemen, what I'm telling you is that plus other events, feminists, I mean, not feminists, women groups brought out Helen Keller. Helen Keller, in writing in 1911 to the suffragists in England, said, quote, our democracy is but a name. We vote. What does that mean? It means that we choose between two bodies of real, not through not avowed autocrats. We choose between Tweedledum and Tweedledee. You ask for votes for women, but what good can votes do when 10/11ths of the land of Great Britain belongs to blah, blah, blah. They rolled her ass out as a prop to get women's rights. So basically, what happened, ladies and gentlemen, was it the 20th Amendment Which amendment gave white women their votes? I feel like the 20th, 19th, 20th, I forget. Whatever amendment that was, it gave women, air quotes, the right to vote, except for black women, Asian women, Hispanic women, and Indians. So I'm not going to, I don't know why the fuck it says women. I want to say it's the 19th Amendment, but I'm going blank on that. The 19th or 20th Amendment, either which one of those was passed because white women in the Union were fucking niggas. Everything comes back to us. Yep. And you can see it in Spike Lee's movie Malcolm X. He was in Harlem fucking white girls. There's a little hint of it. What she do when Malcolm went to jail? She went and married a rich man.
Now, I'm just going to ask some questions because I just noticed something with this conversation. I have never heard of, okay, there's no mechanism for dark haired white people to complain. Have you noticed that? So when they start going on and on about blonde hair and blue eyes, like Hitler was doing with his dark hair, there's like, who's going to complain about that? They just bend over and accept you don't have blonde hair and blue eyes, so you're a loser. Are they, is that what they accept? Because they don't push back against it. When somebody has a child and they're like, oh, this one has brown hair, but this son has blonde hair and blue eyes, there's no pushback. So they are agreeing to the colorism and just bending over. So they probably wonder why we're we push back. We push back and we defend our ethnicity, but they don't push back and they don't defend their heritage of brown
Wani, there's a
hair.
psychological reason because it's a hierarchy. It's just a hierarchy, and it's very clear and stark. They're dark white people. I've seen this happen in families. Shit, Cher talked about it. Cher, her sister was blonde and white looking, and Cher came out looking whatever they are, Italian or whatever.
Ethnic. She's Armenian.
Yeah, she said the people treated her different. Her mom, that she talked about that. She said they all treated her like she was something was wrong. Um, but it wanting. Let me tell you the sauce. What keeps it together is us. At least it's what I call the at least I'm not a nigga factor. As long as I'm telling you, we're so important. Listen to what Dr. Howard Zinn said on that lines. He says the need for slave control led to an ingenious device. I'm gonna say that shit one more time. The need for slave control led to an ingenious device, paying poor whites themselves so troublesome for 200 years of Southern history to be overseers of black labor and therefore buffers for black hatred. Religion was used for control. Yes, that's it. I've seen it happen. I'm brown. I'm a darker white guy in a family of blondes, but at least I'm not a nigga. That's the importance of the nigga. Remember,
Hmm.
it's so
Now,
important.
another thing I noticed is that I've never seen a white man criticize white women for shaving their unibrow or shaving their arms and legs. And they don't say, well, that's your natural look, that's your heritage. You can't shave. I mean, they spend billions of dollars in waxing and shaving and getting rid of things that they don't like about their natural look. So why are we the only one that's singled out for grooming?
Bec-
Um,
because the nigga is a scapegoat. Let's go to my book on page. Where the fuck is it? Let's see. And this is coming from Isabella
oh,
Wolf.
but we're criticized by our own group, though.
That's why I did this space today. I'm trying to figure that out. Does that come from what I want to know is that does that come, as Dr. Welsing said, from the white likeness of God? Did that do damage to the old folk and they kind of passed down to us that without knowing it? I'm not saying they knew it, but it's like burned into your subconscious that white is God. I remember the old folks in Birmingham. I'm from we got raped on yeah, I said it right. Them battlefields of slavery. We was all raped up. We got blue eyes and look at my picture, green eye, curly hair, rape. But I remember the old folk looking at babies when they were born and look at her ear, baby. You can tell what color she gonna be by looking at her ear. Like, who gives a fuck if the baby gonna be brown? Brown is sexy.
But we have a mechanism to go against it.
Which is
and to say no, we're a range of colors, and say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. We have a mechanism to fight against it, but they don't. So when their baby gets born and they say, "Oh, he's got brown eyes," ugh, he doesn't look like me. I've seen them be very insulting to their children, and there's no way to. They don't have a way to fight against it.
they don't.
They
But
just accept it, and they just have to say, "Yeah, I'm a loser. I'm a German over here during a blonde-haired, blue-eyed craze," and most of them have dark hair and brown eyes. So
and when
what what were they thinking?
when they're out in public and they see a nigga, they throw a bottle at them and call him a nigga. That's what it's
Yeah,
all
that's
about.
why the more ethnic people are more hostile toward us.
Hello.
Italian people are very hostile
Oh yeah.
because they have to prove that they're white all the time because they don't have the blonde hair and the blue eyes.
Oh, I gotta say this. I had an experience in 2017. My wife went to residency again, and I moved. I actually enjoyed it. I moved to Rochester, New York. I got a I got an or I got a station. I got stationed there, so I got a transfer, and I moved to Rochester with her. And I taught at a school where the faculty, no shit, at this school in downtown Rochester, a wonderful little place actually, freezing cold though. The faculty was 99 point motherfucking 9% Italians. I'm sorry, 99.8% Italians. The principal was a Jamaican woman. I need not say anything else, right? And I was a black what I teach? Science. I taught biology. I was a biology teacher. Certified faculty, 99.8% Italian white people. Um, on the week before school started, we did an extensive preparation program, which I thought was dope. But the last part of our little preparation program was we took a field trip, about 30 educators, administrators, and psychologists, and one social worker who can burn in hell. Fuck her to hell. I'll tell you why in a moment. We walked around Hudson. Anybody knows Rochester? That's a black neighborhood. We walked down Hudson Avenue and observe. So the psychologist, her idea for doing that was to help the educators, psychologists, and administrators understand the neighborhood that we were teaching in. Now understood it because I'm from that hood. That is me, right? But they didn't, and I just sat quietly and listened to what they said. They said things like, "Wow, look at the barbed wire. They live in a war zone. Wow, they must be trapped in their houses. Are they going to rob us?" Well, the comments that these teachers made about the kids were very frequently implied that the kids wanted to be like them, which was not true. I witnessed one of my little girls, damn near 100%. I don't think I had one white kid. I had one white kid. I'm sorry. 99.9% of the students were black and dark Hispanic. So they're Dominican. They look like black people, but they spoke Spanish. But one day we had slushy day on Wednesday, and one of my little girls, I taught sixth grade. One of my 11-year-old girls came out the bathroom like stumbling. I said, "What's wrong with you?" And she like mumbled something at me. I was like, "Man, what's wrong with her?" And one of the lady teachers was like, "Girl, come here." And she smelled her breath. And she said, "Dr. A, this girl drunk." So I got another female teacher to go in the bathroom, the girls' bathroom, to find out what was going on. This lady teacher came out with a big old gallon. I have not seen a bottle this big of Ciroc. Like it was a gallon. It was bigger than a fifth. It was like a gallon. Like who? I've never seen anybody make those big bottles. But she came out with a gallon of Ciroc, and it was a little girl in the stall, apparently, according to the female teacher, pouring Ciroc in everybody's slushy. That's not funny, but it is now. Well, anyway, the police got involved, and the little girl that had bought the bottle of Ciroc was one of mine, and the police got involved. They were gonna, execute her arrest. We were like, "Where'd you get it from?" She said, "Well, it's just my mama's. My mama had it. Did mama let you have it?" No, I took it without her knowing. So the social worker got involved and was gonna call the police. I said, "No, don't call the police I said, her daddy, I said, this baby, she had a daddy. I kind of choke up thinking about this. She had a daddy who, her mama couldn't do shit with her. She would cuss her mama out because her mama would be bringing dudes up in there, slaying dudes. And, she didn't respect her mama because her mama didn't respect the household, right? Well, um, she respected her daddy. Her daddy had just got out of prison for some bullshit, was on probation. And mama said, please don't arrest me. She said, call her daddy. Her daddy's the only person she listens to. So I talked the cop down, told the cop to stand down, and we called daddy. And daddy got in the car and drove up there right away. And he came in there, he said, did you bring this? He got sat down where she straightened up like a soldier. He said, did you bring liquor to the fucking school? She's like, no, sir. He's like, did you bring liquor to the school? Yes, sir. And she was like, he was like, did you give it to other children? No, sir. It's like, look at me. Don't lie to me. Did you get this to the other children? Yes, sir. And he slapped her in the face. It wasn't a bad slap. It wasn't like slapping the shit out of nobody. It was kind of like a tap. Like, how dare you? And she started crying. And he gave her a big hug. He said, we make mistakes. I made a mistake. I just got out of jail for making a dumbass mistake. I don't want you to make a mistake like I did. That white social worker called the goddamn police and reported him for child abuse for slapping her in the face and sent his ass back to prison. That's why we need our own schools. Martin Cross.
Can I say
Go
something?
ahead.
It's about something before this. Before I want to like, because I don't want to get too far on when Miss Lonnie was talking about how the white women they didn't even take care of their own kids. I wanted to comment on. I'm pretty sure everyone in here knows who Paris Hilton is.
Oh yeah.
I seen this was probably over a year ago. She had a baby, and that baby, okay, she basically, I don't know if you guys heard about this, but you know how it be like in a blog, you hear about her, whatever. She was scared to hold her own baby. I don't know why this girl went on her live or something like that. She was recording herself. She was scared to even pick up her baby.
Jeez.
Like she didn't even have a connection with her child.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I think the baby. I think she. The he. I think he was born like surrogate or whatever. And what's sad is like even the dad. The
Oh,
dad picked
she
up the
didn't give birth
baby.
to him.
I don't
Weird.
think so. I don't
Wow.
remember. No, I think he was born by via surrogate. I don't
Wow.
remember exactly. Please don't quote me on that. I'm gonna have to look it up. But I know she didn't. She didn't have no type of connection. But I know even if the mother does not birth the baby, they still have like a connection with them. Like, Candy Burr, her youngest two, she didn't birth them or whatever, but she has you know what I mean? Like, she talks,
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're
she has a
surrogate.
connection,
They're
but she was
they're
scared.
surrogate
Like, the
children.
baby started crying. She didn't even know how to soothe him. The dad picked up the baby. She didn't even know how to feed the baby. She didn't know how to change the diaper. Talking about she's scared. She don't want to hurt him. Like, girl, like, why did you even have kids? Well, I know why she had kids. More than likely, her husband wanted to have kids, but of course, she needed air. But that basically what Miss Wani was saying. Like, they don't even take care of their kids. It was the ancestors. It was us taking care of the. It was the enslaved black women, basically the house niggas taking care of their children. They
Jeez.
breastfed them and all of that during slavery. But what was I saying? And oh yeah, about the I didn't know that that's why that act was passed. The
Oh
women's
yeah. Yeah.
rights,
Yeah.
and that's what Donnie. That's why they hate our black men so much. Because I always wonder, like, they be so quick. If a white woman, they be so quick. Oh, that white woman with that nigger over there. Oh, what she over there? That it's like, nigga, why you hating so much? But it's like they despise our black men from. since the beginning.
It,
I don't
it's
know if
a
it's
it's a
the
deep
my dick is bigger than yours or whatever. Excuse
it's
my
a
expression,
deep
but
it's a
I don't
deep
know.
Well, they shouldn't have put them on the auction block. They wouldn't have seen all that.
hello.
They shouldn't have put them naked on the auction block. They tried to humiliate them, and they got humiliated.
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah. You said a lot, and
Yeah, I'm sorry. And
no,
then I
no,
wanted to
no, 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 no,
comment
no. Don't
on.
no. I'm saying you said a lot,
Listen.
which is good. No, don't go there. I'm saying you said a lot. That's good because I want to address something you brought up. So no, don't ever. Not on my space. No. I'm grateful that you said a lot. I'm not telling you. I'm not. That's not me. That's not my space.
Thank you.
I wanted to address what you said about Paris Hilton. Dr. Francis Quest Welsing. Ooh, how do I put this in a sentence? Dr. Welsing argues that Europeans, and this is Dr. Welsing's argument, that state of albinism has them missing something. And the short version is it's a neural, according to Welsing, there's a neural connector in melanin that's missing, which alienates them from the universe. Basically, there's something in our body that connects us. Like, you know how black people we can be around. Wani was telling me something earlier. She's like, when I'm around certain people, I can just feel what they. I feel like that's a black thing. Like we can feel like I've gone to rooms and be like, ooh shit, I don't know, I ain't welcome here. Ain't nobody said nothing. Ain't nobody even look funny. It's just the vibe. It's like I walk in, it's like, why is he here? You know. Um. Well, anyway, Dr. Wilson said that given the fact, or given her pontification that Europeans, a lot of Europeans don't have this connectivity, they're alienated. Dr. Wilson says alienation. Where is it? Alienation is the very same dynamic that pushes human beings away from respectful, harmonious relationships with the physical environment, leading to the pollution and destruction of the environment. So, Dr. Sharshi McIntyre says it like this. Dr. Sharshi McIntyre said the African comes in contact with a tree that he needs to cut down. He says a prayer for it. He pours libation. He asks permission to take the tree's life. Then he kills the tree. Dr. Sharshi McIntyre said the Indian shows up, the Native American shows up, needs to make a canoe out the tree. He has a ceremony for the tree. He pours the tree its favorite water. He hugs the tree. They dance and they sing for the tree. Then he asks permission to cut the tree down. And he cuts the tree down. He tells the tree that I'm gonna make a canoe out of you that's gonna serve my family for generations, and your sacrifice is gonna be worth it. Then he cuts the tree down and makes a canoe out of it. Dr. Sharshi McIntyre says a European walks up to a tree and says, "Chomp." What? It's just a tree. That's according to Wells an alienation from being outside of the envelope of understanding the universe, and that's the dangerous part. Because if what Dr. Welsing says is true, if what Dr. Welsing said was true, this group of people is not aware of its destructive tendencies. Therefore, yeah, I'm not sure if they're able to change. You can't change what you're not aware of, right?
Well, they've been destructive for so long.
But why are they destructive? It was Dr. Welsing right? Is it a missing chip? Are they just not comprehending? For instance, psychopaths don't know what they're doing is wrong. They have no clue. My Aunt June was a nurse practitioner and she worked in a mental institution for children. And June told me years in the 90s, she was like, there was a rich couple, white kids. Well, they were young couple, white, like perfect little blonde, whatever, super ultra rich, and they had according to my Aunt June, a perfect little white 3-year old boy, and they would keep driving the boy back to the mental institution to drop him off because this little boy would wake up in the middle of the night and had an obsession with setting mommy on fire. And I don't mean a little bit. I mean throwing lighter fluid on it. He wanted to burn his mommy up. He didn't know that was wrong. In his mind, he was missing a chip that said, you know what? You need to burn mommy up. You can't punish somebody for something they don't know is wrong. Well, if Dr. Welsing is correct, if she was, she's positing that that same type of chip that involved with psychopaths is genetically inherited in the whole. I hope she's wrong, because if she's right, we're in trouble. Go ahead, the black.
It goes to the point what Wanda said earlier, and that everywhere you go around the world, they still have the same culture as from the Marco Polo days. So if they do come over here and take over, are we the spoils of war? And I really think we are,
Yep.
because that's the reason why they can't really just pinpoint the origins of the Negro, because we have innovated, and we continue to innovate, and everywhere we have stepped foot and kind of like had a sizable population, we have upgraded their infrastructure and their way of thinking. That's why Britain is where it is now, but it's still at a stagnant standstill, because it's still somewhat like in the early 1900s. And when you really just look at these other countries, they really like it. It really kind of looked like the development of the world until now, because it's like they still bathing in piss over here. Then you go over here, now they wearing clothes. Then you come a little closer to America, they doing a little 20th century stuff, and then when you make it to the full Western side of the world, you get what we have, and then what Britain has as like the nostalgia look of what they thought and they wanted America to be. And I feel like that's why they so upset in Europe, because now it's starting to be like the rest of the world. Like we they want to civilize the world, and now the world want to be civilized too. But most of the world has brown people, and white people really just didn't think of that. They should have just stayed in a small little enclaves of technology and advancement, and had some bragging rights to say, yeah, I'm still better than my European cousins that Slavs, or know what I'm saying, Russians that still believe in Black Jesus, or Catholics that still pray to baby Black Jesus. Like they don't have them one ups no more with their other European counterparts. So now they're just upset and having a tantrum.
Well, let's entertain Dr. Welsing for a second. If Dr. Welsing is correct, and this group of people is incapable, basically, is set on course for just absolute destruction, just by not being. What's a good way of saying? I'll tell y'all a good way of saying this. Do y'all know what will happen to your fingers and your extremities if you didn't feel pain?
You can lose them
Easier
all
to
then.
come off.
Yeah, you
They will fall off.
they'll fall. You keep bumping into shit. There's a disease where you can't feel pain, and it's like torture. Like they lose their fingers, they lose their. You can't feel pain serves a function. Well, Dr. Welsing posits said it's the same type of a similar protocol with them. They don't feel connectivity. I saw some shit made me gag the other day. It was a white girl went to Yale. She's a PhD, and she was in science, PhD, and they have to kill. They do research on rats, and they have to kill rats and monkeys and shit. That's why one reason I never got into that. I'm not gonna kill no monkey, no rat. Well, anyway, this lady, this white girl, was naming the rats. Had named a whole family of monkeys and rats. This is Bob, and this is Thomas, and this is Harriet. Bye, Harriet. She had named them and made whole relationships with them, and then put them down. That's like lack of connectivity.
You're not supposed to do
She did
that. I
it. She
mean,
did it.
even
Exactly. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah.
in the farm, they have, my friend had a farm, and they had rules like you don't view them as your cat or dog. So I don't know the rules, but she said there were rules.
This damn fool named them and was putting them down with a smile on her face. I had to put Harriet down.
That's
That's what
crazy.
Dr. Welsing is positing. And if it makes sense, because how else could you operate in a world where you're fucking destroying everything? Everything is fucking destroyed.
Because that's how Europe operated for thousands of years. You couldn't be emotional in Europe. So many people were killed and died over meaningless wars. And then when they spread out, that's just all they know is violence and war and conflict. and deception. And they call everybody else violent when you fight back.
Well, is it violent because of necessity, or is it violent because something's wrong? Dr. Amos Wilson said Black Americans stop inculcating this behavior. Inculcate is when you take some in and say, I'm the nigga, which, like all of us have done. I did it too. Oh, Lord, I need to wear my bow tie and dress up extra nice so people don't think I'm in a gang. I inculcated the stereotype. But Dr. Amos Wilson said, stop inculcating the Europeans' point of view. Maybe have you considered the fact that they may be pathological, right?
Yes, I think that's spot on, because they looked at Adolf Hitler as if he was a one-off, right? And
Yep.
they scream at Adolf Hitler. There were like hundreds of Adolf Hitlers in European history.
I put the list of European conflicts in there, but yeah, it's a lot. And it doesn't even talk about, I have to go find the list of European conflicts in the Americas, not the Americas, North America specifically. They were fighting like wild animals. And if we had chosen as Black people, if we did not choose to be on the Union side, if we could have easily taken the weapons we had and just ran amok, just just joined in with the Native Americans, or either went out on our own. What would that be? Because it would still be Europeans fighting each other, and then it would be Native Americans, scalping people and bow and arrowing people. And then we would be running around with all the guns that we got. So we're the only people that have any sense up in their head and know how to settle it, or know how to put it into it. Because that's a decision that we made, that we didn't have to make that. We could have just run amok all over the country, just like everybody else was doing. We're the only ones that decided, yeah, maybe it's a good idea if we just do this northwest thing, I mean, north south thing, and let it be decided like that, instead of branching off and fighting and becoming another fighting faction that just bumps out of nowhere and attacks, ambush attacks.
Right. Yeah, but that's kind of a gift and a curse, because that morality and that need to do the right thing perpetuates the system. It does. It perpetuates. Like I was saying, like David Banner said. David Banner said, if you leave Europeans, European history is so destructive that if you leave them alone and just stay out their way, they will just destroy each other. Our need to get in the middle and let's we are the world shit gets us in trouble. You know. You know.
It's cause shit, if they fuck each other up, eventually they gonna end up fucking the rest of the world up. So we have to have that sensibility of, hey, y'all doing too much. Y'all need to calm down, because y'all start dropping nuclear bombs on each other. The aftermath will come back on us. So I understand why we try to be the middleman and be like, okay, everybody, let's get along now. We done fought enough. But yeah, sometimes we do just need to, hey, mind our business. And when the dust clears, I know it's sad to say, but yeah, we need to kick the rest of them while they down, and just end it all.
Mm-hmm. Shaka Ben.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing?
What's up, brother?
Chilling, man. Brother Professor Allen, how you doing? Wani, Nikki the God. Yo, man, that thing is it's called.
I can't hear anything.
Can you hear me?
You can't hear Ronnie. I can.
Oh, okay.
Shaka, you want to drop down? I'm gonna
I
bring
just
you right back up.
respond.
All right.
I'll bring you right back up. Like to speak. Uh-oh. Where you went? Uh-oh, I don't know where Shaka went. But he'll come back. But yeah, this is a very
Let's see
you
him.
do.
Hold on.
Oh, go ahead, Shaka. I didn't see you.
Okay.
All right, you hear me
Yes,
now?
sir. Wani, can you hear him?
Testing, testing, one, two, 1, 2.
Yes.
Okay. Hope I don't forget my thoughts, man. There's so many things y'all said tonight, man. I wanted to speak on, but to the thing about that you see, it's called the Cain gene. It's the Cain gene. from back in biblical times. That gene has never left. That set of race of people. They have this barbaric way about them where it's like destruction and killing. It's almost numb to them. It doesn't recollect to their psyche that it's a wrong thing that they're doing. This is why
It's
they
the
can.
norm. It's their
Yeah,
norm.
yeah, they can go around the world and just destroy, crush, and kill, with impunity, and feel that it is the right thing to do for the civilization of the people, But see, here's the wild part about it. They had the nerve to use that word civilized, but yet they're the most barbaric species on the face of the earth. How can you call yourself civilized? What's civilized about going and just totally annihilating the people, taking over their heritage, squashing their heritage, making them adopt yours, and then you're calling it, bringing civilization to a people? I find that complete madness, man. And to speak on earlier about when you guys were talking about the root thing and all that, you see, the roots wasn't always used to be for combat. The root work and that a lot of people did. I watched my grandmother. She was like a root worker. Her root work was more like for medicinal reasons. A lot of root work was also medicinal. It wasn't always for conjuring or to ward off. In South Carolina, I've seen my grandmother heal little white children who didn't trust their mother taking them to doctors, and they'll be screaming and scratching and crying, and then they'll come bring them to my grandmother's house, and she'll take wax out their ear and probably mix it with something and put it in their tooth, and there goes the toothache. And what I mean, so a lot of the root workers, especially in South Carolina, because in South Carolina they call it working roots. All right, watch out, she might work roots. So, but see, a lot of them didn't understand the agrarian state of woodworking, which was not looked at, so much as what. See, all this negative of the high sciences. I don't even like to call it dark. I like to call it high sciences. All the negative cliche of the high sciences. That's all white construct. That's all white production. That's all white propaganda to try to make you think that it's all wrong. It all stems from ancient Obia, which comes out of Africa. Santeria, voodoo, all that comes from Obia. And Obia is not necessarily good or evil. It's how you use it. You know what I mean? And that's where root work come from. Because root work is basically just the elements. It's the elements, the earth, the wind, the fire, the water. That is conjuring and using the elements for either medicinal or for either conjuring to ward off things, like in the wars, like in Haiti and some of the uprisings here in America, man. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, guys, I'll be controversial on you guys and tell you some crazy shit. I Everything with me is a long story. I see things in long format. I struggle trying to shorten stuff. But I was supposed to be when I got commissioned, I was supposed to be historian. And like I said earlier, I got a transfer to Rochester, New York. They granted me a transfer. My squadron was in Mississippi, and they granted my transfer. And I show up to Rochester to my duty station to be historian. And my commander, Lieutenant Colonel Candy Jones, said, "You're my new aerospace education officer, right?" I was like, "No, ma'am, I'm a historian." She said, "That job is closed." And she said, "You're my new aerospace education officer." And she walked off. We just walked off, left me standing there. So I went back to get trained on physics and science and computer science, basically. The reason why I brought that up is for about 3 years, I taught physics. And it blew my mind studying physics because physics sound like that whole voodoo thing. Like physics gets weird, man. Like there are certain when you're talking about quantum physics, there's a good book called The Dancing Wu Li, W Lee Li, Dancing Wu Li Masters, that talks about advanced quantum physics. Basically, Europeans tried to study quantum physics, and I'm gonna mess this up. Average kind of, I'm not average. Seven. always corrects me with this. But basically, the Europeans were trying to do a study on particles, quantum particles, and they start to see that quantum particles like act like people. Basically, they were trying in a lab trying to observe a quantum particle. And what fucked the European scientists up is what they noticed when they looked at it, it went away. It's almost like it didn't want to be looked at. But when they turned their back, it reappeared. So why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this. I know a little bit about quantum physics and a whole lot about Newtonian physics. And physics, when you talk about quantum, real small, real powerful, power is small, ladies and gentlemen. Um, things get weird. It starts sounding like voodoo. Things start that inanimate objects seem to have personalities, which again, the Japanese and the what's it called, Wani? Animism. They believe that everything has a spirit. That's
Hmm.
like quantum
Yeah,
physics,
animist.
man.
Well, it's just like when you all, back in the day when, like when I got sick, I remember, my parents got divorced in the 70s. They shipped our asses to South Carolina, my grandma, for like 5.5 years from DC. So we were kids. I was like 6 years old. But I remember I used to get sick, right? And my granddaddy, he'll go out in the back in the woods and he'll come back up with this root, and it was called sassafras. And he would make a tea out of that. And then the sassafras tea will actually knock that cold out of you, and and we got away from a lot of our herbs, roots, wisps, and all those things. We've gotten all into pills and elixirs and all that, where we had natural ways of healing and taking care of ourselves, medicinally, what I mean, and that had a lot to do with the root workers in South Carolina that I can speak of, So yeah, you'll find that there's a lot of deepness when it comes to, when you start talking about root work, hoodoo, voodoo, santeria, and all that stuff. It all stems from obia, obea. It all stems from obia.
Yeah, it's interesting. Uh,
Hey, Professor, watch Dark Matter on Apple TV. You'll love it then.
oh, will do, will do.
You
Smart.
So
go ahead.
my conclusion from the space, and I've really enjoyed y'all today, um, was that the conclusion I drew, if I posit it, was incorrect. So moving forward, FBAs are blonde because it's trendy, and we want to be blonde. uh,
Hey,
Pretty
Professor.
much.
I mean, we can be
Just
anything. Black people, we have every color of the spear. There are some natural blonde haired black folks in some parts of Africa. You can go to Madagascar and you can see where the sun has blonde their hair. There's some people in Cape Verde, on these isles off the coast of Africa, and even some of the isles here in the Caribbean where you can see naturally blonde haired people. My brother Keith, his hair gets naturally red, but now he's graying like hell. But his hair used to get naturally like fire red in the summertime, because we all have that dark brown. It looked black when we was little, but we come to find out it was actually dark brown, dark red hair. And when the sun hits it in the summertime, it actually gets kind of fiery. You know what I mean? So yeah, we as black people, we have every color of the spirit. We have blue eyes, we have green eyes, we have hazel eyes, we have black eyes, we have brown eyes, we have black hair. We have silver. My hair. I'm gotten older now, and my hair is
And that's why they
silver.
hate us, because we everything that they can't be.
That's right. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly why they hate us. Because we are the taken from the 5%ers. We are the God body. We are the arm, leg. We are the arm, head. I got it wrong. It's Allah. It's arm, leg, arm, head. We are the arm, leg, arm, head. And that's the fearful part of what the dominant society has about us, because they know that when we do tap into that arm, leg, arm, head, God-like entity in us that dwells in all of us, it's game over, man.
Yeah. Again, looking back at physics, I I'll tell y'all something interesting. I have a little sports car from my childhood, and I've always been kind of a geek. And back in the early 2000s, when I was a little boy, I those headlights came out. Maybe in the late 90s. You remember headlights start being blue? They're called HID, high intensity discharge. They used to be expensive as fuck, but I found a kit to put them in my little car. And that as it turns out, the color of the headlights is not a color. It's not like a there's not a tint. The bulb's not colored. That's a temperature. So when things get and firemen are trained on this, heat expresses itself through temperature. So firemen receive training when they walk up to a building and they see a red flame, they address that totally different than if they walk up and see a fucking yellow flame. Now they address a yellow flame totally different than if they walk up and see a fucking blue flame or a white one. White indicates that that shit is thousands of degrees. Metal's about to melt. Yellow is like 2,000, 1,200 degrees. You can't walk up in that motherfucker with, you need certain type of protections. Whereas red is 500 degrees. It's going to be a little heaty. Just run up there, run back out. Well, I wanted some little blue headlights in my car, and I turned the temperature to six. The temperature is expressed through Kelvin scale. So to give you an idea, 500 Kelvin is the eye on your stove. 400, 500, deep red. That's 500 degrees Kelvin. Uh, when you light a fire in the grill and it turns yellow, that's about 1,000, maybe 700,000 degrees Kelvin. Orange, yellow. The sun with that bright white brilliance is 55 degrees, 5 and 5, 55 degrees, 5,500 degrees, 5,500 degrees Kelvin. Well, the Lexus and BMW headlights you see are start around 6,000 degrees Kelvin. It's like white, kind of bluish. Deep blue of BMW is 8,000 degrees Kelvin. Well, I turned that bitch up on my car to 12,000 degrees Kelvin before I blew the lights. And I noticed that shit went from blue to purple. And the higher the temperature it got, listen to this shit, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all know the color got darker? Higher temperatures are darker. What am I saying on a physics standpoint? I'm saying that black is not black at all. Black is a combination of all colors. Jet black is everything. You can teach a kindergartner this. Tell him to get out his crayons, whole crayon set, and just draw lines like spokes on a wheel. And in the middle, it turns jet black because that's everything. Everything is jet black. Um, White is a separation. It's deficient. So Wani kind of proved this earlier when she was talking about the eyes, which I didn't know. Nikki and Wani taught me this. Blew my mind. We have blue eyes. We walk around here wanting blue eyes. Like what did uh what was a professor name that she was an AK? What was her name from? She wrote The Bluest Eye. I can't think of her name, but we walk around here wanting blue eyes, wanting that. When blue eyes are actually, it's a deficiency, right? So you can have
It's a form of albinism, yes.
yeah. We already have blue eyes. We have blue eyes plus. You know, it's all about propagandizing. And I was telling my colleagues that that's the one thing that's going to give us salvation is learning how to teach our people, particularly our babies, to train them to know that you're being propagandized. You know who puts it better than me? Dr. Amos Wilson. Amos Wilson said he proved that the majority of the world are melanated, people of color in their skin. And the world is being run by a very tiny minority of people. Europeans used to make up, according to Dr. Wellson back in the day, 8% of the population, but some people say it's even smaller than that now. 7, maybe 6% of the world population classifies as white. So Amos Wilson said, how does this small minority run the majority of the world. Dr. Amos Wilson backs it up very simply, very succinctly. This small minority runs the majority of the world because it keeps us out of our fucking mind. It keeps us insane. The moment we start coming to our senses is the moment that we're going to start getting our freedom, because a lot of this bondage that we're in is psychological. You know, we kind of proved it on this stage, you know, thinking that God doesn't look like me, therefore I'm not God. When, like the brother said, you are a fragment of the All Father, the Creator. You are a piece of Him. You know what I'm saying? And in all honesty, maybe other groups aren't. You know, um, very fascinating. Anybody else want to talk FBA? I don't have my glasses
No,
on, Monty, so let me know if
we
I'm.
are the dog.
I wanted to say something back on the hair topic. So, you would never hear anyone saying that white women's stringy hair is their heritage and they're free to use hair thickeners, crimping irons, curly perms, wigs, and weaves. And nobody takes that as, like they're not proud of themselves
What do you mean by that?
because they don't have those things. They have to use hair thickeners, crimping irons, curly perms, wigs, and weaves.
Oh, you're
And
saying
that's
that.
nobody says you're not proud of your stringy hair, you're not proud of your thin lips. They only get mad at them when they get the lips too big and they say they look ugly, but they don't criticize them for getting normal size lip implants or whatever they have. Um, and they're not criticized for getting tanned. Their heritage is in question. They don't say I've never heard anyone say, well, you need to have white skin because that's part of your heritage.
Yeah, in other words, what she's saying is they're not knocking them for them mimicking black people.
Or just changing their appearance. Even if they weren't mimicking us, which they are, um, they're free to groom. No one is saying, hey, you can't shave your hairy legs and your hairy forearms. That's your heritage.
True, 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 true.
And nobody is, I mean, and I also hear a lot of our people saying that wearing makeup, the white men created makeup. No,
No,
you got Egyptian men
yeah,
and women wearing eyeliner, and Bedouin men wear it right now.
yeah.
Go over there, they got on eyeliner, and they'll run up on you and hit on you with the eyeliner.
It goes back to ancient Egypt. It goes all the way back to ancient Egypt.
Yeah, it does.
You know, it goes back. You know, you would find that not only ancient Egypt, but Lower Asia, ancient Abyssinia, aka Ethiopia. You know, they all were innovators of those type of beauty things. You know, hair combs, straightening combs. Back then, they had that. They had forms of straightening combs and all kind of hairpins. They had all kind of eyeliners and you know, lipstick. They had these things back in ancient Egypt and Lower Asia, Abyssinia. They had these things. You
They
know.
have stuff to soften their hair too, like certain kind of butters. Because I was asking when I was over there, I was like, "What is that? What are you putting in your hair?" It's some kind of butter. I don't know what it is, but they
Mhm.
use it to make their hair lay down
Ah,
and make it softer. So when we do these things, we're criticized by our own group, but everyone else
mhm.
on the planet is allowed to groom themselves without being accused of wanting to be white.
Yeah, 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 yeah. We're terrible in doing that to each other. We're always saying, "Oh, why are you trying to act like them, or why are you trying to be like them?" You know, I mean,
Well,
I always
that's
say, if you
it's
can't braid it, fade it. I mean, it doesn't make no difference to me.
it's because we have had to do that because of our position here. We've had to make sure that we don't have colonial brain damage and that we don't have slavery brain damage from when they did try to make us believe that they were the standard of beauty. So we have to check each other. But when we really look at it, they didn't invent makeup, they didn't invent hairstyles, they don't have the right to tell us not to style our hair any way we want because ancient women have been doing that the whole time, just like Jamaicans don't have the right to tell people not to wear dreadlocks. They don't have anything to do with dreadlocks.
Right.
Right,
Dreadlocks are
right.
Exactly.
thousands of years
Ancient,
old.
Yeah.
ancient,
I
It's
remember
ancient.
when I stopped saying good hair. I remember when I was a kid and it was something and I was think I was brushing my hair because I have like coily hair and I was like, ooh, I got good hair. My grandma was like, there is no good hair. All hair is good hair. You ain't bald headed. All hair is good hair. And after that, I understand what she was saying then, but then I was like, dang, like we've been like conditioned to think that they are better than us, but they always try to be like us. Like how Miss Money said, they getting the butt implants, they getting the lip injection. They look hideous with those things too. Like, oh Jesus. And then like the booty
we
implants, they spend
influence.
thousands of dollars and they get praised for trying to be like us. Like that girl
And
Kim
also,
Kardashian. She didn't look like
remember,
that.
correct, but we have a lot of it. Wait, can you hear me, Professor?
I
Does
can. Go ahead. Go ahead.
uh, I keep hearing lots of noise on the stage. It sounds like it's breaking up. Okay. But anyway, we were minding our own business, being disco divas, and all of a sudden this movie popped up called 10, and that was Bo Derek with cornrows on. But again, like I said, every time we have an attractive woman that's prominent, and we had, I think it was called Sister Sledge. We had a lot of disco divas and they had braids. It wasn't just Sister Sledge, but they didn't want their men to look at those women. So they said, hey, we'll get a white woman to walk around the beach with long braids on and make a whole movie about it. It's the same thing we said before. They have to divert the energy away. So if you're trying to look at the Jackson Five, we're going to create the Osmond brothers. If you're looking at Ike and Tina Turner, we're going to create Sonny and Cher and shove that down your throat.
If you're looking at living single, we're gonna create friends.
Right. It's all the time because they don't want us to enjoy ourselves. They want to try to overpower it. We trained Fred Astaire how to dance. That's not even debatable. And he got all the money from all the movies that involved tap dancing. So we keep doing things and then they make a white version of it. And that brings us back to the conversation about the white Jesus. They don't like things that don't look like them. They're not capable of it. And maybe, the Greco Romans knew that they had to do all kinds of tricks to trick these people, all pagans, into being Christians. The whole thing was tricks. We have to put all of the holidays on the same days that you're celebrating other pagan things. Why? Because we're tricking you into doing it. We have to make this image look a certain way. Why? Because we have to trick you into liking this guy. We have to make him look like someone you would like or look up to. They didn't have us in mind. They were just doing that to trick each other into that religion. That's just the way they roll. And then we got it by proxy. They came over here with that same image, and people that were not able to think outside of the programming. And I think we've done a really good job thinking outside of the programming because we had the closest um, proximity to the abuse than other people. In fact, a lot of Caribbean countries, I mean, yeah, Caribbean islands, they had a lot of absentee ownership, so they didn't have white people all up in their face 24/7 doing things to them like that. We have the closest relationship with this hostility than anybody, and we've been the best in rejecting it. We were the ones who ran around saying we're black and proud, black is beautiful, and black power. And we still hold that. We do need a booster shot though, but we still do that. And the blonde hair is not us trying to look like white women because it came far, far, far after different phases of fashion. Tina Turner, as I said earlier. Then we had cellophane hair colors, where people were wearing unnatural hair colors, and then they went on to the Beyonce effect, and everybody just wants to, look like what's trendy. And then of course we have the foreign influence, and they don't know where our evolution of hair color or styles are coming from, so they just copy off of whatever they see, because they don't have an evolution of style or anything. They're just copying off of whatever they see or they think is cool.
Hence the Osmond brothers opposed to the Jackson Five back in the day. You know, the what's the ice babies and all that. You gotta always come with the counter of whatever those niggers are over there doing. You know what I mean? It's always that. And and to add on, you see, and this is why a lot of our and I'm not talking about the brothers and sisters who are riders from the Caribbean or from Latin America. If you black and you're a rider from the Caribbean, this is your brother Shaka Ben, rider from the Caribbean, if you're a rider from Africa, if you're a rider from, Latin America, you know what I mean, then we're not talking about you, what I'm about to say. This is why I think a lot of times, a lot of the tether class of these places I just mentioned tend to try to make us feel belittled because we stay home and we fight. We don't flee. They try to always say, "Oh, you guys are on welfare. What about Chicago? Or look at Detroit." And you know what I mean. And but they never say look at Minnesota where there's a bunch of immigrants at. But the point is the fact that we stay here and we fight and we don't leave. And we've been dealing with this oppressor that is where we come from, and we never decide to just up and flee. I think a lot of our brothers and sisters from those diasporas that hate on us. They hate on us because of the fact that we don't leave. They hate on us because of the fact that we do stay here and we fight, and that we like you were just saying, we on a daily basis for generations. And and I guess they wonder, well, aren't you guys tired yet? Aren't you already to run and leave? Because see, they're willing to come in and just be submissive. They're willing to come in and just be the lapdog. They're willing to come in and just go along to get along. You know what I mean? And I think that's where a lot of that hate comes from. And they try to make us feel bad or try to belittle us, like as though that we got a problem for staying here and fighting homeland that our blood and our tears and our sweat comes from.
Well, they definitely got a spanking over the last 5 years.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
oh yeah. And I know just this past year with the Democrats crashing and burning, and seeing that now that as a consensus, reparations is not going anywhere. You might as well go ahead and just get ready to break that or do something, you know, right or wrong to the Black Americans of this country. You know what I mean? Who are from chattel slave or either way, or just from Aboriginal. I mean, it's a bill that's old. It's not nobody's begging for. But yet and still, you have people that say, "Oh, you guys are begging a white man," but then they'll turn around and be like, "Well, why are we involved?" And then CARICOM doesn't have us involved, and then what's it? I forget the one in Latin America. They don't have us involved. The LULACs, they don't have us involved with that, and you know what I'm saying. So but yet and still, they all want to. Isn't it funny how they all had their own little thing, and Black America is not involved, but yet all of them who had,
Including the Africans,
yeah,
including the African
they
countries
all
who were
want to
trying
be
to get
involved with us.
reparations based on their ancestors being kidnapped, they
Yeah,
say.
yeah, yeah. Oh, and that now listen how whack that sounds.
Yeah, that's us. How do you get money?
Right. So you're saying, oh, we are a liability. So you got to get paid because we got kidnapped, and because we that liability, you want to get your tax off.
They are really no good. I mean, not only were we not kidnapped, but the part of our lineage here, we're still here. That's what reparations is about.
Yeah,
But they want to be paid for selling people.
yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, but then say that we're begging when we're trying to fight for reparations. And it's funny that, like you were saying earlier, like, like going back to my European American brothers and sisters, how they try to make us look like, see, everybody, it's an attack on black people from everybody. Like the brother Henry Clark said, we have no friends. We're our only friends because we're trying to wake up now. I've been woke for a long time, but now a lot of us brothers and sisters, due to the internet has a lot to do with a lot of brothers and sisters waking up. I swear, if there wasn't no
Well,
internet.
Shaka Man, I appreciate your cook, but Stacy had her hand up for a minute. Let's go to Miss Stacy. We'll come back to you, Shaka. Um,
Okay.
go ahead, Miss Stacy.
Can you guys even hear me?
I can.
Yes.
Now,
Oh, okay,
Stacy,
because
I
I'm.
sent your book out today. So
Oh, thank you.
yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, if y'all want to know more about esoteric Black history, I have about 120 books left. If anybody wants one, you just go to uh Our Story Publications. It's in the jumbotron on Cash App. Send $25 there, and I'll and make sure you put your mailing address, and I'll send you out a copy. It has more of the stuff that I was talking about earlier. Y'all were talking about something that made me want to think about. It was something you were talking about earlier. I've lost my train of thought, but go ahead, Stacy. It'll come back to me.
Oh, okay. I hope you guys can hear me. I'm at work still, and I went to my car and got my earpiece, and it kind of slowed down in here. So I'm just trying to sneak in the back so I can listen and participate. You guys, oh my gosh, y'all brought up so much stuff that I've talked about forever. Like when you talk about how they always want to promote anything away from Black people. One of the things I made a note about Janet Jackson. I don't know if y'all remember back in the '80s when she came out with that Control album. Every brother in my school was talking about, did y'all see Janet Jackson booty? Oh my God. I mean, everybody was in love with Janet Jackson. And if later on, I guess what, around the '90s, they started promoting Jennifer Lopez. And nobody, you never heard them mention anything about Janet, but all you hear about J-Lo booty, J-Lo booty, J-Lo booty. And I was like, wait a minute, Janet was up on there first. Not like I'm trying to, say somebody's butt should be promoted, but I'm just saying as far as, like popularity and
Mm-hmm.
the whole mention of that 10, and I was like, when I remember I saw that, and I didn't watch the movie, but I saw like them talking about it, and I looked at the commercial, and I'm like, what? I was like, she not cute with them braids, she look hella dumb. So and then the New Edition, I remember when New Kids on the Block came out, and I was like, who is this old bootsy crew? Like, ugh, there ain't nobody checking for no New Kid. I mean, of course, all the white folks. um so it's crazy how they do that. And then they always talked about our lips. What's that lady? Remember Kelly LeBrock? And remember she
Mm-hmm.
had that commercial? Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Oh, so all of a sudden big lips are pretty because they're on you? If y'all don't quit. So that was that's some stuff y'all you guys have talked about so much. And I mean I just love just listening. But one of the things when this space first started, and I made a comment about about the blonde hair. At first, I was a little confused because I was like, "What do you mean? Are you asking why I have blonde hair?" And I was like, "I can't help it. I'm sorry." But as a kid, I used to think that people would always, they wouldn't say blonde, they would call me red. Oh, that pretty little redhead. And I always thought redhead was ugly because it reminded me of uh, Ronald McDonald. So I always thought they were just feeling sorry for me and really just didn't want to tell me I was ugly. And my sister, I'm gonna probably, if I can, I'm gonna see if I can look and find some pictures of me and my sister when we were little. Obviously, different fathers, but my older sister, she had long, thick black hair, and I thought my hair didn't grow because it grew out like sandy blonde. And I used to want to dye my hair black I was like, when I get big, I'm dyeing my hair black so my hair will grow. And then in junior high, this popular girl, everybody looked up to her, all the guys liked her. I remember her asking me one day we were walking, and I never noticed, I never paid attention. But she says, "Does your hair?" She said, "Do you dye your hair?" And I go, "Heck no, my mother would never let me dye my hair." So she was like, oh, it's. My sister told her, she said, well, in the summer it gets lighter, it lightens up, you know. And so, because it looked like it was kind of two tone, I guess. And so, and I'll never dye my hair. It's too thin. I'm too scared. I'm like, it'll fall out. So one day she comes back to school the next day, and her hair, it's like black at the roots and kind of like this orangish color on the ends, and it looked so hideous. And I thought this girl done messed her hair up trying to get my natural color. And then that's when I started to kind of embrace, you know, it's just like it's just some. It's like I can't control it. It's not, I was made this way. People make fun of me because I'm light skinned, and I'm like, that's not a flex. You know, I've always tried to, I'm sorry, I'm a little melanin challenged. I wish I had more. I envy people who have beautiful caramel skin, but I had to learn to just be proud of what I have. This is me. It is what it is. But yeah, I just wanted to say, like, make the comment. But as far as people trying to like do the whole blonde thing, it seems like Hollywood is always trying to turn people blonde as soon as they start to get big or something, which is ridiculous. But you're absolutely right. They're always trying to be like us, and they envy us so much. And I'm like, dang, we can't have nothing. So, anyways, I went there, you guys.
Okay,
I'm starting to get cut off.
are you good? I don't know if it was FBA or Martin. What do you think it was? Let's go with FBA. Go ahead.
What's going on? Peace and love. Reparations to the room. Miss Lovely One, you know I'm in love with you. Professor Allen, much respect to you. Um, Look, Professor, you were saying a minute ago about the blue eyes. You said we got eyes and much more. Can y'all still hear me?
I hear you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, you was talking about
Yes.
we got blue eyes plus. What I wanted to know is, do you think that does that explain why the elder black people, as they get older, their eyes kind of have that glow of blue and gray?
I, I was just
It
saying it.
loses the pigment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah. I saw that when I was a little boy. The old folks, with the old men, like the real old men, that have blue eyes, like it start coming. That blue would be coming out, but according to Wani, the pigment, which makes sense, the pigment starts going away.
Right, right. And then what last thing I'm gonna drop down, Professor? Next time you back in Memphis, send me a message. You know, you look, you always feeding me knowledge and wisdom. Next time you come to Memphis, I'm gonna make sure that I take care of you and your wife and make sure y'all eat good because you take care of me spiritually. So let me know.
Oh
Send
man,
me a
yeah,
DM.
yeah. We my wife still has a well, we both still have private practices in Memphis, which is a mess. But yeah, we're back. We're there once a month. So I'll be back in what is it, in January.
If I
Uh,
okay, if you make any posts, talking about it, or if you even think, let me know. I'm gonna try to put it in my schedule. But I'm definitely gonna get you a gift card. Do something because, like I said, you always spiritually feeding me good information. So I got to at least try to take care of you another type of way by making sure you and your wife and family taken care of when y'all do come.
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. Much love. I'm happy to assist my people, and in a way, I feel like I was made for this. I had a conflict. The reason why I wrote my first book is I had a conflict with my I was teaching seventh grade, I think. And the kid, well, basically, long story short, the kids brought to my attention that real history, and these are children, 11-year-old, I mean, 12-year-olds. They let me know that Black history is not being taught. And I didn't get in my feelings. I said, well, maybe they have a point. And I looked at it, I was like, damn, they're right. So, in a lot of ways, I feel like I'm made to talk about real Black history. I'm the type of dude that sits around and reads all the time. I've always been that dude. My mama used to drop me off. We were poor, and she did me a really big favor. She used to drop me off at the what do you call it? The library, like the public library, and I would stay there. Yeah, I would leave, basically leave school, walk to the public library. My mother would pick me up. That's what I mean. I mean drop me off. I meant pick me up. She picked me up at the public library. And I would just, after a couple weeks of being like, man, this sucks, I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna start reading. So I have a whole bunch of random information flowing through my head. And sometimes it helps having random information from different angles from different persuasions help you connect dots when you're reading through history. Because I can cross reference some bullshit they talk about in the books with something that happened in Nazi Germany. What happened? I'm like, no, 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 that's not right. That's not right because not in Weimar Germany this was going on. Well, no, 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 that's not true because it helps you. It gives you context for truth. So one of my passions is trying to explain truth to my people. So you're very welcome, brother. Martin, what's on your mind?
Thank you, Professor. um, Thank you all for letting me speak. Professor Wani, Shaka, everybody who spoke. I just want to answer a question I was asked earlier. I think it was Melanie. She was talking about, what could be done, if things that we used to do. And it kind of has to do, with this whole topic, you know, uh, why FBA aligns with the white God image, hurt the self worth. Um, the system itself destroys our self worth. Uh, it's obvious. Dr. Woodson talks about it um, a lot of our great scholars and teachers, um, but in particular with the hair. Um, I'd like to share a book, Mojo, working by Dr. Katrina Hazard, and it has to do with FBA culture. Tariq talks about it. We talks about Majara spirit, the Mojo, Hoodoo in particular. A lot of people on the stage have talked about that. But we used to make the hair care products, the things that Wani talked about, from the straightening comb to all that, things we we did white women's hair with were things that we made because we had the industry on hair care and herbal remedies and all those type of things like that. Uh, the, there was a conjure man named Dr. Buzzard. I believe his niece, great niece, is still living. She has a channel on YouTube. But anyway, he was a conjure man. His story was kind of spoken of when you look at the movie The Green Mile. Um, Basically a quote unquote man of God, but he's going around here healing people. But he must be demonized, as the rapist. So in particular with the hair care products, in the book Mojo Work, and Dr. Hazard talks about how, right, well, this is why you got the FDA and what was it? The FDA and the FDA and the Cosmetic Act of 1906 and 1938. And it had to do with the quote unquote truthful labeling of cosmetics in medicine, is because they stole our cultural practices and they patented it. And then she talks about it in the book, the areas where these highways went through that took away all these hundreds of thousands of black acres. That went right through our crops of medicine. So they shut us out of the medical industry by making the Food and Drug Administration and taking control of the hair care products, and then resold it back to us with chemicals, which make women infertile and cause cancer now. So I'll land with that. Thank you all for your time, and I love you all space. I'm always at work, never get to speak, so I just thank you all for your time.
Oh yeah, man. Feel free to come back, man. I appreciate your submission. Yeah, real history it's a mess. It's a truth. But I will say that Dr. Buzzard was a term that referred to it was code. So Dr. Buzzard meant root worker. So he say, man, hey Wanda, can you go go find Dr. Buzzard? That means anybody who's a root worker or the dominant root worker in the area. It wasn't a
He
particular
was
person.
actually he was actually a real person. He actually was, and
Oh
he
wow.
used to. I'll give you his name. I'm actually looking at him right now, so I think. No, his name is. It wasn't even that long ago, but he was known for. He would make a potion that would make people have a condition, so you wouldn't have to go to World War I. He made so many white men draft
But
dodge.
let me
They
ask you a
outlawed.
question. What was he
Yes,
in?
sir.
Was he in Savannah, Georgia?
I believe he is. He's either from Georgia or North Carolina. Hold on. Yes, sir. He's from. I believe he is. Yes. I believe he is.
Okay, so I
Let me
read that
see.
maybe
Uh,
that turned into a term after him to refer to root workers.
yeah, his name is Stephanie Robinson from Saint Helena Island, and that's actually a real spiritual place to RP.
Say, is that right off the coast of Savannah, Georgia?
Yes, sir. Where the island is, yes, sir.
Yep.
Where a lot of our people are buried at. But yeah, he was known for chewing the root. He was known for getting people out of court cases. This is what he's known for. I put the article in the chat. Yes, sir. But he was known for getting white people out of draft dodging and black people because it was something that you would have to pass, and he would make it so you would basically P negative, basically. You
Uh, I,
know,
I
to
know a whole
paraphrase.
brother. I'm not gonna say everything I know on the internet space. You never know who's listening,
I know you
but
know.
but
I know
I
you
know
know.
a whole lot about that shit. I had an issue on one of my jobs um a couple years ago, and I went to go visit me a Dr. Buzzard in Memphis. And I went to a hearing on my job after visiting Dr. Buzzard. And I let's just say I didn't have no more problems out of oh
You had
shit.
your mojo bag in your inside pocket. I hear you.
I'm not gonna say what I had. All I'm gonna say is when in that hearing, everybody act like they was scared of me, and that when it went my way every step of the way, and people who fuck with me got embarrassed and got fired.
It's because they know that we knew them from nothing, and this is why they
I
lust. They
I
don't hate us.
I
This is why
think
they
it.
lust after us.
I
We
think
built them up from everything. So
I
once
think
somebody
it's
knows you like that, and then reparations reminds them. So it's
no,
a
no, I'm saying
constant. We know who you are.
in my case, I think it was a lot deeper than that. I went to go visit me a Mr. Buzzard and was told a couple things here and there and given a little something and given a couple instructions. Walked up in that hearing, I had me in a whole like I was trying to get railroaded. I walked up in that hearing and everything went the opposite direction. I ended up getting a month and a half off paid vacation, sitting on my ass getting full paycheck while they gave me I'm fucking dead serious. This is the first time I thought about that. You made me think about it. I got a month and a half off paid vacation while while I got to choose my next duty assignment. You know, pick of the litter, whatever you want. Y'all better get back to that root work, man.
Yes, sir. I knew that. Yes, sir. Dr. Buzzard. The other
That
week,
shit's
real
real
quick.
here.
The other week, you all were talking about Norbert Rio, maybe a week and a
All
half
right,
ago.
anybody else want to contribute? We kind of started early today, um, which
Yeah,
was
I'll say.
interesting. I might have to do more earlier spaces. Sometimes I might have some double spaces next week because I'm off on Christmas break. I got a week off. Well, I had 2 weeks off, but I have another week off. And next week I might tour around with having double spaces because it's weird. For the last month or so, I've been learning more from y'all than y'all been learning from me. It's interesting, which is a good thing. Uh, I don't have my glasses on in my truck. I think it says "fuck all white." Is that? Go ahead.
Uh-huh.
Hey, good evening, Professor and Wani. Thank you for having me up. It's always a pleasure to be in these spaces.
Is "fuck
It's
all white"
always a
talking?
yeah, yeah. Can you hear
Mm-hmm.
me?
Oh, here we go.
Oh, brother.
Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you, but you can't
Oh
hear
boy, I
him.
can't hear y'all. I knew that was gonna happen. I ran to the store,
Oh,
and on my way to the
you
store, I
can't
go
do
through a
that.
dead zone,
You can't
and
go
I,
to the
I was I
store.
was rolling the dice. So mm, let me figure this one out. Y'all go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Okay.
I was just saying, it's always a pleasure listening to Black Americans build. But I just wanted to make a couple points. I'm gonna make it really short. I just wanted to say that you guys made a great point about why the hair, and just talking about how we've kind of been attacked financially in our jobs with our natural hair, and how it's kind of been used as a way to cut us off from survival. So I was just gonna address that really fast because that's the subject of the room. And then another thing I wanted to address was Black Americans kind of being predestined to be like the lower class. And I was gonna say I do not feel like that's the case, because although we are still fighting to give financial well, equal financial footing in America, it's not like as a race we're at the bottom of the bottom. We still have a larger I don't know what percent of billionaires compared to other races we have in America, but we have a large amount of billionaires. The last time I checked, it said we have about 43,000 millionaires, if not more, 43,000 to 50,000 millionaires. And when I looked on a racial percentage, it looks like we're just neck and neck with Asians. So I know Asians encompasses Indians and people from Northern Asia as well. So we're kind of neck and neck in terms of millionaires. The stats show Caucasians having the most millionaires, but we're not by any chance the lowest at all. So we have a strong financial footing in America. So I think that kind of disqualifies us from being, you know, the predestined so-called lower or peasant class for if immigrants do were to come to America. Um, so I'm just gonna end it off on there. And thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Can I say something?
Sure.
How y'all doing today?
Hey.
Tonight. Well, today for Wani, but tonight for people on the East Coast. I hope everybody is doing well. Um, Child, the white folks are scared. But anyway, we ain't talking about that. Um,
What happened?
I've been over there ear hustling.
Spill the tea.
I've been over there ear hustling. Well, they nervous. But more importantly, I did check in on black engineers. They were in a space. And come to find out, uh, they have very few white engineers in those tech spaces as they do blacks. And so,
Yes.
yeah, and they said the white folks being said, and the black ones were talking about what the culture is like over there. And oddly enough, one man said he was a black engineer. His son's graduating from high school this year, and he's very good at that tech stuff. And he asked him what he wanted to go to school for, and it had nothing to do with tech. And he asked him why, and he said, because I see what you go through. So, that to me says that they're killing our future in that area of life. Because, you can only dream what you see, right? And if these kids are seeing their parents go through, uh, you know, something at work that causes them to be angry at home or whatever, talk about it with their spouse or even on the phone, whatever,
I can't
that
hear
you
y'all.
have.
Dang. Is somebody talking right
Oh,
now? Can I get oh, no,
It was me,
taxation's
but go
talking.
ahead. It was me,
Oh,
but
okay. I'm gonna shut my
I'm
mouth.
glad you back, Professor, because what I got to say don't have nothing to do with the title, because I wasn't here on time for class. But when you said you had time to do spaces and stuff when you're on vacation, if you would please, it doesn't even have to be a whole space, but could you please expound on, that's what I was going to ask in the last space, if you could please expound on everything that happened in 1920, because I think I need to hear that. And I think other people need to hear it as well. What was going on then, the history of it, and how it affected us and what they did, because you briefly touched on it.
you mean the Depression era
Yeah,
or
and I
something
think a little
specific?
bit before that, because I'm thinking my father or mother, somebody was born in 1924. Both my parents were Depression babies. She, grew up, in that era. But you talked about the political things that were happening around, what was going on to lock us out of stuff. I don't think I've heard that part of our history before.
You know what's interesting? White people didn't get it. They don't understand that they're not on the caste system. Uh, they're not listed on there. They think that they're on the top of it, but they're not even on there. Neither are we. So when they get into these tech companies, they just keep hiring Indian after Indian. They don't want any other people around. Um, they don't want white people or they don't want Americans around. They want to be able to babble in their own languages in these places and ignore everybody. And they can do that. And then they can be racist or ethnic bigots to Dalit Indians that are the lowest caste in their opinion. But what white people were saying that I heard was that, oh, I have all these degrees and I went to school for this and I have student loans and I just can't get a job. But they didn't put two and two together. They didn't see who had all the jobs. That's the thing. They thought other white people had all the jobs because they never mentioned that it was a bunch of foreigners that had all the jobs. They just said they have these degrees and there's other people um, that have these positions and maybe these positions are over and that in fact that's what I was thinking because we were all told to go take tech and do this and that and get into computers. That's what people were told to do a long time ago, and then all of a sudden they didn't get jobs in that and we thought it was just, you know, oversaturated. That's what we were thinking. It's just oversaturated. But no, they've been bringing in people and paying them six times less and using a um, slave force in tech is what they've been
Facts.
doing. This country can't function without putting someone in slavery and or paying them extremely low wages. And uh, they just can't, it can't function. Or either they're just greedy, either they're greedy or it can't function without slavery. I don't know which one because I'm not an accountant. But one of the things they were saying is that they keep lying and saying that this is only tech jobs. It's not. They show the list of jobs and it was all kinds of stuff. Accountants and every type of job. There's no kind of job here that these people are doing that we don't want to do. They're in construction, they're sitting behind your doctor's office, they're babbling in their own language in your class and telling you you're an ethnic bigot or a racist if you say you don't understand, and they're everywhere. There's no job that they're not at. So we're arguing about Indians taking these jobs, but they're taking every job they can get. Any job you can name, all of them are taking. It's just that they're in tech, and Mexicans are not so much. But all of them are working in concert to make sure we can't get in any job. And I think this whole debacle is it's very beneficial for Americans, and because they can see all the BS now with this immigration thing, they can see it very clearly. We've already been over this before where we know that both parties have wanted immigrants to run across the border because Reagan opened the border up and let everyone run in here to begin with. We already know both groups want slaves. We already know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's right about that. Don't ever think that a political party is going to be something that's going to be beneficial to black folks. It's not. In fact, politics and government is not beneficial to black folks. Never has been. If you don't go up there and fight it, it never will be. And that's just the name of the game. And you can't take that shit too seriously because one thing about us is we just like baby kids. We gonna make a comeback. That's what we do. We know how to make something out of nothing. We invented. I heard you talking about the black inventors the other day. We invented everything. When people start talking about inventors, I just tell white folks it's nothing that you have from the time you wake up to the time you go back to bed that black folks didn't invent. We invented your whole life. And that's just what that is. And as when children come around, my friends that have kids and stuff like that, I always buy them books about black inventors and what the invention was. That's supposed to be household material in every black household because that's how those children build their self esteem. They have to know that black folks is.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt. Who is speaking so I could follow you? Because I don't see who's
No,
talking.
no taxation.
No, no taxation.
No taxation. Oh, okay, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. Continue, ma'am. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You just have to do that. You really do. And he was saying this about teaching black history. Professor, oddly enough, because I was a little astounded myself, after the stunts they pulled out in Florida to kick us out of the history classes and you can't learn about us and stuff, lo and behold, guess what happened? Even the white folks in the libraries and different organizations, they done pulled the kids together, black and white, and whoever else, go in there and learn about black Americans in this country. Ain't that something? I never thought I'd see the day. Even some white ones. So there's a wave, is what I'm saying. And the reason why there's a wave is because the country has shifted. They want us to look like those European countries, and those other countries that don't look like America. Have you noticed after COVID, you're paying more for for poison
Is
food?
someone talking?
I'm
Oh yeah,
talking.
yeah.
You
No taxation's talking.
you paying more for poison food and you're getting less of it.
Yep.
Have you noticed that?
Yes,
You're
ma'am.
paying, yeah. And people don't understand you're part of a system that's feeding itself. It
Yep.
eats itself.
Yep.
And the less you have to do with these systems, the better off you'll be. And I'm gonna stop because I know Wani can't hear me, and I'm gonna stop.
Wani, they may be messing with my space because y'all went out for a second. I thought it was my car ride, but after a minute, it just kind of y'all popped back.
Can you hear me
I
now?
can.
Okay, great.
Yeah, that was a good point. No taxation, but we're heading into a whole new epic of time, and it's nothing anybody can do about it. It's called the Age of Aquarius. There are different. Our ancestors discovered the universe operates like a gigantic wheel. Actually, should I get deep with y'all? The universe looks like the number nine. Think of a spiral. A spiral is a number nine. Nine is kind of like a whirlpool spiral. Well, if you put dots around that spiral like a clock, as above, so what? Below. The clock is representative of the universe. You got 12 dots, 12 zodiacs. Well, our ancestors years ago figured out that zodiacs represent epochs of time, just like a child. So the human body, when a child's born, there are different stages, terrible twos, puberty, so on and so forth. The universe has different time periods, different um, epochs of time, and one's the universe. That one is the age of the Aquarian age. We're coming out of the Piscean age, and it makes sense because the Piscean age is associated with emotionalism, and emotionalism, irrational behavior, um, and lightly colored eyes. You see that? Well, um, Aquarian age is associated with truth, and we're heading into a point where the truth is about to come out. It's going to be a reversal, a dynamic shift, I think, coming real soon. Doctor, what was the gentleman on the stage the other day? Doctor Phil Valentine was talking about that. 2025 is going to be a difference.
So, wait, you said, what was that you said? Emotionalism?
Oh yeah,
Irrationalism?
yeah. The Piscean age is associated with
Oh,
being very emotional without thinking, irrational.
that explains a lot of men and women swimming pools and bathrooms.
And also what I thought was interesting about the Piscean age is the Piscean age is associated with lightly colored eyes. I was like, oh, that's interesting. White people is running the world during Piscean age, and it makes sense. It makes so much sense because during the Piscean age, who dominates in an emotional environment? Somebody who's not emotional, right? If everybody's running around like a chicken with their head cut off, on this stage, who would run it? The person who's just calm and collective. Like, look at Wani. She's running around like a chicken. Look at Black. He's walking around like a chicken. I bet you if I talk to No Taxation and tell her that Black stole her purse, I could control Black, right? Europeans are like we identified an hour ago, according to Dr. Wells, um, may have an issue with being connected to the universe, according to Dr. Welsing. Well, what is that when you look at it? A lack of connection is lack of emotion, right? Emotion is connection, right? So in a topsy turvy time period, the least emotional person wins, right? They've been winning for a long time. Actually, emotionalism is associated with war. When people get emotional, they go to war. And during this Piscean age, there's been countless, endless fucking wars. I could show y'all almost some evidence on this. Graham Hancock identifies in Fingerprints of the Gods that every epoch of time is 2,600 years, I think. 2 and 6. What is that? 8, 7, 8.
2600. There's a number associated to
Oh,
epochs.
it's as above, so below. We live in
Oh
such a
my
everything's
God.
perfect, Wani. We just live in a gregarious fuck us
I
up.
gotta look that
I'm about to
up.
show it to you. I'm not talking shit. I'm putting it in the jumbotron, my friend. I just had to find a page. Bam, coming right up.
Listen to this woman's tweet. This is off topic. My people are Jamaican on my mother's side and Haitian and Dominican on my father's side, but I'm Black American because, okay, how did that happen? Because I was born in the USA and raised Black American. Oh, I didn't know I could be raised Chinese. How does that happen? Do my eyes change too? Okay. Uh, I am Black, American nationality, Black American. That what is this? I can't read this babble. Uh, she's the originators of American music from ragtime to blues. So, oh wow, what? Wow, I didn't know that. So I can move to Greece, and then I can be a Greco-Roman Empire queen, according to her. Are these people okay? Because they're also saying they're Irish when they're African.
Mm-mm.
Sorry, I just
But I
couldn't
was a
believe
little
my
wrong.
eyes.
It spends 2,160 years in each epoch. I knew that was wrong because 2 and 6 is 8, but 2, 1 and 6 is 9. So
What's the number again?
I put in the jumbotron. It's 2,160 years in each epoch. So
2160. Okay, thanks.
if you look at the jumbotron, I have the diagram. It's as above, so below. Everything is a mirror of everything. The solar system is a mirror of the universe. If we want to get really deep on this, the universe is a mirror of the planet Earth. Well, the solar system, I just said that. The solar system is also a mirror of an atom. It's all as above, so below. It's all perfect symmetry. The reason why things seem disorganized is because gregarious and evil white supremacists associated with a certain church skewed everything so they can control. Well, according to Graham Hancock, during the course of each year, the Earth's movement along its orbit causes the stellar background against which the sun is seen to rise and change, blah, blah, blah. He says, from month to month, Aquarius, Pisces, Aries, Taurus, etc. Basically, he says, after spending 2,160 years in each sign and making a complete circuit in 25,920 years, the direction of this precessional drift is in opposition of the path of the sun. So basically, we spend 2,160 years in each epoch. And that's damn near almost to the T. If you look at that epic, that's how long white people or Europeans Now it's not how long they've ruled. They haven't ruled that long, but it's the it kind of marks the rise of Europeans. About 2,000 years. Yep. To put
So they stripped the culture of everyone around them prior to colonizing the world, and they just made a flat whiteness. And it was not so much of a flat whiteness, but it was more of just invading each other and forcing the other people to do what they said. So they don't expect any pushback. That's what's so funny. They do these things to each other and they create, a hierarchy. Blonde hair is better, blue eyes are better, and the other people don't say anything. They just go along with it. And then when we come along, and they try to roll over us and roll over our ethnicity, and we push back and say no, we like lips, we like butts, we like brown skin, and you're not going to make us feel bad about ourselves. We are the only ones pushing back. Everyone else just rolls over, just rolls
I
over
can't
while the
take it. You're
Europeans
right.
just,
Yeah.
God, I mean, like, what is the problem with these people? I mean, they do the same thing with
Weakness.
other groups as well. The Asians, they do the same thing with them. You look Asian, you're not cute, and they don't push back. They just go get eye rounding surgery and dye their hair blonde. It's really something to see.
That attitude, historically, you can track it to Charlemagne. Y'all remember good old Charlemagne? Charlemagne, when he came into power, wanted to find a way to rule, to have a more strict rule on Europe. And Charlemagne is credited with having the idea of just killing people who didn't do what he told them to do. If he told you to do something you didn't do it, he'd kill you. And he went so far as to start killing church members. When the church, we told the church how they should worship, they said no, it's not how it's written. He'd kill them. So Charlemagne kind of started the whole iron fist ideology, which Europeans follow to this day. Do what I say. Don't ask me why. Just do what I say, or I'm going to kill you. It's a little bit more sanitized now, but it's the same shit. If you don't do what they say, they're not going to bludgeon you or put you in a guillotine. But a missile might crash through your window, you know, or a Navy SEAL might blow your head off from a 3,000 yards away. Same shit, different toilet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've enjoyed y'all. Anybody else want to come up and contribute?
I got one last question. I was going to ask it the last time.
Go ahead.
Now, Wani, because you were telling the another lady the other time, how do you do the notifications?
Can you hear it, Wani? Oh, she
No.
asked. There was no taxation. She asked, "How do you do the notifications
To know that the space is coming.
to know that the space is coming,
Class.
the class is coming?"
Um, oh, you mean, let's see. You click on the person's
Okay, wait a
profile
minute. Go slow. Uh huh.
and then wait, why isn't it showing me everything?
Uh oh.
It's supposed to be a little bell or something.
Oh, I have a
Yeah, there's
bell.
like a bell
Yeah, I
and
have
it
a
has a
bell.
plus sign,
Yeah.
and you just click it. And then
That's
whenever the person does
to get
something,
notifications. It says,
um,
wait, I
you'll be
got something.
notified.
Wait, what, Lonnie? Tell her this, Professor. It says turn notification settings on. To get notification when Professor Allen posts, you need to turn them on in your settings first. Oh, I got work to do. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, tell her never mind. I have to ask one of the kids. They'll help me.
Oh Lord, she said she got to ask one of the kids. Them kids be knowing. I don't know how the hell they be knowing.
Hey,
I
Oh.
Professor.
never ask kids. I know more than the
Oh
kids.
yeah,
She said,
I had a question, Professor. I'm sorry
Okay.
for
No, you're
interrupting.
not sorry. Ask your question. You good?
Um, is there any I get so much knowledge. I already told you guys this like multiple times. I get knowledge from this space. Is there any way, do you have like what do you call that? Like actual classes.
I should. I've been toying a lot of my
You really
friends.
should. You really should, Professor, because like you can
I
have
might
a,
toy around with
I don't
having
know.
lectures. I have a lot to say. I've had a very blessed life that's put me in positions to gather information. I was telling Wani earlier, um, just the creators put me in just places like this not wasn't supposed to happen. I studied at schools I wasn't supposed to be at, you know. So I think it was for a reason. So yeah, I've one of my professor friends. She tells me, "Oh, she's an Olympic gold medalist." I'm not gonna say her name, but y'all know her. But I'm not gonna put her on the spot. She's shy.
In swimming.
Track. Y'all know her. But
I
she
wanted
told
to
me.
say something about that too, but just be careful with that. Well, you already know, but you got to be careful because even on this space, people be, you already know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
trying
she's
to
shy.
say.
So
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say her name, but she.
No, I'm not
What
talking
sports?
about her. I'm talking about when you have your classes, Professor.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's what
yeah.
I'm talking about.
She
You
told
gotta
me
be.
I should have charge people, but I was thinking more along the lines of like lectures. It's a lot. I hold back a whole lot for a lot of reasons. Some stuff that I've been fortunate enough to know, some of that stuff may be classified, so I kind of stay away from. And certain things are, you know, I have to think heavily on if I want to tell people stuff because information is power, and you never know who's listening to you. And what Wani and I, Nikki and I has proven is that white supremacists follow Negroes around to find out what they know to steal their ideas.
And
So.
that's what I was trying to say. When you do
Hmm.
your lectures, please be careful because I don't want nobody trying to come for you. You already know they have a habit. It's become habitual. People who supply knowledge and speak on truth and are able to have supporters behind them. Something bad happened to them. I ain't trying to
No, I think
speak nothing into existence,
I've
but
told
you already know that what they do to our leaders
they
and
know
our educators.
they know a lot more than you think they know.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes. Let me tell you what. Let's go real deep for a split second. When a baby
Ooh,
is
I love
born, what
it.
when a baby is born, what do they do? What do they put on the little card?
I think they
Footprints.
giving them social security numbers right off the
Yeah.
bat.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
miss
What
it.
do they do?
Y'all missing it.
They shine a light
The
in your face and
footprints.
slap
You say
you.
they say
Footprints. There it is. There it is. They dip them feet in ink and they put it on a card, and the card is uploaded in a computer. Friend of mine told me that those footprints, do you know your destiny is written in your hands and your feet? The lines of your hands and feet show who you are. And a friend of mine said those cards go to the Vatican, baby. People know who you are before you even know how to talk.
Oh, Vatican. What do they want with my feet?
I'm not telling you on
Oh,
Oh,
wait a
they're
on
minute.
freaky, huh?
No, we got
they
you
be
can't just
trading.
Weirdos.
They
lead
be
us
sitting
on
at the
that.
table. They be sitting at the table trading souls. Like it be like,
Trading feet.
they
yeah,
know
they
who
like
you are. People are come people This shit is deep. We come back. Wanda, you know this, numerology, you know that
Please. Cause I'm sorry.
you choose your name. Like you know this. I could shit. I could almost prove this to you if y'all were bold enough. One of y'all were bold enough to give me your whole name. I'll tell you your destiny.
Uh, I can,
I'm
cause
number
I'm
9.
curious. Wait, no, but how would they know? But because your
Hold on.
handprint is different from your
I'm gonna
footprint.
show you how I know. I'm gonna show you. They know esoteric knowledge, and I know a little bit of it. So, Nene, do me a favor. You don't have to say it on the space. DM me your first and last name, but let's be careful with this. I want you to tell me right. Damn, where's my book? I want you to tell me your first and last name, and give me your first name that's commonly used. So, for instance, um,
Her
it,
nicknames,
yeah,
right?
yeah. If you're Bethany, and then everybody, your mom and dad and them call you Beth. Say Beth. But if they call everybody calls you Bethany, this may not work. I don't see my the hell. I'm the king of hiding shit from myself. I don't.
Do
I'm
I
always
have?
I'm
Go
grabbing
ahead.
books and running around with them, and yeah, just do it. Go ahead and do
I
it.
used to know how to do that.
I know I ain't left. I ain't took this book nowhere. I don't know where.
Just send it to me. Just send the name
I'm
to
about
me
to
and I'll
blow
do
her
it.
mind. Let me find my book. I can do it. Well, no, I can't do it without the book. I need to look at the but I'm glad you know what I'm talking about, Wani. Also, the older I get, the more I can't see shit. Stuff will hide right in front of my face. Hmm.
It's it's not giving me an option to.
Where in the fuck
It's
is that
at
book?
prof. I'm trying to understand.
Uh, just struggle with it for a second. I'm looking for my book.
Okay.
This is the part about Alan that pisses Alan off. Is how I hide shit from myself. I'm ADHD, and I'm constantly referencing like what I do with y'all. I really do all the time. Like I'll be like, I wonder why that, and then I'll go get a book and read through it, and then fall asleep, and then go to work, and then months later be like, where'd that book go? And in moments like this, it becomes real frustrating because if I can
You
find my,
want me to just send you the name generator?
but,
Then you
but
can just put it in there.
it's deeper than that, Wani, because I need
You
the.
want to read the meanings of it? Is that what you mean?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna hit her with her childhood,
Oh.
her parents. I hit one of my students with this shit, and it said you're a twin, and he's like, I got a twin brother.
No,
Oh,
I'm
damn.
just trying to understand because like if I'm out there in the world and all that, so basically because my name will be attached. But how would they know if they don't have like my footprint? Because I anybody could change their name.
No, it's a lot deeper. It's
So it's
deep.
like spiritual.
Yeah, the
I'm very
theory is
curious.
the theory is well, the spiritual saying is you choose your name. Earth. All right, let's do it. Earth is a
Oh,
training
I
ground.
choose this
You have
name.
to app. You have to follow me in order for me to message you, Professor.
I'm not
Because you're
following you. Hold on. Oh, okay, I got it.
no, you're not.
I thought I was.
Okay,
My bad.
now I can. Okay.
Um.
Didn't
So
they
the
didn't
Are
they
you
didn't they
are
put
you
that in the
sure I
movie
choose
too,
this name? You
Professor?
chose the last name too?
Didn't they put that in the movie Soul that
we,
about
we
Earth
we
training ground?
we didn't choose our last name, but we chose our family.
Because why would I choose to be teased all the way through school?
Because you had a mission. You chose your mom and your dad, and you
Yeah, they
chose for
always say
whatever,
that to have a
and you
spiritual
chose
experience.
and you chose your name. And I can't find my fucking book. This is driving me absolutely batshit crazy. Uh, so basically, you chose your destiny. There it is. Isn't but see this is that's getting older. That's what it is. It was right in front of my face. Got it. So what I'm gonna do, Nene, is fuck you up in front of everybody.
All
And
right, man.
please, Nene, tell me if I'm wrong. Don't disagree. If I'm wrong, call me out because it
Okay.
happened. One of my kids, I did her name. She's like, "That's absolutely wrong. That's not me." And I said, "Well, what do they call you? They call you Kate?" She's like, "No, they call me. They call me.
Oh, I gotta send you my what's the name too. Sorry, my
Whatever her name
nickname.
was. They call me KK." And I put KK, and she was like, "Oh shit, that's me." Did you? Okay, got it. So give me 1 minute. I'm gonna do the numbers on your name. Everything as above, so below. Everything's perfection. Everything's numbers. God operates in numbers.
Mm.
There's a book of numbers in the Bible, actually. But I'm gonna leave that alone. Where you at? Hold on. I'm gonna have to. So what? So which one? Okay, so mom and daddy call you Nene, right?
My mom called me Darnisha.
What do
Both my
most people?
parents,
Most
my
people.
family calls me Nini. But most people, strangers call me Darnisha.
Well, if what are 90% of people call you? Family and people combined. What do they call you?
I guess Darnisha.
Darn. Okay, so hold on one second. Let me do some math. 4, 1. Y'all hold tight for a minute. I'm doing some math.
It's
No.
7, 5, and 4.
That's not that. Hold on one second. It's gonna throw me
Oh,
off.
okay.
R is in 5. Uh, let's see.
Oh, wait, no,
Nine.
it's
9. S is 8. 1. H is 8. A is 1. Okay. Now Lachey. I don't know if I need to do Lachey or I don't
oh,
know if
you
we do.
pronounced it right.
Is it do we do Wani, do we do middle names?
I thought I did the last time.
Okay, well let me try. I don't recall doing middle names, but we'll try it. Uh, E is 5.
The numerology, you always did the first and last.
I did first and last,
Okay.
right? First and
Yes.
last. That's what I
Yeah.
thought. Thank you for saying that. 6.
Yeah, I remember you did a few sessions
Yeah, it
a
fucks
few
them
months
up.
ago.
What's up, man? It fucks them up, man.
Was
You
good.
know what's interesting?
And, but
With
but I gotta
like the
warn. I gotta warn you,
relationships I
Nene.
had with the same,
Nene, you may not. Just make sure you want me to do this, cause and tell me if you want me to stop, because some of this shit scares people. I did this young lady's numerology, and she started crying. I was like, "What's wrong?" She's like, it says your mother, you and your mother. You think your mother loves you, she just doesn't know how to communicate because she has an illness. She was crying like a baby. I said, "What's wrong?" She said, "My mom's mentally ill." So this shit gets deep. So I'm about to crunch your numbers right quick. Hold on one second. 4 plus. Damn, I ain't did this in a minute. 1 plus 9 plus 5 plus 9 plus 1 plus 8 plus 1. 3 plus 8. 3 plus 8. Okay, got it. 6 plus 8 plus 9 plus 4. That's 7. 11 plus 7. Uh-oh. Okay, Nini, tell me if this is right or wrong. Me, you, and Wani are the same number, but it might be wrong. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Can you hear me, Nini?
Nene.
She disappeared.
oh no, the mic was off. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I can hear you.
Okay, positive traits. Well, let me ask you this. What's your favorite days of the month?
Favorite days of the month?
Yeah.
Nobody knows
The
that.
first
uh,
of the month, I guess.
Never mind. You're right. Nobody knows that. That's a good point. So one person did. One person did, and I agree with mine too. Mine make perfect sense.
Wait, what is it?
Uh,
Uh,
9/18/27.
that's a thing?
It's a thing.
Favorite days of the month?
So check this out, Nini. Listen closely.
Oh, no.
Please tell me if I'm wrong. Are you sociable?
Uh, kind of.
Okay, that
Sometimes
means something.
I don't really like people.
You
I'm a
don't really like.
Scorpio. Like sometimes I'm just like, eh. But
This is
I
important.
like to have people around.
This is important because I was concerned about. I think I might need to do numbers on Nini. So, are you
Yeah,
outgoing?
what do you mean by sociable?
Are you outgoing?
Yeah.
Are you artsy?
I like fashion design.
Are you creative?
Yeah, I like fashion design.
Are you selfish or unselfish?
I'm a Scorpio.
What does that mean?
I could be possessive. I'm not
Okay.
selfish. I like to give to those in need. So no, I'm not
Okay.
selfish.
So I'm gonna stop right now and do because I think it's Nini. What's the correct spelling of Nini? Like Nini or what?
Well, I spell it like Nini, but my family used to spell it with Neennee. But I spell it like Nini. Nini.
A lot of times when I do stuff like this, they equal the same, which is crazy. But
Mm,
I'm gonna do them both just in case. Hold on one second.
okay.
In five, five.
I
Wow.
apologize.
I know. Stop apologizing. 555.
Well, no, for the time, people listening.
No, no,
They
no,
probably trying to fit. They curious too. So,
no. Trust me. They want to know. But it's not. You're not boring nobody. That's 12, which is a three.
Mm-mm. I want to know her, but I sure don't want nobody knowing me. You will never get my information.
Ah,
well,
yeah.
don't.
I
I
hear
don't
you.
plan on meeting none of y'all anyway, so I really don't care. That's what
No,
people be so
you
frustrated about
young
So,
this
so
girl,
social
they
media.
Nene,
go ahead and
Yeah.
read you when you
that
young
that
girl, because
changes
you don't have
things.
enough. You don't have enough years of experience acting bad and messing up
Oh, I
in
was
Well,
life that
wild.
I
I
had.
was
well,
wild.
Wani,
What's her new number?
it's a one, and Wani, I knew nine wasn't right
Yeah,
because that's you.
mine is well.
That,
That's what
uh,
my
What's my
birthday
number on your chart?
and
uh,
years.
no. I was saying Wani, hers add up. I knew it was nine was wrong because me and you are nine, and that's like like we got similarities.
Mine says it's 8 on this other one. I don't know anymore.
Mine used to be, but it depends.
I want mine to be 9.
But okay, so check this out, Nene, listen up. Do
Hmm.
you take action?
Do I take what?
Action. Are you assertive?
I can be.
Do you intervene into stuff?
Yeah, when my mom be like, mind your business. Yeah.
Are you independent?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Are are you a overachiever?
But my health is stable.
Are you purposeful?
Yes.
Uh oh, I think this might be right. Tenacious.
Yes.
All right, negative traits. Did you just say you were did you actually say you were over assertive? Did you say that?
I thought you said overachiever.
But I thought you said over assertiveness. But anyway, it says negative traits: over assertive, selfish. Didn't you say you were selfish?
Yeah, I can be
Aggressive.
sometimes.
Are you aggressive?
What do you mean by aggressive? You gotta elaborate on that. I don't think we have time for
Uh,
that. But no,
She a
I ain't
Scorpio, of
aggressive.
course she aggressive.
I told you
willful.
I'm a Scorpio. It depends, cause I could be selfish, like when it comes to my family. I don't like if it's somebody new, like get away, this my people. But then I don't know about aggressive. I could be aggressive if somebody trying to step to me, cause I don't play that. But I'm not like over assertive. Well, I can be assertive because I'm very polite at first, but when it comes to if I call customer service and I'm very polite, this actually happened. I actually call Amazon. I'm trying to explain something. Like, my package was already open, so I want my money back. And then the person, the Indian, did not understand. I had to repeat myself 3 times. I'm like, hold up, because now you're getting on my goddamn nerves. And so I had to be like over there. So I was like, see, you pissed me the fuck off. Well, I don't have to repeat myself. I don't like talking like this. I apologize, but if you need to transfer me to another a supervisor, if you cannot understand what the hell I'm telling you, oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stop right there because
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
perfect.
So that's me.
Ho-
That's
ho-
me.
So
I'm
y'all
polite at first, but don't piss me off.
hold on, Nene. Did y'all hear what she just said? Y'all heard that, right? Y'all heard what she said just said, right? Keep in
But
mind what she just said. And then let me read this. Nene, your number is a number of achievement, activity, power, and leadership. It is one of the strongest numbers in the list. Listen to this. This is what you just told me. But it can lead to a lack of compassion or patience to those who are not as quick, clever, successful, or capable. That's what you just told me about the Amazon people. At worst, it can make you a successful business person, but a poor parent. Number one person.
ooh,
I told you this shit's hard. A number one person is
go on.
bold and powerful, with strong qualities. This number is pioneering. The first in Line dominant, original, and independent. The downside is it can lead to domineering and selfish behavior that can easily turn into aggression.
Mm.
It is wonderful when you use your powers of invention to get things done, to help others, or to protect those who you love, but it isn't good when you use your strength to bully others. This number shows that you may have been this number shows that you may have been dominated and bullied as a child.
I was. Oh, in junior high, high school, yes. And then I started speaking up to myself, but then speaking up to myself, being defensive, when it comes to my family who talk to me crazy, that can be considered as disrespectful.
Check
So
this
go
out.
ahead.
You beat me to it. It said one or both parents may have thought they were always right. That's what it said.
Yes, my
Possi-
mama.
Possibly due to religious beliefs, and they may have put pressure on you to perform or conform to their ideal. The upside to this is you turn into a hardworking, ambitious person who is especially suited for self-employment or reaching out
Hmm.
to the top in a profession. The downside is you may seek to dominate others in your turn. Alternatively, you may become anxious and fearful of the future. If you can find someone who will love you and give you emotional support you need, you can overcome this and become successful in life. Others value you for your honesty, generosity, humor, and sense of adventure. You love your children and will go the extra mile for them, but you also want them to be well behaved and to succeed in life. When
Hmm.
relaxed and away from work, you can be great fun and very good company.
Yeah, wow, you just pinpoint me right there.
Yep.
See, and they talked about my family too. I told you I'm very protective of my family. Very,
Hmm.
yeah. Okay, I
Yours was
like that.
painless. Yours was.
I don't think mine would work.
Thank you, Professor.
Yeah, you're welcome, love. One of yours shouldn't be that hard to do. Your name is painless. Uh,
Yeah, but
I think I've
when
done
you
it
were
before, haven't I?
asking, you didn't read me any descriptions.
I thought you were you or you told me you were a nine.
Yeah. I don't know if I am on your chart. I just did it on this other chart. It said eight.
Oh Lord,
I don't like
506
that.
N.
There's only one N in my name.
Got it. I nine. Uh, SP
Two T's.
T. Okay, PO. Hold on. SPO.
But when you
I
were
done got real slow
asking
right quick.
questions,
SPO. TT.
um,
Two T's, right?
it's like it's like both. When you say,
Hold on one second,
are
Wani.
you
TTS, right? Okay, that's okay. I got a little slow for a second.
want me to just send
No,
it?
I got it.
I'm gonna
S
message it up.
S P 6 TT. Now, what were you saying, Wani? You were saying something a minute ago. I cannot multitask.
No, I just sent it over. No, when you were asking her if she was
Mhm.
outgoing, um, I can't answer these questions because I'm both. I'm both of those. What do you do when you're really both?
It's complicated because my shit is very complicated, and I'm not gonna say it on here, but I tell you when we're on the phone, I tell you what my shit is real complicated. So it's complicated. You have to you know I'll find it in the book. It actually talks about that. Damn, that's right. You are an eight.
Hey, how did it change?
Hmm.
Now I have to be reincarnated again. This time I'm going to be in a street shitter community. I'm going to come with a pooper scooper for myself.
Oh no. Oh,
I got to do something
Wanda, when
about
I'm
this.
gone, I'm out of here. It says, oh shit, this is you because you're a Capricorn, aren't you?
Yep.
Holy shit, this is spot on. It says astrological connection, Capricorn. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Material concerns, leadership, justice, ambition. Best days of the month: 8, 17, 26. Ambitious. Listen to this one. Self-sufficient.
I'm not ambitious though.
Powerful karma. This could be wrong if somebody called you something else. Executive positive, executive ability, leadership skills, good judgment, decisive. I agree with that. Persistent, hardworking, successful, and possibly wealthy. Because succeeding politics can support a cause. I agree with that so far. Negative, over ambitious. I don't know about that. Works too much. Don't know. Impatient,
I work 24 hours a day.
impatient. Wani.
Yes.
Impatient.
Yes.
You ready for the next one? Irritable,
Yes.
irritable.
Yes.
Hey, class, listen to this one. This says Wani can be a bully. It needs to say can be a bully against Africans. May not care too much about other. It says becomes overtired and stressed. Uh-oh. It says materialistic. I don't know about that.
I started off being bullied and then I became a bully beater. And then I would find kids that were getting bullied and beat up their bullies
You want me to read?
to keep everybody
You
safe.
want me to keep reading?
Any bullies around?
I don't know. It says the number eight success suggests material success, but also spiritual attainment. There has to be progress in both areas, and a balance needs to be maintained between them. The karmic number shows that we reap what we sow and indicates mastery over the physical world and acceptance of responsibility. Childhood may have been uneasy due to a disinclination to conform, but you may have had a parent who was obstinate, dictatorial, rigid, or absent. If your home life was all right,
Nope.
that's not true.
No, they were both there all the time.
Yeah, something's not vibing with this. You may have been over disciplined at school. You may have been crafty and cunning to survive. Later in life, you may have become domineering, dictatorial, rigid, although you learn to use your charm to get what you want. You're extremely intuitive and can sum up people
Mm.
in situations in a flash. Add to
That sounds right, but the other part doesn't. That's weird.
Add to this shrewdness, intellect, organizational ability, and capacity for hard work, and it is easy to see that you can make tremendous success for your chosen career. You may become wealthy and much admired by others. That's true. You will have high status and good opinion of yourself. You are an excellent salesperson who has a persistence to promote both goods and services to follow up any potential business lead.
That's not good. That's not true. I'm a terrible salesperson.
So this is hit and miss. It's weird. You become domineering in life, and you may have even come to view your personal
I'm
relationships
not.
as kind of a power
No, I'm
struggle.
not domineering.
Yeah, something's
Mm-mm.
odd.
I don't do
Did I
anything.
spell something wrong? W.
No.
Okay, one I, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a well, men said I didn't use middle names. Something's off with this. Something told me you were a nine.
You want me to use the middle name?
Sure, do it in your system because your system was right. Use your middle name.
Um, Professor, do you know if I'm getting married?
I don't know.
Oh, it
It's
doesn't say
It's
that.
all.
uh-uh.
Oh,
It
it
says
just
all that.
tells me. Uh, what did it say? You said that you told another girl about her mama not loving her.
Oh hell yeah, that shit was spot on. The girl started crying.
What book is
Wow.
this?
Uh,
Is this a book?
this is Pythagoras's was his stolen numerology book.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it's kind of
Stolen numerology
yeah, it kind of posits that Pythagoras came up with numerology, but if you look in the fine print, it says he learned it in Egypt.
from black people.
There you go.
Everything. You know what's funny? Um, I always wonder, like, how come everybody know how to do math? Everybody in the world, how do everybody know how to do this? Like when Adam and Eve came, are the first people. A lot of people they're not religious or whatever, but it's like I always wondered, like, how did they know how to do all this stuff? Who taught them? God. Because even if we, some people say human beings are cavemen. We was cavemen, that mean we were illiterate. So how the heck we learn how to read? Because none of that don't even make sense. We were taught that, and it was basically continued on. I was they people look at, I'm sorry, I'm kind of jumping all over the place, but I'm trying to explain my process with this. I was watching a interview with Cat Williams, and he's actually very knowledgeable. Um, people look at him thinking that he's illiterate or he's just dumb or whatever. But everybody can drop some knowledge or whatever. Even a homeless person can drop some gems, you know. But he was having an interview with Joe Rogan, and he was basically talking about God and how back then, you know, the temples and stuff, it wasn't praise and worship being taught in there. It was actually people were learning about you know, science, mathematics, and all of that. And when he said that, that actually made sense. And then they pulled up an image of where Adam, where Garden of Eden was, and things like that. And what he was saying, it actually made sense. Even if people don't believe in God and, you know, our religion or whatever, but what he was saying made sense, because I always wonder, how does everybody in the world, like, how was that, how did that originate? Because you know how the reason why I brought this up is because you we were on the subject of numerology, and everything basically goes by 12s, even time. Well, less of course is military time, but you know everything goes by 12. 12 months, 12 what is that,
Music said.
astrological signs. You know,
Because
everything is about numbers.
the known universe goes in 12 regions. The universe, the everything goes around 12 separate points. The zodiac is
Mm,
nothing. It's
wow.
no woo woo. It's not special. It's no woo woo. The zodiac is a map. The universe is
Is,
in an area called is going into an area called Aquarius. Just like we're going to Alabama and then we leave at Alabama, go to Georgia. Same thing.
And
that
they
that
always try
doesn't
to
See, you're
associate.
so
They
knowledgeable.
I thought
That's
12 is
Professor.
three and
Professor.
can y'all
everything
hear
is
me?
in I thought
It is,
the universe operates in threes.
but there are
Um
12. But that you're looking at a means you're looking at another dimension. You're looking at
Professor, talk to them about the golden ratio. Yes, sir.
3.14 something like pi.
Well, no, like the
well
everything in the
well yeah
world is 369 is the curvature
yeah
of the universe.
369
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
So like 3 plus 3 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9
Even like
and
even the
12
formation of a leaf.
12 is just an
Yes,
extension of
all of
Yeah,
that.
3
yeah,
or
yeah.
elevation
Y'all
of
are getting
3.
outside of my pay grade, but I knew it.
My
Right,
bad, big
right.
dog.
No, I'm saying it's a dude in an Air Force guy that got in trouble for talking about this. There are different dimensions. So what Men's is saying is true. In our dimension, it's a 12, and outside, if you zoomed out of that, it'd be a 3. So there was a Air Force lieutenant colonel got fired for talking about this shit. Said there are other dimensional beings. You call them angels.
Isn't that what we're doing with CERN?
Oh, they're trying. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. But they're
No, but they're letting other spirits in here. I'm
they're
sorry to
but
cut you off,
no,
Mister.
you're
I'm
no, you're
sorry. I
good,
don't
and
mean
that and
to.
that's
Yeah.
that's true. But what I'm saying is there are other dimensional beings who are a lot wiser than us. You can call them gods and angels, whatever. But the way this Air Force Lieutenant Colonel was talking about it is if you zoom out of this reality, like for instance, an ant is on an ant walks around on
Come on now.
in two
We're
dimensions.
we're
Two
yes.
ant, very powerful animal, is in the second dimension. It's like Mario Brothers. They see forward and
Wait,
backwards.
2D, 2D.
2D.
Yes, sir.
They're very powerful. And they have a whole life and a lot of responsibility, but they have no clue that there's a big old black dude walking up about to step on it,
About to step. Sir,
or
what the fuck?
or about to pick it up and make sure it doesn't get stepped on. So this lieutenant colonel was talking about there's another dimension that looks at us the same way. So the numbers are strange. Men's was right. The highest number is 9. Um, 12 is a representation of 3. But the way we can see it is 12. That's what our mind can't crunch it and comprehend a 3. We can't comprehend that. It'd be like an ant comprehending that there are people walking around in apartments. You know what I'm saying? The ant knows
Wait a
something's going
minute.
on. It knows something's going on.
Is that why? Because you know when you do the multiples of nine, you can always 12 if you got it right, because the answer adds up to 9.
Yep.
That's
It's a
wow.
highest
See, I
number.
always learn something new.
And
Wow.
let me blow your mind. Some shit I learned when I was teaching physics. Nine is not a nine at all. It's not a nine. Nine is a three. Nine is three times, baby. Nine is a super three.
Yeah,
Multiplies the liability
three squared.
6
Yep.
We
Three
was talking
squared.
something.
Three squared is nine.
Yep.
Yeah,
So it's a representation of three.
which is basically which is a when you square things, that's taking things to the third dimension. Anytime it's squared, it's the third dimension. And then apparently, like, we can't interpret data to really depict the fourth dimension, which would be three cubed.
I got a picture of an interdimensional being meeting up with me in Africa. I'm talking about it now because I have my papers came in the mail a couple weeks ago from the copyright office. I copyrighted it, but I got a whole fucking picture of an interdimensional being coming and saying, "What's up?" Just I didn't see it when I took the picture, but it shows up real clear on the picture. I mean, sparkle, stardust, and everything. Has a hoodie on.
You know, it's crazy. A lot of people, um, that I don't know for some strange reason, uh, they really think that we're on this planet, like we're the only beings, knowledge, like knowledgeable beings in the whole universe. Like the universe is like billions of light years. And some people they look at aliens, to be scary or frightening, but some people look at extraterrestrials because basically an extraterrestrial is basically like we would be considered aliens to them. We're how do you say,
We're in space.
yeah, basically, we would be considered aliens to them. And some people look at aliens, it could be viewed as a spiritual thing too. It could be viewed as an angel, they're
Yep.
unidentified object, spacecraft, so it's all about how you look
Unidentified
at it.
entities.
Yes,
Hmm.
exactly.
Totally. Totally.
Because
Professor.
we don't know who they are. They just said they're these things, right? Do you have any ID? You're hanging around here with wings on you, talking cash shit, and
Bobless.
you're telling us you're a spiritual being, but you could be an interdimensional being from another dimension. You could be from another planet. We don't know, do we? We really
Exactly.
don't know.
And what they're
Bobless.
doing with CERN, they're like bringing bad spirits over here. Like they always, when people always try to play God, like what is y'all doing? Like let things just be. Stop trying to.
But yeah, with CERN, yeah, they're playing around. But again, let's look at that um, separated Air Force colonel. If there are a group of interdimensional beings who are watching over us, they know what CERN's doing. Could be part of a plan. Who gave us the biggest hint was Bob Lazar, somebody who's constantly trying to be discredited. I believe Bob Lazar wanting. I believe him because he said he regretted everything with a straight face. He said he regret ever coming forward.
Yeah, they just tried. He's lucky he didn't get killed because the other ones ended up with,
He didn't get. I
plastic
forgot why
tubing
he didn't.
around
He
their
didn't get.
throats.
What saved his ass is he went to that reporter.
Oh.
Yeah, he went to that guy that well, he wasn't Alex Jones, but I forget the guy's name. He was like Alex Jones back in the 80s.
But gonna have to use logic because, um, yeah, these aliens, I don't know what their powers are or lack of powers are, but they obviously can't stop us from doing whatever we're doing.
Well,
So
I'm
what
under
what
the.
are they doing?
I'm
What are
I'm
they
not going to
doing? You
elaborate,
know?
but I'm gonna disagree with you, Wani. What I am going to say. Let me put it to you this like this: are human beings clumsy and ignorant?
One thing, the aliens like slavery because they've been here the whole time and they didn't care. So now I'm not interested in them.
Elon Musk is alien.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Oh. I was just making sure, but I've
Yes,
heard
we
that
can.
before. I've heard that before. No taxation, but
He is. He is.
Wait, I don't hear
Go
no
look at his
taxation.
achievements. Go look at his achievements. Things that he's done that a lot of people don't know a
This
lot
is
about.
crazy.
Yeah,
what
he's not from here,
what do you
and
mean? I'm not aware of what you're talking about.
where first of all, he makes no money off those cars.
Hmm.
He devised a point system for those cars, and that's what he uses with the federal government. A very
Weird.
unique and novel idea, and that was business. But he's done some other things to go, quietly in the background. If I come up on the articles, I'll send them to you. But I came up here to tell you put a name in there on the back end for you because I don't want you to say the name.
Got it.
You'll see it. Okay.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Yeah,
So
and look at his face. You have to really look at his
I
face.
know what you're talking about. I saw it. I
Dick
saw it.
Gregory he taught me about shapeshifters. And if y'all don't think that's not real, I watched when Hillary Clinton, you remember when she fell out and they had to get her in that van? Y'all remember when Hillary Clinton fell out? She was on the campaign trail and fell out. And they had to get her up in that van. She couldn't hardly get up in there. And Lord, they took her over to her daughter's apartment, not far away. Who knows if it was her daughter's or not? But they took her somewhere. And when she came back out, she was somebody different. I said, that's not Hillary Clinton. It
Mhm.
happens all the time, especially in politics.
Let me tell you what y'all not gonna do. Y'all not gonna tempt me into telling you some shit I'm not gonna say. I'm leaving this alone. But let me just say it this way.
Should I move down?
Y'all
Should I move down and come back up?
oh, you can't hear?
No.
Professor True You
Hold on, hold on. I'm
has
gonna have to I'm
their
gonna
hand raised.
hold on, I'm gonna drop Wani and bring it drop Wani, I'm gonna bring you right back up. Cause Wani who had her hand up? True New? Okay, I'll come to you in a minute. Let me bring Wani back up. I didn't know that Wani couldn't hear us. I'm doing it. I just gave you, let's see. Wani, I gave you co-host. It's still acting a fool. Oh, there it is. So you said True New?
True You with the
Can you hear me, Professor?
red. No, I think that's what the.
Yeah, hold on one second, True. I'm gonna come to you in a minute.
Okay.
So Wani, you said something about intervention. You said that
No, I said these aliens have been here the whole time. I mean, they're this just because we're talking about Area 51, they've been in the stratosphere in the universe for longer than I can count. And they didn't care anything about slavery. And so I'm not interested in them. I don't feel they're going to be helpful
what
to
makes you think it's
anything.
one group?
I don't. I think it's multiple groups that don't care about slavery or anything that's going on the planet.
Hmm. Bob Lazar gave us a real big hint.
What did he say? I forget.
He said he saw the highest level classified documents. Highest of the high above extraterrestrials. Above it. And he said
And
the highest level of classified document that he wasn't supposed to see talked about religion, which is why he got interested in it. He's like, what the fuck? I mean, he's in S4 with documents about uh what's that place called? Proxima Centauri and I mean just fucking oh, I would love to read that shit. Just boatloads of well, we found this. Where did this craft come from? It came from Proxima Centauri in the desert. Da, 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 da. Proxima Centauri? What the fuck you mean Proxima Centauri? You know, and he said the highest level in that room talked about religion. And he got a peek
what
at
about it?
uh-huh. He got a peek at it and he said that it referred to it's talking about humans. And it said, don't damage the containers. It referred to us human beings as containers. Now that kind of jives with certain spiritual belief systems that planet Earth is a big school. It's a simulation. You understand me? Planet Earth is a place where people all over the everywhere have a human experience to learn a lesson. Some people say learn how to be a god. Some people say learn how to be a better soul. But anyway, Lazar kind of backed that up. He said that the extraterrestrials or the overseers, the overwatchers, Anunnaki, whatever you want to call them, viewed our bodies as containers. Containers for what?
Well, just to hold the soul, but that still shows that they're not nice.
It don't seem nice. That's why I've asked you: was this punishment? Was this hell?
Yeah, they're psyching us out. Yeah, I can't imagine it being good. I mean, it's not good. It's unstable.
And if you look at other religious traditions, you know, this is punishment. Some Bobby Hemmett said we're the fallen ones. We fallen and we did something to piss off the hierarchy, and we're receiving the
Now, what
punishment.
lesson, if we're eternal beings, what lesson could we possibly be learning here if we've been doing this for thousands of years? There
Limitation.
is no, there's no lesson really.
It is.
What?
Um, Dan and what's his last name? Brinkley talks about this from his three NDEs. He said the lesson, and it's a real hard one. You couldn't guess it, but Dannon said it's separation. He said in our other states we're at total equilibrium. In my other state outside his body. I'm in total contact with the all. I could think, Wani, how you doing? And you reply like a text message. Before I get hungry, I'm full. I'm fulfilled in perfect equilibrium, completely connected. So Dannon says the purpose of life is to allow you to exist in a state of non-connection. In human life, you're alone. We're not connected.
How is that a lesson?
Is it a lesson or is it a punishment?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not a lesson because if we've reincarnated multiple times, we would have already had that lesson.
Hmm.
How many, I mean, there's nothing new under the sun.
True.
We wouldn't need to reincarnate over and over and over again, like people say they are. I mean, when I hear people speaking about being reincarnated, you could say that maybe um, what could be happening is that somebody who died could be possessing them and making them remember the person who died's life. Or they could just simply be remembering a previous life. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like that the reincarnation is real,
I feel
but
like it's a
I don't see where there's a lesson to be. What lesson could we learn that we wouldn't have learned all those other times?
I don't know, but I personally, for my NDE, I feel like it's some type of lesson because, like I told you, when I should have died, it was kind of like, you're not done yet. Done what? What am I? I'm not questioning the wisdom of the universe of the All Father. I'm not doing that. I'm just saying my little bitty mind can't comprehend it.
So the punishment sounds more like makes more sense rather than coming back a million times to learn what.
Mm,
I
like
mean,
you
because
went
of
too
the
far.
sheer number of times that an immortal soul would have come back, it doesn't make sense to that
Maybe,
we're
maybe, maybe
here to
in
learn something.
maybe in perfect equilibrium, we overstepped boundaries and went too far. Abuse of power. And this is okay. You want to play like you're the creator? You want to play like you're all powerful? Be a god, because that's essentially what we are on this. We're disconnected, and we're on our own. So maybe this is our chance to play God. And the creator, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the All Father, is like, uh-huh. How you like it? Cause this you talking to one that's tried to be a Boy Scout my whole life. Like everything y'all that don't know me, like I've tried to do over cautious, everything right to the by the book. and my life is still fucked up.
That's the lie we've been sold. That's what we
Still
were
fucked
told.
up. Like I've
Follow
been.
the rules, don't get in trouble, go to school, and then people that do the opposite end up on top.
Yeah. I got a dude I went to high school with that. Yeah, that's so true. Dude I went to high school with that used to just jerk around. I mean, do stupid shit. Be at Chuck E. Cheese, and all the parents used to say, "Don't be like him. Don't be like him.
Chuck E.
Don't."
Cheese.
Yeah, he would hang out like
And he
just
just
fucking
prospered. But hey,
like just doing stupid shit, getting drunk, slaying a bunch of white broads. You know, he was like the poster child of don't be like him. That dude is a fucking millionaire right now. He joined the Navy, left the Navy, didn't have a good career in the Navy, left the Navy with his GI Bill, went to didn't go to college, went to HVAC school, like a community college. And this cat, I'm not mad at him. I think he's brilliant. This cat opened it with the little money from the military, opened an HVAC business and has a bunch of HVAC people employed in Atlanta. Bunch of he does HVAC stuff
I
and
like
roofing stuff.
AC units, like yeah, Ajax,
Mm,
yeah.
I mean when I say I mean he may be worth $40 million. Lake houses, jets and shit. Yeah, yeah. And then
And he's
Sometimes
And they
learning
have
it's
the
what
all
they
lesson.
have
about,
the complexion,
but
for
sometimes
example.
it's all about making that one strategic move. I was saying it's so odd that you said that, Professor, because I was saying to somebody the other day, be yourself. That's number one.
that's the key.
That's the key. That's the key to winning is to be yourself. Don't be anybody else. The other thing is to be able to read the room. Sometimes it's better to sit back and listen
Hmm.
and never speak. Never. And the other thing you have to learn is that when you're amongst power and you're trying to say something to power, be very prepared.
Oh.
So it may you're gonna have to over prepare. The reason why is because it's not going to happen in the time you want to. Because everything you're talking about, Professor Anwani, has to do with time.
Hmm.
See, and we don't own it. Nobody on this earth owns time. It's the one commodity you cannot get back.
And some people say
Amen.
it's
Amen.
fictitious.
It can't. That's what Trump get ready to do something about that. What is it called when you turn your clock back and up and
Oh,
Hmm.
move it
getting
back?
rid of the daylight savings, right?
Yeah,
Daylight
Yes.
savings
yeah,
time.
he said that the reason they have it really is financial purposes. But time is the one thing that nobody on this earth can get. You cannot get time. You cannot make it yourself,
That's a
and so you exist in it, and it's endless, and you can't even fathom it. That's why people chop it up and think they own it. But that's like
Absolutely.
they
Yes.
try to do with air and space and time. See, that's very
time and space are the same thing. They're exactly the same thing.
yeah, yeah,
No, it's,
and it's infinite. It's in,
AK. I'm
so
sorry.
when you do prepare, make sure that you understand that you have to use your time wisely, strategically, especially in these next 10 years, y'all. Give yourself 10 years to prepare.
I don't think we.
And
I, I don't think.
see if you see it. Yeah, they're going to have
I don't
to.
think we have 10 years. I think next year is going to be a dramatic shift.
Oh, it's going to be a dramatic shift for a lot of things, but trust me, not for us. Our job is to stay quiet for a little bit, get what we can, and move on, like we did back in the day.
Hmm.
See, they want to go back. They brought it back. That 50-year loop I used to tell people about, I don't think they're going to do that anymore, Professor. See, they usually wait for a whole generation of people to grow up 50 years. And then they come back and tell you about Roots, that movie, and then tell you about all the black people who died and how miserable black people are and all these different shows and all that, just like this is what they do, just like that little boy that got, not little boy, that young man that died at the hands of those correctional officers in that prison. Those are snuff films. So you have to understand who you're dealing with in time. Because, see, those people that are carrying out the mission in time, those people don't work for what's good, what's right, and what's
We're
righteous.
dealing we're
They
dealing
work
with a
for
group of people
opportunity.
who were the nature versus nurture. You understand this? Uh, uh, no taxation. It's nature versus nurture. Like this group of
I think
people.
it's in their DNA. And
That's
I
what I'm
think,
trying to say. DNA
yeah,
is
it's in their
altered.
DNA. Yeah, yeah, it's in their
Your
DNA.
trauma, like situation, alters your DNA. It
That's right.
does.
That's right.
And we're
And,
dealing with
and it
people who
works.
had to
It turns out,
survive during
yeah,
that.
if
Yeah.
we were the ones, tell them, Professor, tell them. Tell them about epigenetics. If we have trauma in our DNA, if you are planning on having a baby, Queen, your baby is going to be born with trauma. You gave your baby the trauma in your DNA. How about that? And it goes from generation to generation to generation since the beginning of us.
But I'm talking about them. Like they're
They have the opposite because they did the damage. They have a bloodthirsty DNA.
but I'm talking about where that came from. Read Iceman Inheritance. That came from their existence, their ethnogenesis. We don't.
Yes,
It's a big mystery where these folk came from, but we know it has something to do with that young Dryas, that
yes,
wormy, that ice age. And during that
yes.
ice age, it was fucking freezing cold, and you either, I mean, it's kill or be killed. Like they were eating women, eating kids. Like it was just a free for all, just brutal blood fest. And that's where these people. That's their ethnogenesis. That's what's locked. And who talked about that shit was Dr. Sharshi McIntyre in the 90s. She said she analyzed the fuck out of them. She said she was watching TV one night and it just hit upside the head. She said, I'm watching a goddamn the unconscious mind of Europeans. So you turn this channel, it's a murder mystery. You turn this channel, it's ID discovery. You turn this channel, is this murder and somebody head getting blown off and somebody getting raped. Somebody, she's like, what the fuck? She says, I'm dealing with an unconscious mind right here. You're dealing with memories and flashbacks and trauma in the DNA of Europeans vis-a-vis the young Adrias.
They
It's,
have really thousands of these crime shows, and then they do murder mystery
they can't get
shows.
enough.
It's so
Sharshi,
crazy.
I gotta find that interview and send it to
It's all
y'all
murder, and then when it's not murder, it's horror and suspense.
because that's their
That's
ethnogenesis.
got
It
to
was
be one of
murder.
those
Even when it's a
spaces.
drama, it's got a murder in it.
All the time. And if you go back, if you really want to know what white folks are up to, go back and watch some of them old black and white movies.
Let's take
That'll tell you everything about who they are. You need to do one of them space about exactly what we talking about, Professor, when you get some
Film
time.
noir.
Family War. Yeah, yeah, and oh shit. Let's take that. I had a epiphany the other day. No, I'm driving through this fancy ass neighborhood out here in Atlanta, but I was driving through the neighborhood and it just dawned. Everybody got it. I put the Christmas lights up and shit, trying to keep up with the neighbors. And I was driving through these mansions in this neighborhood and um saw all these Christmas directions. I said, Christmas, Christmas, what the fuck this had to what Christmas? Why people celebrating ice? Why are you celebrating is it the winter solstice, Wani? The
Hmm.
winter solstice, that's sad. That's sadness. That's death. Like that's the longest the earth is away from nurture. It's farther away from the sun. You don't celebrate that. You celebrate the summer solstice. You celebrate. I was like, everything's backwards. I was like, oh fuck, I got it. We're celebrating white ethnogenesis. We're celebrating that goddamn young Adrias. All these Christmas trees and snow and happiness and snow and happiness. Snow is not happiness. Snow is goddamn death. That's a symbolism of death, of hibernation, a time of sleep. It's not happy, but we're celebrating it. We're walking around with candy canes because we're celebrating them. We're celebrating their ethnogenesis on that goddamn ice with murder. White and red candy cane. What the fuck y'all think the red is? It's blood. You're looking at an unconscious mind. She nailed it. I got the interview somewhere. I'm gonna swear to God, I'm gonna send it to y'all. She said she was laying on the couch, flipping through the channels. She had lupus. She was sick, not feeling well, and she said, "Why am I? What? Wait a minute. ID discovered somebody dying, somebody murder. Okay, Ted Bundy, he murdered. Okay, ID. Okay, cops, somebody beating their ass, a shootout." She said, "There's something to this. What it is the unconscious mind, the encoded trauma in the DNA of Europeans. They dealing with the young Adrias. They're dealing when they lived in them caves and they had to fucking murder people. And when it wasn't enough food, they had to eat the baby. Honey, I'm sorry, we don't have enough food for the monk. Let's eat the baby. Deal,
They got us again.
deal with it. That's a fucking fact.
They got us
How
again.
so?
The red stripes on the candy cane symbolize the blood of Jesus Christ. They are determined to make you a cannibal.
There you go. Because that's their. There
Determined.
you go.
Determined.
That's their epigenetics. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna piss
Hmm.
y'all off, but I don't give a fuck. The story of the Christ, the Charist, I believe it's true, is about Heru. It's not about no Jesus. Heru. And it has nothing to do with winter time. It's the opposite. It's about
They
bravery.
didn't have winter. They didn't have winter over
That's what I'm
there.
saying. It's about bravery. It's not about dying for somebody. It's about killing. It's the opposite. It's about killing for your family. Heru avenged his father against the evil one set. And that story is baked in the cake of every show you motherfucking like. You like Batman? That's Heru. You like The Lion King? Simba is Heru. Let me prove it. Heru was born to avenge Osiris against his evil uncle, Set Typhon, which some people say became Satan, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Look at The Lion King. Simba avenged his daddy against who? His evil uncle. I mean, these folks aren't even original. Who was killed by an evil one like Batman? Batman's avenging who? His daddy. It's our story. It's a story of the Charis, the bringer of gifts, the Christ, which is a real story. It's just been juxtaposed and turned into murder. I knew
But
something was
these,
wrong when I was
they
getting
just,
baptized in the church, and they talking about how he got stabbed, and it's like, oh no, stop talking about. Like as a boy, I was like, stop talking about that. It's not right. I knew as a child it wasn't right to be talking about gore. It wasn't right.
but these other groups, they celebrate each season. They celebrate seasonal holidays. So even though it's cold, there's something going on. There's always something going on in Scandinavia, you know, seasonally, even though it's cold. So that's why they celebrate those holidays across Europe.
It's so skewed. One of these days, I'm gonna write a book on this shit because I can prove it. At this point, I can just prove that it's all skewed. We're worshiping death. It's backwards. But that shit's about to change. We're going into the age of Aquarius, and the poles are about to realign. Things are about to be different. True New, I'm sorry. You supposed to talk earlier. Go ahead, brother.
Oh man, I appreciate it, bro. I just be listening to man. Thank you so much for this space, Professor and Wani, and peace to everybody. Crazy you said about Lion King. Even what's even crazier is the Lion King 2. The character Kovu was supposedly adopted by Scar's wife, and in the Egyptian mythology, Anubis is adopted by Aset. So I thought that was interesting too, and he's sometimes regarded as a Christ figure as well. Um, man,
Stealing our shit and using our shit. It's all in your face. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And even first, man, I wanted to say a lot of things, man. It was a lot of stuff, information revealed in here. But first to the space, um, why FBA is blonde. I just wanted to read some. Um, I'm glad the conversation went because at first I just had this to read. I was like, damn, this is kind of disturbing. I didn't even know if I wanted to read it, but I feel like it should be read now. Eldridge Cleaver in his book, uh, Soul on Ice, he has a poem in here about uh, this has called To a White Girl. And I just think this describes the dichotomy about whiteness that is in our mind. It says, I love you because you're white. not because you're charming or bright. Your whiteness is a silky thread snaking through my thoughts in a red hot patterns of lust and desire. I hate you because you're white. Your white meat is a nightmare food. White is the skin of evil. You're my Moby Dick. White witch, symbol of the rope and hanging tree, of the burning cross. Loving you thus and hating you so, my heart is torn in two, crucified. So I think that if you know the story of Eldridge Cleaver, he was the leader of Black Panther. He was the minister of information of the Black Panther Party of Self Defense in Oakland. He even ran for president, and he was in jail for rape of a white girl. And I just think how he describes it, how he was saying how whiteness was put as something to attain, and in his mind and everything in our world we just see destruction. You know what I'm saying? Everything, like, we walk outside, a lot of us who grew up, in the hood, you walk outside and all you see is potholes, people walking around, trash, machinery left around. You just automatically are getting programmed with these symbols of, destruction and chaos, and no way of making a link between your interests, the things that's happening inside your house, and the things that's happening in your neighborhood and around you, and so on. So, and then you get around these people, you're promoted to go to school to do all these good things, to be upward mobile, and then you get around these people, and it just keeps reminding you, keeps giving you this image of you don't have this, you don't have that. So
Was that poem about him, or was he trying to relate that to everybody?
Well, what had happened was, he was in jail for raping a white girl, and he was a very, very sick person, through and through, I believe. And he raped a lot of black women as well. So that's interesting. And he actually said that in his letter. He said that he raped a lot of black women to practice, to then rape a white woman. So he wrote, while in jail, he wrote a lot, and that poem was,
Okay, so he's in love with white people and all that. Great.
yeah,
Nothing to
that's
do with me
basically
because I don't think about him like that.
right, exactly. And that's what I'm saying, like, and that's what I'm saying. So I think what we're doing now, and everything that has been done before in this liberation struggle that we've had, always back when we had race men and women coming out of slavery and Reconstruction. I think all of this represents us putting back our minds back together. Putting that back into perspective, so we don't have that, in us more. To think about ourselves less than in comparison to somebody else.
Well, it's the body of Osiris coming back together.
Exactly, and that's what I was hinting at. You know what I mean? And so, lastly, I just wanted to say, I'm so happy, Professor, to hear this space today, man. To have made it to this space, to hear your level of, to hear you say what you called it, esoteric Black history. I've never heard that before. That term is definitely nuanced, and I can say as IP to you, because I've never heard it put like that before. This esoteric knowledge is that healing process that I always talk about when I come to the spaces. When that sister said time, it's like, when you it's our great teacher C. Freeman Nell, he says it's a codex inscriptus. It's a code written within. So, like, with time, um, it's a I've heard it described as a non-space continuum. So it's a continuum. So yes, it is infinite. But that word dimension gets thrown around. Now, you mentioned somebody at HVAC. I'm also in the process of training for HVAC. So that's interesting that you said that.
Should I
Uh,
do it if I could?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm in a position to do it myself. So and so dimensions, people don't understand length, width, and height. When you talk about another dimension, not to get put this too much in your space, 'cause I heard what you were saying about Bob Lazar. Um, that's a measurement. You can only measurement with time. It's a measurement. Time, they say, is the fourth dimension. It's like, it only exists in the dimension of the mind, the dimension of mental. If the third dimension is space, this 3D, The fourth dimension would have to be time, which is your mind, which your memories only exist in your mind. You know what I'm saying? They only exist in your mind. Time is only
But everything is mind. All is mind. All of it.
Exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? And it's that measurement. If it's a dimension, it's a point A to point B. Act like, for an example, my birthday. So the sister, to answer the sister needed, and I'll land with this. To understand this science and how it plays into a part into our lineage. Me myself, I'm somebody my birthday was May 10th. I was born May 10th, 1994. The same day John Wayne Gacy was put down, the same day Jeffrey Dahmer was baptized, same day Nelson Mandela was inaugurated. There was a solar eclipse that day. And so my grandfather was born the same day in 1920. Get this though, his mother was born the same day in 1897. So it's just things like that to say, okay, um, I can see the things that they've done in their lives, and I can see how it's showing up in my life, and how I'm almost correcting and healing those things just through the way I'm living, the way I'm choosing to live. I can see some of the same temptations when I hear my grandmother speak about my grandfather that I'm facing, that I heard him face. You know what I'm saying? So this science is real, man. It's definitely real, like you were saying. It's something real in that, and yeah, keep cultivating that. Keep this space and everything we do in this movement is, yeah, is leading into that big that thing, that big one as they call it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, to Ra,
So
to
back to Eldridge Cleaver. Um, he seemed to like white women. So Google his wife.
word.
Mm-mm.
Yeah,
Yeah. The Back to European psychology during the Young Dryas. We're in a backwards period. Now I don't know how to explain this without a diagram, but again, if y'all refer back to the picture I put in a jumbotron from Fingerprints of the God, and you look at that, looks like a big piece of pizza, but you look at the all, the universe, universal progression, the circle of the nine, if you will. Um, what am I trying to say? Mm, I had something deep as fuck to say. It's escaped my head. It was so fucking deep. Maybe it wasn't meant for me to tell you guys that. Yeah, go figure.
you said here. Can I say one more thing? You said Haru, man. That thing was so crazy because hour and Haru is that thing we measure it by the sun. It's the hour, and then minute.
Horace's.
Right.
So one thing I teach my students and I say on spaces is warfare begins with language. So the first thing Europeans did, uh, uh, Thoth the Atlantean. Oh man, I didn't want to get that deep tonight. Um, Let me give you the short version. So there's some lines of thought and little scholarship, hard to find here and there, that says that the world was very advanced a long time ago. How long ago? Who knows? Maybe 20,000 years. Who knows? Maybe longer. But there's some scholarship to show that there was an advanced society with anti-gravity flying ships and just technology beyond our belief in 2024. And a war broke out because of a great deceiver called oh Lord, Wani, what was it called? I'm about to freak out. I can't remember. What was the people that infiltrated the Atlanteans? The Brotherhood of what?
Bell.
The Baal Brotherhood? The Brotherhood of Baal?
Wait a minute.
Oh, that's gonna drive me
I
crazy because I
forget.
didn't write it down. There's no way I'll find that again. The Brotherhood of, it may have been something like Baal. I need to write that shit.
Well, we related it to that
I want to
anyway
write.
at
I
the end
need
of
to
it.
write that shit down because I wanted to look it up. Oh my
We
gosh.
have a lot of hands up.
A lot of hands. Marcus, what's up? Marcus 4.
How y'all doing? How y'all doing this evening? Blessings and salutations, y'all.
What up?
Uh, um, I want to ask a quick question before I start so I know how to address the room. Now, how many of y'all would say that you identify as being Christian?
What's the
Give me,
relevance? I'm not sure if that's
Me,
well,
so
well,
important.
so you mention it is when you mention Christ, and then you mention all of this other stuff. So the question is are we talking scriptural relevance or are we talking
That,
historical?
sir,
Historic? Can I finish? Can I
no,
finish my
no.
my?
With all due respect, that's not the purpose of the room, and I don't go and usurp other people's rooms, and I'm not going to allow anybody to usurp my room. Now, that's not what I said. I said the charist. But this is not necessarily a theological room, and coming here and asking people what their religious beliefs, that's not really appropriate because we all have different religious beliefs. And I don't want to alienate anybody. I was baptized in a Christian church and I have beliefs in a higher power, but that's not the purpose of the room. We're talking about white supremacy, sir. So I'm going to give you a chance to address the topic and address the system of white supremacy. And I would ask you to refrain from asking people what their religious beliefs from because that's just outright offensive. You got people in here that don't believe. And that's cool because we have First Amendment rights, friend. Continue.
Well, I was asking in reference.
I don't hear him. Wani, can you hear me?
No, I
You
can.
muted me again, and that it was double muted maybe.
It's a double mute.
I
Yeah.
So
hold on,
that
hold on.
yeah.
Number
So
one, lose that attitude. I didn't mute you. I didn't do that.
No, it's
it's
a glitch. It double mutes
yeah. It
sometimes.
wasn't you. It
Okay.
wasn't you. I wasn't saying that. I was asking in reference because you were mentioning Horus and Osiris, which is something that would be considered more as historical, right? So I was asking to know where to lead the conversation because I did want to mention the actual topic of the room, but it seemed as though when I was here, you guys were speaking on other things. So I was looking at the topic of the room as this, and if we can go back to that versus what was actually last being said. So it says, "Oh, why are FBAs blonde?" And did the white God image hurt FBA self worth? And I asked a question because the speakers were referencing, and you said that you weren't saying Christ, right? That was what you were saying. That was that was
What the word Christ is a misnomer. It's actually it was either A, ignorance, or B, intentional misleading. It was the charist, Karast, the charist or charist, which means the bringer of gifts. Um, the Episcopalians know this. They call it the first church of the Charis. But yeah, so Christ is a misnomer. No disrespect. I'm just telling
So no,
history.
no. That's fine. It was just as it was said out loud. That's what it sounded like, and whether that was a reflection of the whatever you want to say, like the mechanical systems in the space. You know how you hear sound and stuff like that. That was what it sounded like. So that's why I was asking for clarification. But in relation to that, if you look at Christianity in and of itself, they don't have a white God. As a matter of fact, it's been a problem since you look at the what do you call them, the Borgias. You know what I'm saying, like the Borgia Pope and Cesare and all of that. Which the image of Christ right now is the image of Cesare Borgia. It's not the image of actual Christ. And if you look back at the Bible and the scripture there, it's very specific about you not making any images of people, which is why you find other Abrahamic faiths not making any images of either holy people or of God Himself or of any
This is
other important
dangerous.
people.
This is dangerous because I see. I don't want to. You know what I don't want. Yeah, I don't want it to happen on our
Well,
space
Well,
because
it says,
No,
brother,
because people are immature. They'll freak
yeah,
out.
I don't
Not
want to
you,
go
but
there.
just
I'm looking at
well,
they'll
but
freak
I'm
out and go
looking
in
at
another
Dr. Walt
room.
Williams' book, and you're tempting me. I'm being tempted here.
I'm just addressing. It says directly in the thing of the space. did the white God image hurt the FBA self worth? So that's
It's
So you were
specifically.
saying,
you weren't
you
here
were
from the
saying,
beginning. You don't understand the context, and you're
No,
trying.
I'm sorry. I don't.
Yeah, the context
If
is
I
not.
was.
It's not a theological context. It's a psychological warfare
okay.
context, wherein the white image of Jesus the Christ, which is not true. Even according to the canon of Holy Bible, the scan of
Well,
it describes.
That's the same direction that I'm going in. Is that it was all misleading to begin with, because that was never there was never supposed to be a representation of that, and that was purposely skewed to mislead the people, so that it deviates from not only history but actuality, so that the people would be
It
led.
was skewed way before then. It was skewed at the Council of Chaldon. Like the whole idea. Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not even gonna do it.
Well,
So why do you think,
you know
Marcus,
what,
why do you
I
think that
guess.
happens? Why do you think that Christianity does the opposite of what they're told to do? Because the women are supposed to dress modestly and they're not supposed to make images. Why do they go against the Abrahamic religion?
Well, because it's evil, right? So I think a lot of people believe in the devil, right? So you see most people believe in something like a Satan or the devil or a Lucifer or whatever. I don't
Hmm.
see them all being intertwined. I very much so believe that the devil is a misspelling. I believe it is spelled like that, but I believe it has dropped the apostrophe, which you would also often see in Old English, where there was a D apostrophe, meaning the, like TH, as in a reference to a thing. So I believe that what it is it's the evil, which is the mechanism in which what we would consider to be a evil entity, right? Like whether that's Lucifer or Satan for you or whatever it is in whatever you believe specifically, and that is the mechanism that is used against the people to maneuver them in the, I guess whatever you want to call it, the opposition of righteousness, right? And that's why we see them doing those, making those images. That's why we see the corruption of, per se, that specific teaching of making images and trying to gear people in one way, which is clearly against scripture, right?
Now,
So
this is too. In no disrespect, brother, but this is too misnomer. It's too mis. What scripture you referring to? This is not productive.
Which religion isn't corrupt? I'm asking
Yeah,
for a friend.
I'm asking for a friend.
So I mean that wasn't what I was saying, that any religion isn't
No,
corrupt.
I
I can
know.
only comment on the
I
religions
agree.
that I'm very familiar with, Christianity being one
Which
of
one
them.
do you think is least corrupt out of all the ones you know of?
I don't have an answer for that that will be satisfactory. I can give you my personal answer, but it's not going to go into the way that it's practiced today, and that would be not beneficial for any of you or for an answer that's honest to you. So I respect you too much to give you something like that. So
Yeah.
What
if
would
that's the
you
case, I'll
what would
drop
you
down if
say?
that's so. If
What would you say if I said all of the religions that everyone is practicing are corrupt?
I'd
Not
agree,
only are they corrupt, but they're corrupt in the same way and with the same abuses to children
I'd agree with the
that are
first
very
part.
disturbing.
I'd agree with the first part and the last part. I don't know that I fully agree with the second part, but I'd say that you're
What's the
probably
second
pretty
part?
all of them. I only know a good amount about three or four of them, so I'm not an expert on
Well,
that
well,
level to
well.
say that. So
They're all the main Abrahamic religions came from the same point. Now, I will say this: that
well,
the story of the Karist, is,
per,
in
per,
my view, true. That is a true story. The story of the Karist. the hero, the Heru, the Christ, whatever you want to call it. I think that's true. I think they're and that's just my personal belief. But history erases the mystery, and if you understand how it was perverted, you would understand where the other religions came from. It was perverted because I'm gonna give you the short version, as short as I can give you. It was perverted because the Kemites, who we refer to as the Egyptians, wait, but first off, they were warned by both the Atlantean to do not take that language. Do stay away from the white man Greek. Don't learn that. They learned it anyway, and it corrupted them. Just like English, it had fork tongue, different meanings. Knife, K, N, F, K. Where's the K? What, Kniff? What the hell? Different meanings. Two and two, the different meanings. It's intentionally confusing. The leadership of Kemet or Egypt, as it was named. You see the warfare in Egypt is not our word. Egypt is a created word by the Greeks. Egyptus. That does have meaning, derogatory meaning. Anyway, uh, the leadership of Kemet had pity on Asian men who worked in Kemet, and gave them women. Big mistake. And they had children with these mixed biracial children. In 200 years, the fourth cataract fell. A civil war broke out. You had a bunch of mixed race children that said, "I'm not black. I'm Asian. I'm with my daddy." Da, 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 da. War broke out, and Alexander the G, I'm not gonna call that fucker great, exploited it because for thousands of years people would study there and learn everything they learned from there, and it was basically taken over with the help of a black man named Cletus Nigra. That means Cletus the Black. He helped Alexander take it over. Long story short, Cletus had one disrespect too many from Alexander. Alexander had one drink too many from his wine bucket, and Alexander threw a dagger at Cletus, missed, and Cletus fucking killed him in front of everybody. Well, Cletus had to die because Alexander was a leader. Plus, he was black. He had to die. When he got dead, the third in command was one Ptolemy, one Lagi named Sotor. Ptolemy spelled with a P. Those you remember from sixth grade. Ptolemy is the way it's spelled. And Ptolemy one Lagi saw our spiritual system of the Charist, of the bringer of gifts. Um, they had a meaning that I think has been lost, and wanted that power. He viewed it as power because the Kemetic people would go to church and they would worship. It was a lot of power in that. And told me one Laggy wanted to be called Sotor, which means savior. He was insecure as a motherfucker. He was third in command, number one, he was a cousin of a very weak, effeminate Alexander. What man needs to be called the great? Now I will say Alexander was a great diplomat. He was good at talking, but he was particularly good at killing little boys. He was a fucking coward. And Cletus Nagra eviscerated his goddamn ass in front of the generals for insulting him. Well, um, now that that's been established, told me one wanted to be called great. You see, he wanted to be a big man on campus. He wanted to be called the savior. Keep that in mind, because savior is going to sound familiar to a lot of y'all in a minute. Told me one, when he got his chance at being leader, he declared himself a pharaoh, number one. But that wasn't good enough. That wasn't saviorish enough. He wanted to be considered a god. So he went to the likeness of God in Kemet, Egypt, whatever you want to call it. The likeness of God was Asara. The Europeans renamed it like they name everything to Osiris. Asara was a black man, or somebody look a little like me. Um, that wasn't good enough. He being told me one didn't want them worshiping somebody look like me. He wanted them worshiping him. So long story short, told me one went on a campaign. He shut down church. He shut down school. He went through Kemet looking for a Coptic Egyptian priest to make a likeness in the image of God that looked like him. White man, stringy hair, called the Savior. That's gonna sound familiar for those of you who are listening. Nobody would do it. Kemetic priests would die. I'm not going to change the likeness of God for you. I spit on you. And then they would lose their life. He kept killing, 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 killing until he found one, according to Dr. Watt Williams, Coptic Egyptian uncle Tom. He found one that changed the likeness of God. But there was a problem with European society. So as you were listening earlier, Europeans, given that young Adras, have an issue with female leadership. What does that come from? According to Dr. Michael Bradley posits that given the fact the young Adras was freezing cold in those caves, um, female presence was a liability. You needed more muscle. Cold men tend to do better with the cold. We can work. We can go outside, and women. The whole feminine thing is not necessarily valued, especially with this particular group. So women became food. Polyandry went wild. 10 men had one wife. How that works, I don't know, but it's true. Um, Wani, can you hear me?
Yeah, your space had kicked me out. I thought I got kicked out.
I'm, I,
After
I'm
yeah,
pissing somebody off because shit's going wild. I'm talking about Alexander the Great, and some administrator
Yeah,
is mad at
I can't
me.
hear you. I'm gonna try to drop out and come back in.
To drop out and come back in. I could hear you just fine.
literally, I was y'all were talking. I was literally posting a document from the CIA on. I don't know if y'all touched down on it. I had posted it in the blue pill though, and I went to post it into your jumbotron, and then I was kicked out, so it didn't allow me to. But I'm looking at other posts. Did y'all already go over that? The unclassified document, declassified documents like on manifestation and even
I'm
the
not
one
aware of it.
on three
I'm-
six nine
oh
and
yeah,
all of
yeah,
that.
I know about that. I know about that. No, I haven't gone over that.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, real quick, Professor Allen. I wanted to tell you that the thing that you were asking about, it was the children of the law of one and the sons of Belial. When you were like, "What's the
Belial.
name of that? What's the name of that?" It was a
Belial.
while
Belial,
back.
yeah.
Yes, the sons of Belial. I don't know if I'm pronouncing
Yeah,
it right,
yeah.
Belial,
but
that's
that
it.
is exactly what it was. Yes, that's what the war broke out over. Is the children of the law of one, the good side, and then the sons of Belial, which is another name for whatever you want to call the devil, I guess.
Ball.
So I wanted to just give that to you because you were right. I felt like the conversation was kind of derailed off of to a different direction because the context wasn't there, but you kind of was trying to bring it back. So I just wanted
Oh
to
yeah,
add you
thank
that. So
thank you for
there you
throwing me
go.
that ball. Yeah, sometimes people get loose contact. I don't really argue religion. I don't do that. And it's a lot of reasons I'm not gonna do that. But it's not important. Whatever your beliefs are, sometimes we need stuff to believe in. And I believe in an almighty God. I may have had a spiritual experience where I don't believe in God. I know there's a God. But that's not for me to try to prove to y'all. And when people come in here trying to prove, it's just like, oh God, come on now. That's almost
I
it's
feel almost like it's a political thing. Like, it's just like the political parties. It's like, yeah, our party is jacked up, but just go along with it anyway. And it's like they'll come in and you'll say, okay, answer this, or what about that? Oh, yeah, that's terrible. And yeah, he did this and that. Oh, yeah, these people have done terrible things in these books, but follow it anyway. You just like,
but I
wait.
used to I was baptized in Birmingham, Alabama. I used to be a Boy Scout, like I was telling y'all. But I had I was, let's just say I was on a battlefield, and I got compromised, and I almost lost my life. I don't know why I'm still here. Some of you know this story. I'm not gonna bore y'all with the whole story, but I had I had an NDE, a near death experience, and that kind of changed my life. Where I'm gonna say I had a really divine experience, and when you have an experience where you know for a motherfucking fact that this is not it and there's something else, there's no real reason and a lot of people who've had NDEs say the same thing. You don't feel the urge to let other people I don't feel the urge to run around telling people about the divinity, because I know that we're in divinity right now, and in due time, oh, all of y'all are gonna know. It's just a matter of time, my friend. Sooner or later, you gonna know. So it ain't my job to run around telling y'all. To me, I view that as almost like you're trying to convince yourself. Like, I'm not sure if this is real, but can you tell me it's real? Can you really?
I think that the some of the religions, especially Abrahamic religion, should just no, actually Hindu too, should just come clean. They should go, yeah, this is problematic. We don't believe in that. That's outdated. We don't believe in marrying 3-year olds, like in the Talmud. If they would just come clean and say, we don't know what these people were doing back then, but marrying little girls and toddlers is not cool, which is Abrahamic religions have those problematic things. And then when people actually read these books, um, they have questions and then they just run away from the questions. I think they need to come clean or else they're not going to have many followers in the future.
Oh, the young people are not putting up with it, and the truth coming out about the stories of. And I don't want to offend him, but I'm gonna stop right here. I don't. I really. Last thing I wanted. Sometimes all we have is our beliefs, and I'm not in a position to take that away from y'all because some people that's all you have. But there is.
I just tell people whatever makes you a good person, whatever makes you like, like have good morals and treat other people the way you want to, just nice and respectable. I'm like, I don't. I'm like, whatever you believe is what you believe. Just don't try to push it on other people. Don't be one of those people out there condemning everybody or acting holier than thou or being hypocritical because we all mess up from time to time. You know what I mean? But if you are whatever makes you, because we were born, we all have a moral compass, I believe. And right from wrong, except for I know earlier y'all was talking about the European. Yeah, I agree. There's got to be something. There's something is wrong with them. They don't if they don't have that, but what we have, and I'm like, hey, if this makes you a good person, you know, then you stick with that. And to me, I think it's a beautiful thing if we all can, say just respect each other. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to
No,
cut you off
you
or
didn't cut me
interrupt it.
off
I
at
just
all.
wanted
It's
to
all
say it before I
the
forgot.
gentleman came in here trying to derail the space, and it was pissing me off because you deal with psychology long enough and education and law long enough, you can kind of read people. And it's like, dude, please stop. And then Wani tried to warn him, please chill out, please. And it's like, okay, here we
Right.
go.
Hey, earlier when you were doing the numbers thing, I mean, you don't have to do it right now, but I would like mine done.
Yeah,
If if you ever get the time, it's like, oh, I want mine done too. I got all excited, so I'm kind of curious because there's a big story behind that, and I want to see
it
if it
might piss you
matches up.
off, but if you want to, you can you don't have to say your name out loud. You can in DM me your. Oh,
I
you
already
did.
did.
Okay, cool.
I did that way earlier when I was at work. I'm home now, so I just still listening. I can't, not listen to you guys. I'm learning so much, and everything is just so interesting. And my FBA family, I love y'all. So I haven't. I'm still listening. I'm still
Well,
here.
you know what? I was talking, Wani and Associate. I was talking to somebody, and they were like, "How do you know all this?" And I said, "I don't know," because in school, I went to white schools mostly. I went to historical black college undergrad, but I went to white law school, white grad school, and unfortunately, I learned a whole bunch of bullshit. They didn't teach me none of those PWIs. Uh, and I was like, "How do I know this?" I don't know. I had a divine experience. And on some level, I think this shit was downloaded in me. I don't know where all this information is coming from. I have no clue.
I could believe that. I could believe
It's,
that. There are certain thoughts that come to me sometimes, and I don't know where it comes from. It'll just be something. Will just click, and I'll be
it
like,
just makes sense.
huh.
That's all.
And it just makes you think outside the
And I
box.
know where to look somehow. I'm like, oh, okay, well, get this book. And I'm like, how the fuck did I know to get that book? Don't know. No clue. It just makes sense. So, where were we? We got derailed. I allowed myself to get derailed. Grassroots, did you go already?
Oh no, not yet. I'm sorry. I was because I'm actually finna. I got my cousins. I'm finna leave out with them, so I was just trying to really just kind of like just add to the space. That's all,
Go
real
ahead.
quick.
You had your hand up for a minute. I allowed myself to get derailed.
Oh, no
Go
worries, no
go with
worries.
your first
I
mind.
enjoy the information. I love one of my favorite people listen to is Bobby Hemmett, so I love what y'all was talking about.
Love Bobby Hemmett.
Um, just pertaining to the space, black people and like blonde hair, taking concepts from like Francis Wilson and John Henry Clark and our ancestors who kind of spoke on these things. We know it comes from like unfortunately there are black people who don't grow up with a family who inundates them with a self worth. So they fall victim to the dominant society's propaganda, and their minds are strong enough to really understand what they're actually falling victim to.
Okay.
And to me, I see it because I'm around. Like, I'm from Chicago. My parents from Chicago, so we don't live out there. We moved out to the suburbs later on, and I would shuffle back and forth. But I would see the difference. My family is very pro-black. Like, they're not like black power, but they're just like, you love yourself. You know what I mean?
But I see a lot of that with
Like,
Chicago black people. Chicago black people are so proud.
it's just like my grandma. She's a very fair-skinned woman, but all her husbands were either caramel or dark skin, you know what I'm saying? And it's a lot of my family. We have a very vast skin tone ratio within my family, and we never really did the color bias thing in our family. It was
Okay.
just, we just accepted each other. But I would see that in other families, though. When I would kick it with other black families, I would see that kind of color barrier there. But yeah, a lot of our people fall victim to that, and I feel like it's on us to teach our children to understand the environment they live in. And one thing about I feel like our generation isn't doing much of is talking to our children about their environment. Like a lot of our contemporaries are like, oh well, they feel some type of way like that's negative to tell a black child about. Oh, you're surrounded in a white supremacist system, and I've listened to a lot of spaces, and I hear people call in and talk about how, oh well, they feel some type of way about telling their child, well, they don't want them dating outside their race. Now there's a way you can do that without feeling like you're talking about hatred towards another race, but you got to know how to do it to make the children see worth in who they are and their people without making them trying to down another people. And so I just feel like we got to figure out how to do it. But I do it with I got two daughters. And so I'm on that. I listen to SETI. I listen to Khalid Muhammad. So I'm more on the revolutionary side where I don't give a fuck. I'm teaching my daughters, but I feel like some people, they not that intense with it. You know what I mean? So they don't know how to approach that situation. And so when they send like we people working all the time, and then their kids are in these schools, and so they getting inundated again with propaganda. They are now blindsided with the fact now their child has been strung out on white supremacist propaganda. So I feel like that's why a lot of our people out here representing shit that they don't know is foolish. Now with the white people side, I know that book called I got it in my crib. Um you just said it. I can go in my room right
Iceman,
now.
the Iceman
Yep,
Inheritance.
I got it. Yep, I got it in my crib. I got it.
It's a
I
good one.
got all the books. I got Destruction of a Black Civilization. I feel like one part that stood out to me was how he said how methodical the white race was in gaining their power. He was like they was waiting and waiting. It's 600 years they was waiting, kind of strategically planning themselves in positions of power.
I kind of talked about that
And
earlier.
so,
I talked about it earlier with Cletus one with Alexander the G. I don't want to call that fucker great, but yeah, they for thousands of fucking years they were studying and going to camp.
they're very patient people when it
Well,
comes
they
to
had no
them wanting
choice. They
power.
were rejected. Like the stories
They work.
of not Pythagoras, what's the motherfucker's name? Socrates and Pythagoras. They went to Egypt to try to learn mystery school and got rejected. Like hell no, we're not going to do.
Yeah.
So it's
Bobby Hemmings talked about that. He was like, yeah,
it's like it's you're
but
looking at a villain story. I was showing my students the last year we did a story of Hitler, and he makes sense when you look at him. Hitler is kind of like a microcosm of Europeans, their history. So Hitler just wanted to be an artist. He just wanted to be accepted, and he went off to apply to School of Vienna, like their art school, got rejected twice, and ended up didn't want to come home as a failure. So he started selling. Hitler became a prostitute. Can prove this shit. He became a male prostitute. Who knew that? Did y'all know that he was slanging? And Wani has some.
that shit just sound crazy.
I don't know if he was giving or receiving. I don't know that.
Receiving.
But Wani had an interesting theory on that.
Is receiving.
Wait, who was the prostitute? Who was the prostitute?
Because he had a
She's
micro penis, so how is he giving? He doesn't have anything to
ooh,
give.
she said that shit real
Excuse
quick.
me, Miss Wani. Who was the prostitute?
Hitler?
Adolf Hitler.
Hitler. Ugh, who wanna?
I
Hell
don't
yeah.
know.
Hold
Now,
on. Y'all think I'm bullshitting. I'm dead motherfucking serious. Hold on 1 second. Time to get some more scholarship.
Oh, I believe it. I did hear
now,
some
why
stuff about him,
Hmm.
some rumors. I had heard things about like
I wouldn't doubt it.
him being gay.
I hid another
Um
book from myself. I just do it so well, huh?
They
Uh,
engage in all type of debauchery
He
as a
was
culture,
also
as in
sub-Saharan
general.
and North African. He was also Jewish,
I heard that too.
genetics,
Hmm.
North African DNA, and sub-Saharan DNA, running around talking about who needs to have blonde hair and blue eyes to be superior.
But
Talk
that's a
about
recessive gene. That's the crazy
misrepresentation.
part about it.
Oh my goodness.
That's a
Hmm.
you talking about hosting up. You
About
talking about
mutations.
pedestalizing a recessive gene.
Right. He's talking about you know, several mutations.
well,
And I put this on y'all. Let me put this on y'all plate, and then
go
let me
ahead.
see what y'all think about it. Because me, I still adhere to the fact that they're created people. So I know people talk about the Ice Age, but no, there you had scientists that came out, in, I think it was the 2011 Scientific Journal, where they broke down the genetic makeup of white people, and they talked about they had fruit fly, ricin monkey, wolf. Yes, they were spliced people,
What concerns me?
and again,
What concerns
Can
me
you
about
show it
that?
to us?
Yeah, put that in jumbotron.
I never saw that study. Um,
I'm gonna have to find it because it was very. I remember I was studying. This was back because I started studying this stuff back in 2015, 16, where they start. I noticed they start scrubbing the internet of this information because before I should look it up, and I should be able to go right to the website, have the documentation, and it would be there. Now, when I try to pull it up, it's like gone.
H.
So you had it's like now I got to start doing digging because
they're
they
just
talk.
not the thing with throwing them under the bus, which I like doing, is that they're not an isolated group of people. So whatever they are, everybody else is too. Because
Well, they grow tails. They have a inherent genetic
so
malfactor that where they
but
grow
they
tails
yeah,
and
but so do Indian people. Everybody
right. No, they
they're
all share
blended.
and they
They're
have like
blended
Asians.
with all of these Asian people.
They grow
So
horns just like Asians. They grow horns. So it's another defect of the splicing DNA. And so you see in those cultures over there in East Asia, where you have over there in India and Asia, they grow. It's a term for it where it's a horn because that's spliced with the goat DNA, and so it will come out every
Oh,
now and then. Yeah, look it up. Yes, you got
I
a brother
see.
named
I
RFG the
want
chosen one.
to
He talked
see.
about that. He broke that down. He's talking about the different
Oh,
splicings of the monkeys. Asians were spliced with a different monkey than the white people, and
What?
so they have their Reese's, and then I think it's another monkey because it's a based on the look, and it's just the way it manifests itself. And so they grow. Sometimes you will see it's actually very normal that they grow a calcified horn coming out their forehead. And so, yeah, yeah,
well,
there's plenty
whatever
of
they
factors
are,
that
they spread
show
it.
this inherent mutations.
Whatever they are, it's in everybody now. So
That's why I
Well,
don't like it. But that's the beautiful thing
that's
about melanin.
unfortunate.
Melanin knows how to destroy it.
That's an
Melanin knows how
unfortunate
to
truth.
destroy it.
So if y'all look at the jumbotron right
oh,
quick,
I can't hear anything.
yeah.
I'm
When
no, that's my fault. I'm up here talking to y'all and I'm on mute.
oh,
I'm on mute. And I thought he got quiet because I was talking. He must have just stopped talking. So if you look at the jumbotron, you look.
No, I got no, I did. I get quiet. I got quiet for you.
So if you
Okay.
look, it says Hitler, if y'all will, class, page 237, says
mhm.
Hitler, Austrian politician and occultist, born in the small border town of I can't pronounce that. Hitler was a moody and difficult child with a passion for reading, philosophy and art. He dropped out of school in 1905 and in 1907 went to Vienna in hope of enrolling into the prestigious Vienna Academy of Art. He failed the entrance exam twice. However, unwilling to return home, he ended up on Vienna's mean streets. What mean streets mean? Is that a white way of saying the blade? Um,
Yes, the stroll.
the track. E-
He
hold
said
on.
living close
Shake
to
it,
male
don't break it.
Hold
prostitutes.
on. Let's keep going, class. Eking out a living as a postcard painter and male prostitute. They threw that in there real fast. A postcard painter and a male
Hmm.
prostitute. They said it real fast. While staying in cheap rented rooms, he was in cheap rented rooms, either slanging that thing or
But he didn't. He only had one thing, according to the doctor.
oh, he's getting that thing slanged on. Anyway, when
I'm not surprised.
me and my undergrads looked up under this, it was understood he wasn't happy about getting turned out. That's where all that killing came from. He's like, man, all I wanted to do was be an artist. I couldn't be an
He
artist.
said micro penis energy.
That's
Hit,
what the doctor said. I don't know.
Hitler got
I'm
turned.
not looking at it.
Hitler got turned out, and that's what all that anger came from. He got turned out. Somebody turned that
Yeah.
man out.
But ain't that why most incels crash out?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hitler
They
crashed
can't
out.
get rid.
That's funny as hell. Hitler
Because
crashed out.
honestly, you
Now,
you need you need see the feminine and masculine energy is a very divine force, and then you need to balance it out. So if you have males who can attract feminine energy, it gets stored up, and so see women balance men out just how men balance women out. And so if you have men who can't get no females, they just stuck.
Wani, I'm
The
tripping out
mas-
right.
get
Wani,
violent.
Wani, I'm tripping the fuck out. I'm gonna send you. I just got a title.
Why?
I just got a title for another space, man.
Oh no.
I'm gonna
Was
send this
Hitler
shit to you.
sending
Hold
that thing?
on.
Oh
so
no.
Hillary crashed out.
Oh no. Now, the next time you see something about rhesus monkey DNA and horns and stuff being spliced into people, can you tell me like what date this is? Like because
I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna do some real.
there's
because I know like I've studied
and
it, but
who's
I never
saying it?
keep my sources like because I'll be on the move. But I'm really do
Yeah.
spend some time and try to gather my data so that I can present it properly.
No, it's just that the time of when this would have happened matters because some very
Well, they
powerful
took it out the
scientists.
tombs. It was in the tombs out there. And, we had Napoleon. He went into when they was ransacking Egypt. There was a temple, and I remember Bobby Hemmett talked about it and had looked it up, and then Brother Panic had backed it up,
I
and
don't
they
do
talked
panic
about they,
sources.
huh?
I don't do panic sources.
Oh well, no
Okay.
worries. I'm just saying I
Can,
will
can,
do.
can,
I'm
can,
saying I'm doing my own due diligence. I'm saying I'll do my own due diligence to kind of like
hey,
just bring
hold that thought,
the
brother.
source.
Cash, grassroots. I got a Miss Stacy's numerology. Stacy, are you with me?
Yeah, I'm
You
still
ready
here.
for this?
Why you said I'm gonna be mad
Because
though?
you
Oh
told me something
gosh.
earlier that I was reading over this and I was like, mm-hmm.
Oh
What
really?
did you
Okay,
what did
I'm
you say
ready.
about your mom and your red hair? She didn't what?
Oh no. My mom didn't say anything about mine, but other people would tell me, I was a pretty redhead baby. And well, my uncle used to, which is funny now. We laugh about it, but he'll tell everybody, "Oh, she was a little ugly redhead baby." But he always talks about it. He's funny. I We laugh because he knows I was a very cute kid, but as a little girl, I always thought people felt sorry for me because when I saw red hair, I always thought of a
I thought you
clown.
said something
And I
like
thought
somebody said
clowns.
dye your hair, and you said something like my mother would never let me dye my hair, right?
Oh, yeah. Well, so what happened was it was a girl in school who was really popular. And, she asked me if I dyed my hair. And I said, oh, no, my mom would never let me. And then I was too scared, anyways. But um, I told her, no, I never dyed my hair. But she was asking me, how did I get it? How did it change colors? And my sister, I never paid attention to it like that, but my older sister did. And she explained, she says, well, every time, when the sun comes out, or, with whenever the sun hits it, it gets lighter in the summertime. So the roots were always like a darker brown. And then by the ends of my hair would get closer to almost blonde. So they were really light. So the girl came back to school the next day, and I think she was trying to get my color. So for me, that was like a big compliment, because I'm like, wow, this girl that all these boys like is trying to get my hair color, and I didn't have to do nothing to get
Well,
it to look like this.
but
And she
but but
jacked
but
her hair up
you
trying to look
said
like
something
me.
real particular. You said somebody asked you to dye
Uh
your hair,
huh.
and you said my mama would never let me do that. Right?
Oh no, that's what I was. She asked me if I did dye it, and I said no, because my mom would never let
Exactly. I
me dye
said
my
that because
hair. But
because
I used to say I wanted to because I thought it would make it grow, because
well
I
the
didn't
the re-
like having.
the reason why I said that is
Mhm.
your number says you
I
probably
think you
found.
might have misunderstood what I said.
Oh, what say well?
I think you might have misunderstood what I said, because me, I was on my earpiece and I was at
I
work and I was
probably
kind
I
of
probably
whispering.
did, but
But yeah,
the reason
go
why
ahead.
I
I'm sorry.
interpreted it that way because your number says you probably found it difficult to stand up to your parents.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
And it says you have a problem with authority figures throughout your life. Is that right?
A problem with authority figures? I was always really quiet. My mom always called me timid. I don't if it depends on how the problem was. Maybe it's because because I was scary. I was not disrespectful to authority.
Mhm.
So maybe I don't know if it's just that I didn't like the fact that I couldn't stand up to him. I don't know. But my mom was a bully. I didn't stand up to her until I was 24.
It says the result is you may fluctuate between being charming and accommodating or stubborn and irritable when dealing with others. Despite a difficult start and the wrong kind of education or career, you will do well in your chosen profession. You are an explorer must be restless and fairly easily bored. You will be best suited for a job where you can get around and meet a variety of people. You love to travel, and your holidays are the highlight of your year. Is that true?
I don't know about all that. The holidays, I just like being around my family. I mean, and if it's the holiday time that we can be together, but I'm not a big holiday celebrator.
It says some of you do well in business, either working for a boss who appreciates you or allows you to do things your own way or owning your own business. You're an excellent salesperson with the persistence needed to follow the lead. You're also obliging to others, which is always a good thing on a job or in business. Another positive aspect is you love to read and learn, and you can be a
No.
that's not you.
It has to be you know what? If it's interesting, I do.
Okay.
I have to be into it. I have to really be into it, and then I can't put it down, but for the most
Are
part. But I do love to
are you
learn.
a good teacher or guide to others?
I think so. I think when I'm passionate about something, I have a certain way of teaching. I try to understand their learning process and teach them so they can learn it. I try to understand how that person learns so I can teach it to them.
You may be extremely lucky in your choice of friends and colleagues. Other people will be happy to help whenever they can. You're sociable and flirtatious, and you enjoy having a good time and seeing others enjoy themselves. You're kind hearted and having good intentions, but your innate selfishness and moodiness can ultimately spoil your relationship. Is that you?
You know what? There's the first part, absolutely. One of the things people always have told me, and I hear it from so many people, is that I have a good heart. People always say, "Oh my gosh, you have a really good heart. You have a good heart. You have a good heart." I hear it all the time. As far as relationships, I actually just got out of a relationship in October, a 3.5 year relationship. And I'm not going to get into like, the whole thing because I don't want to bore everybody, but and it was long distance. It probably should have never happened. His last visit, he just kept picking all these little dumb fights with me, and I kept trying. The whole when you mention accommodating, I really try to be accommodating, and it just felt like maybe it ran its course, and instead of him just he just a chicken shit. Instead of him just coming up and saying he just didn't want to do it anymore, he just found excuses to pick fights, and then I was like, well, I'm gonna go to the work out, and maybe when we come back you could talk or whatever. And I came back, he was gone. So I didn't know if he packed his stuff and took an early flight, or if he turned out he stayed in a hotel and left the day of, and then tried to convince me that he didn't break up with me. And I said, oh no, your actions did that. So I'm over it.
Relationships are fucking
Um,
awful. Trust me.
right.
Positive traits:
So
optimistic, joyful, sociable, friendly, inspiring, teacher,
yeah,
idealistic, good at explaining things, kind, outgoing, creative, possibly
oh,
artistic,
I'm such a good person.
My bad. Look,
intuitive.
I'm even finna, but look, I'm finna, my homie finna pull up. Look, I'm finna hop down. Hey, Wani, I love you. When you be on Three Spaces, hey, you be cooking them. I love you doing what you was doing. I be loving that shit. Cause she be going in on the ass. Shout out to you, Professor. Hey, I appreciate you for bringing me on. Love y'all, family. I'm finna drop down because I gotta go make some moves.
Peace out. Uh, Intelligent, versatile, charming, enjoys life. Now, negative says self-centered, moody, impulsive, arrogant, boastful, tend to exaggerate, good starter but poor finisher, and scattered energies. Is that you, or is something wrong?
You know what? That's pretty accurate for the most. God, the negative sounds so bad. At least there's more positives, but the negatives, oh, that sounds so horrible. I can be moody. Yeah. Especially when you're hungry, you moody.
Is
But
anybody not
when you
moody?
thank you. But you know what? I love Wani. Thank you so much. She always got my back. But you know what? The selfish part, that's one of those things where I try hard not to be a selfish person. Maybe I can be. I think growing up, and I'm wondering if it's because as I've gotten older, I've had to learn to convince myself to love myself enough to look out for me first, instead of always trying to make sure everybody else is taken care of. I was forced to have to share everything growing up as a child. So as I've gotten older, I'm like, can I have something for myself? But I don't, maybe there may be some selfish tendencies, or some people may take them as selfish. I don't like to think of myself as selfish, but I could be at times. I think there probably are times when I am.
Yeah, it's hard to hear the negative things. Yeah, my shit
Hmm.
was worse than that. But yeah, it's not 100%, but it's interesting. Um,
Yeah, it is. I'm like this, but for the most part, I think it was pretty spot on. Wow.
yeah, there's more. It says you have heart number. Yeah,
Oh, more negative.
you have some hidden fear of failure or looking.
Oh, that's not hidden.
That's not you.
That's not hidden. That's absolute. That's one of my big flaws that I've become self-aware of over the past few years. I have a big fear of failure. Oh yeah. And it messes with me. So I do that's one of the things I try to work on, because it's a
It
setback.
says
It's not
failure
good.
or looking weak and being rejected, but you should put this aside because you do have real talent and you make a reliable partner and good friend. You have a great sense of humor.
Oh, that's absolutely 100% accurate.
Yeah, this stuff is real fascinating.
Yeah, it is. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that so much.
Excuse me, Professor. This is Nini.
Hey,
Can you please message me the complete breakdown of my number for numerology, please?
what was it? One?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah,
I was the first person that you did.
I'll send it to you.
So
Thank
there's
you so
only
Yeah, what
much.
was my number?
Three.
three.
Number
Yeah, and
3?
I guess I
Hmm.
didn't read it. It said three. The characteristic of three is an extrovert,
Yeah,
and I didn't
probably.
tell you your characteristic,
Uh,
Nini. Characteristic. Oh, extrovert as well. Yep.
So there's only 10 descriptions.
10. It's nine.
I mean, nine
Yeah,
descriptions. That can't be
for
specific.
people, but it gets more specific if you're talking about what's gonna happen is because you align that with the day, and it's kind of complicated. But just this is one
You
section.
mean the person's birthday?
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of stuff. Oh shit, personality number. What is this? So what? Oh man, this is a bit. Okay. Oh man, this is a bitch. I never even seen this before. I'm about to do this one. Wani, I gotta do you first. Hold on, Wani. So
I don't like it. I feel like I'm on the psychic hotline.
Olivia, ignoring vowels. What's a vowel? I o u, right? Cons-
Do I owe you $2.99 per minute?
Go, Wani. Go, Wani.
Cons- okay, so Wani, we're ignoring the vowel. What are the vowels in your name? I'm gotten retarded right quick.
O
IEOU.
I another O. Yeah. OIO.
So I spots. That's got to go.
IOI.
That's it. Ignore the vowels. The consonants. Okay, so the consonants in your name, Wani, are WN I mean SPTTS, right? All right, let's do that. This is a lot easier than the other one, so we're gonna do the numerology on that. 5N is 5. W and N are the same thing. Weird. S is 1. P is 7. TT 2. S is 1. Let's do the math on that. That's 10, which is a 1. That is 8. 4. 4 plus 1 is 5. 5 plus 8. 10 is 13. Which is a 4. 4 and 1 is 5. So Wani's personality number is 5. Let's see if I got your personality, Wani Spots.
How many choices are there on there? 9?
No. So their power numbers 11, the pillars, right? 22 and 33. But 9 plus those. So let's look at personality. You're number 5, right? Tell me if this is wrong. You are intelligent and inquisitive. You well read, and are fond of knowledge and information. You are happy for people to see you that are that way. You're great fun to be with, and you're a good friend. You may travel for work or fun, and you may move from country to country. This is you. Move from country to country during your life. You love novelty and can be restless. Don't pass on gossip. Wani,
You
I'm
said
sorry. That sounds like
restless.
you.
That one sounds like me. I'll admit it. And I'm not paying $2.99.
Shit, now I gotta do me. Hold on.
Good God, that was crazy.
That was spot
Don't
on. Look at
it
this. Listen,
said don't pass on gossip because I pass on gossip. Is that why it said that?
I don't know why, but it said you may move from country to country during your life. Get the fuck out of here. Really? So what am I?
What about the gossip part though?
I don't know what that means.
What does it say exactly?
It just says don't pass on gossip.
I was told to stop listening to it.
Oh, I'm looking at a heart number. Hold on. It says don't pass on gossip. I don't know what that means. I'm serious.
Okay.
Is it saying that you don't pass on gossip
It just
already, or is telling her not to pass on
it's vague. It
gossip?
says don't
I'm
pass on
hearing a
gossip.
lot.
Right.
I'm hearing a lot of gossip and I keep trying to like ignore it, but it won't go away because it's explosive. So
Oh my
I
gosh.
want to ignore it.
Now I got to do myself. Let's see if this shit sounds right. 3, 3.
This ought to be interesting.
Let's see what this is. You got to face yourself. I'm criticizing a lot of people. Got to do me. My shit's usually terrible. 8 plus 6 is 2 and 14. 14 is a what? That's a 5. 6. That's 11. Pillars is 2. 2 and 5 is 7. My personal number is 7. Here we go. You don't have a great outer manner, as you can be cool at best. See, you see how my shit is off? My shit's awful. Okay, you don't have a great outer manner, as you can be cool at best and snobbish. Hard to get to know. This is me. Hard to get to know and inclined to sneer at others at worst, but I don't do that, do I? But beneath This unpleasant outer manner is a decent person. Yep, I hide the real me because I'm really I hide the real me. I do because I've been burnt so many times. I got turned hard on the outside. Everybody thinks I'm an asshole until they get to know me. Decent, but damn, this is really like 100% me. Pleasant outer manner is decent person waiting to get out. You can actually be an interesting and loyal friend. You tend to be mystical or offbeat matters, and you can be very intuitive. You may get along better with children than with adults. I'm a teacher. That's funny as hell. Ooh wee.
That's it.
It's true. That's everybody said. My students when they meet me, they say, "Man, I thought you was an asshole." Everybody thinks I'm an asshole until like they get to know me, and it's a front because I've been burnt so many times that I just go in there like I'm an officer in the military. But
That's crazy because ever since I've been in these spaces, you seem so nice and so like friendly and welcoming and like you care about people. That's what I
but
got.
yeah, I let my guard down on spaces.
Me
In real
too.
life, I'm a whole different person.
Okay, I guess that makes sense. Oh well, if I ever meet you in real life, don't be that.
Ah, I'm doing you now, Stacy. So y'all help me. I got remedial. So A E A E I O gotta go. O gotta go. AEIOU. So you are Stacy is let's see your personality. One. This stuff is interesting. Two,
This ought to be good.
one and two. C. What is C? Three. Four is nine.
Where's seven? He would stop us from doing this immediately and call us a bunch of freaks.
They're trained to think that
This is
way.
fun.
E is a vowel, so it needs to go. E.
Yeah.
R. R9. T. T is what? T is two. S is one. And N is five. So one, two, three and three is six. Six. That's a six. Nine and two is 11. Nine and two is 11. One and five is a six. 11 and 11 is 22, which is a four. Four and six is a 10, which is a one. One and six. Damn, Stacy, we the same. We got the same personality. You don't
What?
have a. What the fuck? What? That don't make sense. Cause that's a, hold on. What was my personality number?
I thought you were a
Yeah,
seven
you mark matches a seven too. You don't.
or five. Who was five? No, it was wait. Somebody was five. Somebody was a seven. I think.
That is fascinating.
Now, is this telling the future?
It's talking about your personality. So, Stacey, we had the same personality. You don't have a great outer manner, as you can be cool at best, snobbish and hard to get to know, inclined to sneer at others, or at work. Or maybe I did your thing wrong.
Yeah, maybe because that don't sound right at all.
AEIOU. I probably did it wrong. AE. Is there?
Stacy, STAC. Wait, now was is Y considered? Because STACY, Robertson,
Oh, so
ROBERTSON.
it's missing a Y. There you go. Miss.
Okay.
See, you see how it
Okay.
works. Y is a seven.
Uh-huh.
Seven. So that's I can fix this. Seven. Hold on. What was it? Six plus. That was a one over here. Six plus one, two, six plus seven. Six plus seven is 13. That's a four. That changes a lot. Four plus one is five. That takes you to five. So tell me if this is right. You're intelligent and inquisitive, well read, a fund of knowledge and information. You're happy for people to see you that way. You're great fun to be with and a good friend. You may travel for work.
That's one.
Yeah, that's something's going on with your name. Um, yeah, I don't know.
I don't either. I don't
Stacy.
know what you were looking at to use that, so
I'm
I'm
not.
sure.
I'm be honest with y'all. I'm embarrassed as a scholar not to know this. But
Maybe because it's tired. Maybe because you're
no, I'm
tired
not.
still.
I'm gonna be fucking honest. If anything, I'm gonna be brutally. I'm not really sure what a fucking vowel is. I don't remember what the vowel.
Oh, well, you
A
know
E
what?
I O U,
Vowels,
sometimes W and Y.
A-E-I-O is, yep, A-E-I-O-U and sometimes Y.
Sometimes why.
A
Uh-huh.
vowel has
What
multiple
about
sounds.
W?
A vowel makes multiple sounds and pronunciation. That's what makes
What
a
about W and
character
Y?
a
Did I
vowel.
learn the rules wrong?
Right. So it's like, is it considered now does it change depending on how it's used in the word? Because in my name it would be considered probably a vowel since it has the E sound in it. Since Stacy and it gives you the two syllables for Stacy. So I don't know if you would use it or not.
Yeah, I'd see. I'm gonna be transparent. Even in elementary school, I was like, "What the fuck? A vowel and a consonant?" I couldn't
This
really.
is ridiculous because I learned that it was sometimes W and Y, but on here it says it's not
I've never heard it being a W.
W.
W is
I went to a
always, well,
dumb
there's no
school.
W in my name anyway, so it don't matter.
I went to a dumb school.
No,
Well,
I never heard that
well,
That's
a
the
W as
exact
a
con-
rhyme that we
W
learned.
has always been a consonant as far as I was
constant.
concerned. They always said the
No, that's why
vowels
they
A,
said
E.
sometimes, but it's not any time.
Yeah, no, it's
So,
not. I'd always heard.
y'all, the space is kicking people down. I'm not doing that. A couple people text me, "Did you kick me down?" No, I didn't. And so,
Oh,
Oh, that's so
Yeah,
weird. Somebody
she kicked me
hating.
out earlier, but um, I was able to get out what I was getting out. Y'all, and then there was the title, but I'm waiting for y'all to come back around that. I'm enjoying this conversation of y'all trying to figure out what a consonant vowel is.
I don't. I'm
which
gonna be
part?
real. I don't fucking know. Shit.
No,
a,
this
a
thing is
I
consonant.
saying W acting like a vowel. W can sometimes act like a vowel when it's paired with other words from a sound, but in words like how, cow, saw, and knew, W works together with another vowel to form a diphthong.
you. I see that.
That is so
I
weird.
remember that from elementary school. I remember that
Mm-hmm.
word diphthong, being like, "What does that mean?"
I heard that
I
word.
remember it
All I know is A E I O
20 some
U,
years
and
ago,
all I know is there's five vowels, and then
30 years
sometimes
ago.
Y can be a vowel. So that's the only thing I know. Everything else is a consonant.
Yeah, a consonant basically. I mean, what I had learned was like all consonants always make the same sound, and vowels have multiple sounds depending on other vowels around it. So, you remember the vowel family.
Which isn't always true.
Yeah.
Sky is in sky, Y is a vowel. Myth is a
Exactly.
vowel, and baby is a vowel.
Right. That's why I was saying Stacy, it sounds like it would be a vowel because it makes that E sound at the end of the word.
Nene, you're up. Your personality number 2. You appear to seek harmony and peace. It says you appear to seek harmony and peace.
Appear.
And avoid confrontation. Yet, despite this, others still think they can have a go at you when they feel like hurting someone. Hmm.
Mm, I can see that.
You can be too much of a perfectionist, which makes you hard for others to cope with. Learn to relax and let fools think what they like.
Hmm.
That was Miss Nene. I know she's on listener.
Hmm.
Y'all, where were we? Um,
They were talking about Hitler at
You talk about the
first for a
vowels
while.
or
Hitler
with the
slanging that thing.
We went
or the
to
Yeah.
Hitler slinging his thing to
Uh
numerology.
huh. And being a Jewish.
the I wanted to comment on the on when you made that statement about not engaging in like beliefs, people's belief systems and stuff. I wanted to give an explanation or my opinion on that. um
Come on.
are we going into that?
Come on.
Oh, okay,
Possibly.
dope. Yeah, man. Our parents used to tell us never to engage into what religion, politics, and personal life. And I think that when you made that statement, that is like obviously I would say maturity, because you come to the realization that religion is, a lot of people equate it to belief, and a belief system is typically personal. It is very personal. In fact, people hold it very personal because their belief system is inclusive of their experience and everything that's their identity, their culture, and so forth, and that's all things that people hold dear. So it's only I can only believe, like, tie this into your title, that did the white image hurt FBA's self-worth? I think for those of us who look at religion and look at things as beliefs versus knowledge, yes, because just think about it. When you try to have a discussion with someone on beliefs, that discussion, there's really no finite outcome because beliefs are not rationalized. Whereas if you have tangible evidence or knowledge, then you can really have a discussion with, and that can lead to a conclusion or even an agreement or understanding. Because you have actual rational examples to validate your opinion and your position. So, how does the white god image hurt FBA self worth? Well, if you think about, like, a lot of people, especially like in Christianity, I was raised as a Christian, and I had some uncles that were Muslim. Um, some of us, if you look in, like, in both religions, Muslims amongst Muslims and Christians amongst Christians, and you just, like, say, let's keep it simple and just only compare people within these religions. Amongst them, they all have their own interpretation and outlook on what even the image of God is, let alone what is right and wrong to some degree. Like, what's an example of that? When is it ever right to murder or kill? Excuse me, not murder, but is it ever right to kill? Because it says thou shalt not kill, right? It doesn't say thou shalt not murder. It says thou shalt not kill. So it's like, the question comes along: is there ever a valid point that you're morally right and kill or justified in killing? um and some people argue, yes, if obviously if someone is trying to kill you, um or eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, and others will say no, and no reason, because once you have accepted that there is a position or a case scenario where it's okay to kill, then you can't really argue about someone else's opinion and stance when they decide to kill, because you've already violated the standard. You've already broke that boundary. So, white God image and her FBA self worth, for people who have accepted their beliefs and what they were told, and they look at God as a white God, it takes God outside of themselves. It takes God outside of what they look at themselves to be. It's specific, like, as a Black American, it's like, where's the correlation? It disconnects you from having that a closer connection to God or even Jesus, which in most Christians would say is God. If you believe in the Holy Trinity, does that make sense?
It does. It does. But the reason why I don't, because sometimes, sometimes that's all people got. A lot of people are. You'd be surprised how many people are holding on to life by a string, by their beliefs. Sometimes that's all people got, and you don't want to, even though you may know a little bit more than people. I don't know. Like me, I've had an experience where I've had a divine intervention experience that I kept to myself for years, and start to find out that other people that's been in similar situations have had the same, almost damn near. Although mine was a little bit more extensive, they've had similar experiences. Once you have an NDE, a real NDE, near death experience, you get a perception that you really almost can't put in words, but it lets you know, oh, this ain't it. This existence that we're on.
Do you believe that, like, manifestation is a trait of God? Something that God, something godly, like manifestation is godly.
I think possibilities are so endless.
Well, manifestation specifically, like, for example, you taking like what you're doing right now, talking, you're taking thoughts that people can't touch, can't see, can't taste, can't hear, can't smell, and you're making it into something that is can be tangible, such as
Yeah,
lineage.
me and Wani talked about that earlier as a
Yeah.
child, and I was trying to figure. I used to know how to do it. Like I manifested the first part of my life, my adult life, and I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how I did it. I said I sat around, and I'm dead,
Need
yeah.
enough hunger. That's another element of it.
Hunger.
Hunger.
Like,
Just
like, what do you mean? Because I used
Mike,
to starve a lot. We were poor, so
like a Mike Tyson would have a different attitude than a Mike Tyson's son.
do you mean literal hunger, or you mean just wanting it?
Both.
Yeah,
Or
because I used
craving.
I was fucking starved when I was a kid. Like, it was
The
never any food in
children
the
of
house. Never any
the
food.
children of these legendary athletes rarely live up to their fathers because they came from,
That's
backgrounds
that's
where
that's
they
that's
weren't very.
that's gonna. I'm gonna work with that, Wani, with like fasting. Wani, you've been teaching me a lot today. I mean, or these last 24 hours. I don't know if you realize it, but that's a fact. I did.
Oh yeah, Ronnie's a walking gym. You know
I
what I'm
used to I used
saying?
to be hungry. Like, I used to be so hungry because I was poor that I would go. This is how hungry I was in high school. I would go for late night walks to take my mind off the fact that I was hungry. That's how fucking hungry I was. I knew it wasn't any food.
You know what they say, Professor? You know where I'm going with this, right? Mind over
Matter.
matter. If you don't mind, it don't matter. And matter is supposed to be like the rationale. You like matter. Matter is measured by dimensions, which makes it matter. But if you don't mind, it don't matter. Something that could be very real could also be non-existent if you overpower it with your mentality. So that sounds like what you were doing with the hunger thing. Like, you were really hungry, but you was able to diffuse that hunger
I
that
figured out
existed.
something. I figured out something young as a youngster at early high school. I figured out that you can distract yourself. So if I went for long. I meant long walks at night. After after I did my homework, to go for a long 2 hour walk, and if as long as I had was seeing stuff, like, walking or jogging and seeing bushes, seeing trees, like, I could distract myself from the fact that I was starving. But that's interesting because I manifested some outrageous things.
So we identified two things: appropriate hunger.
Interesting.
Sometimes if people around you say that you can't do something, you need to show them that you can. That's an element that causes you to do things. People around you saying you can't do these things. Another element, like we discussed earlier, is like almost astral projecting into what you're trying to do. You're so into it. And like I said, I don't know if it's something you can do automatically or if it's something that you're just so much into it. Like I explained, the little girl on my blog that was hoping that she was getting into colleges. She was reading all the brochures. She knew all about these colleges she was applying for. She was really into it. And she got into all those colleges, and she spent a lot of time fantasizing about the campus, fantasizing about what she was going to study, and on and on and on. So the appropriate amount of hunger for it, and hyper focus, obsession even, um, on it, getting pictures of it, looking at it. I really think that's important. Um, so we've identified some elements of how you can get into those states.
And you and Professor all night, and there was another brother on the stage, and I think there was even a woman on the stage, was saying these different. Somebody talked about, you just said astral projection. Professor had said something about 369, was going into that, and somebody else was talking about dimensions, and that document that I'm talking about, I literally just posted in the jumbotron. Literally talks about all of those things. It's a declassified CIA document. It's called the Stargate. Is well, the title of it is Astral Projection Caper, and the collection is under Stargate. But I literally posted that document. I do encourage everybody, y'all to read it if y'all really interested in this stuff. It was public. It was public his publication date is August 8th, 1973. And the creation date was the document creation date was in 2016. It was released in 2011. Um, so yeah, this document like goes into details, and this is like stuff that this Central Intelligence Agency for some reason studied or collected information on it, and has many references in it. Definitely encourage people to read that. The question I do have is, do y'all think that like if you elevate this conversation to mind over matter and or astral projection, that we possibly as people developed this craving of physical nourishment, um, and but we could very well not have been created to actually digest what we consider physical nourishment, and that there's other ways that we're actually in other things we're supposed to be eating that we don't even acknowledge.
I think we're eating things that's not food.
I
It's
don't
not.
understand the question. Hey, Nikki.
Well,
Is Nikki back?
if someone can quench
Peace.
Yeah.
if someone can quench if someone can
You
quench
mean are there other states where we don't eat or use our physical body?
yet other yes other there's other levels
Yes.
of like what we
Yes.
consider a
This is a
diet.
very
Like,
low
think
level.
about what people think when I say diet. People think about like fruits, vegetables, meats, and wheats, and so forth, grains.
I think about
Mhm.
the when you say diet, I think about how everything's hidden in the words. It's hidden in words, and diet means something you fucking die of. You die of it, and it's shit we shouldn't be eating because it's European. We're not meant to eat blood and milk. It creates pus. That shit happened to me. I took a me day yesterday, and just I live in Atlanta, but I just been so busy with work and marriage and all that type of shit
Tell me
that I
about
hadn't
it.
had. I hadn't had no. Trust me, mine hasn't been. It hadn't been the best, but I did. I said, you know what? Fuck this. I'm doing a me day, and I took a little savings and just went to downtown Atlanta. Went to bought some shoes I couldn't afford, and bought some expensive ass fucking Amiris and shit.
He
And
got to
Well,
learn how to
Ain't
how
nothing.
to shop.
have you
Ain't
ever been
nothing like
hungry?
having some nice shoes.
Have you
well,
ever been hungry
It's
and
something
forgot
about
that you was
foundational
hungry?
Black Americans.
and our
Something about
shoes.
FBAs and shoes. Oh my goodness. Especially Black men love them a nice shiny pair of shoes, and it makes you feel better when you have this. It just makes you feel clean. So go
Shoes,
ahead and get your shoes. Yeah.
shoes,
Oh,
and
you ain't lying about that.
a
My
haircut.
grandmother, that was one of the things she told my mom. She taught us, you need your feet. You want you like the feet, that's the foundation. You can stand up, you walk, you gotta have your legs. So she said, you gotta have your feet for the rest of your life. You need to take care of your feet. Don't buy cheap shoes.
Yeah, it's
Have
this.
y'all ever experienced like
This is true, but the point of me bringing this up, damn, I lost context. What were we talking about?
That
I'm sorry.
you were feeling a certain way and you took
You had a me
self
day.
care.
Why?
Self
But
care.
I didn't bring it up for that. I brought it up because it's something I saw in downtown Atlanta. I was like, what was our overall context?
Shoes.
I was asking, is it possible that your diet could be something else than what it,
Diet, yeah.
yeah,
Diet.
and you went into diet and then you went into talking about Atlanta.
Damn it, I forgot. Yeah,
You
yeah.
said you had a me day.
Yeah, I went downtown, but I forgot how. But yeah, it's oh yeah, that's it. That's it. I knew it was related. I did me day, and I got bought some shoes didn't need, and went looking through Atlanta. I hadn't been like downtown in a long time since I was a kid. I just went exploring. Like where do I live now? And I saw a place I wanted some pizza. I'm on a real strict diet now. But I said, you know what? I'm gonna get me some shit that I don't really eat bread anymore. And I said, you know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna get me a big ass deep dish pizza. Something.
What?
Yeah, I never do that. Never. Yeah, I haven't.
I had pizza yesterday too.
But I didn't. I didn't get. I should have. I really should have got a pizza. So I was on my way looking for a pizza joint on whatever that street's called, Piedmont or Ponce de Leon, wherever. And I saw another joint that looked authentic. A bunch of black dudes going in it, and it said Philly cheesesteak something. So I said, you know what? Fuck a pizza. Pizza's lame. I'm gonna get a Philly cheesesteak. I've never really had a good one of those in my life. Never really had one. And a lot of my friends swear by Philly cheese. They swear by 'em.
Hmm. Yeah.
So I waited for this dude to fix my $12 Philly cheesesteak, and I ate half of it, and it just made me sick. I mean, it wasn't good, and it just made me like
Wow.
I could feel
Where did you
like the
get it?
pus like
Yeah.
growing in my it was like I ate some filth. It's a diet. We're not meant to eat a lot of this stuff, is why I brought that up. It's
Can I
we're
put a
meant to
spin on the
die by it.
conversation?
Well,
Now, back to that diet we were speaking about, you can have, pizza and stuff like that. You can have a binge day, or as they call it, every 7 to 10 days.
every 7 to 10. Yeah, I know it didn't hurt
Hmm.
anything, but my what's happened, Wani, is I've been on such a strict diet. There goes that word again. But I've been on
Hmm.
for well, because I've been trying to get in shape, and but I've also been kind of stressed lately, to be honest. But I've just hadn't been eating like I usually do. Then my body's purified. I've gotten like kind of pure. And when I ate that Philly cheesesteak, my body recognized all the toxins in it. Now, why is that important? Well, last summer, my wife and I we did Christmas in Costa Rica. And Costa Rica is their whole slogan is pura vida, pure life. And they try their whole thing is to try to have pure everything. And the food is pure. And I remember eating the my cut the one of our cousins went to get pineapples and shit. The ladies at the house we were staying at, we had maids and stuff, and they kept fixing breakfast. And I was like, about day three, I said, "What the fuck is this? You got to tell me how to fix it." And she's like, "Oh, it's pineapple juice." I was like, "Pineapple in what?" She's like, "Pineapple and pineapple." Like the food. What I realized, ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm doing a long diatribe. What I realized is, number one, at the airport, Costa Rica got these really strict America got these strict laws about bringing fruit from Costa Rica, which don't make any sense. If God made it, why the fuck do you who to give the? And you can tell me. I used to teach environmental science. You can tell me the bullshit about kudzu and certain aggressive plants that take over, like kudzu. If you bring kudzu in certain areas, it will straight up take over neighborhoods. Like they're aggressive plants and aggressive protozoa. I get it. But a pineapple ain't gonna fuck nobody. Why don't you want to bring a pineapple? Why don't you want me to bring and don't talk about no fruit flies. That's bullshit. You know, fruit flies have wings, and if they want to fly to America, they really could. They could fly on a barge, go to sleep, and wake up in America. So you bullshitting me. What they don't want over here is seeds from actual non-GMO fruits that will fucking heal you. I felt amazing in Costa Rica. That food was absolutely delicious. It gave me energy, and I did not crash. So my black ass got back to Memphis last year and wanted pineapple because it was so yummy, and went straight to Whole Foods and spent $10 on pineapple, cut that shit in half, and immediately it did not look the same and it didn't taste the same. It was sour. Pineapple in Costa Rica is brown and it tastes sweet. It's delicious. I'm just sure that these people are like,
Wait, $10?
oh yeah, I got a couple of them, like $5 a
No.
piece or something.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I almost got a picture of the pineapple juice.
Yeah, I think it's that it's fresh picked. We lose a lot of nutrition and taste on some of the produce.
I want to show y'all some pictures of it. This shit was wild. Costa Rica.
'Cause I used to, get fruit off the trees and it tastes different than in the store.
Shit, the fruits that grow in my backyard taste even the strawberries, much sweeter. And
What kind of backyard you got?
I
You got strawberries?
got strawberries, pears,
What you doing over there?
plums. But
Why
We
don't
have
I just
a
go shop over in your backyard?
I mean,
There's this lemon bush right out in the front of my house. I say it's lemon bush because it's a bush. It look like it's straight bush, but lemons are on it, and I swear when I pick these lemons versus the ones you buy in the store, I mean, as soon as I pick them, you smell them. They smell so good, and they taste so.
They
Oh my
taste
gosh!
different.
And I'm thinking they do.
Oh my God. Like I said, as soon as I pick them, I smell them. You buy lemons at the store, you can't smell them. They don't have no smell. But these things, as soon as I pick them off the bush, just that little bit of, that's coming through after it breaks off of the limb. It just smells so good. And I make some good old lemonade. I just put it in my juice, just whatever, I eat with my lemons. They're just so good. I'm like, I need to start getting some seeds and planting my own dang garden for
So,
real.
Yeah, we got to get on men's level.
do y'all think that nutrition is something? Do y'all think that knowledge is something that should be a part of a nutrition plan?
What do you mean?
Absolutely.
And that
What do you mean?
yeah, Gwanda, that's the question I wanted. I wanted, yeah, yeah. The because I think of not when I'm not getting biblical and everything when I say this, so don't I don't want no fanatics to come up here and run off. But the 70 deadly sins, and then that line that always stuck with me: "My people perish for lack of knowledge," and or other people say, "My people perish from what they don't know." I think that humanity has replaced like they have created a diet plan or a nutritional plan that is more based on things that actually aren't really meant for us to digest and over compensates for knowledge. I don't think that we have a good balance of how much knowledge we're actually digesting versus physical foods and stuff. And if you think of like the 7 deadly sins, all of those sins are basically you being oversaturated with different entities of the physical dimension.
Well, I can
Yeah, food is definitely a
Yeah,
vector of
like
attack.
that's gluttony.
I can answer a couple of them because remember the country is trying to sell you food that it creates. So if we have a lot of dairy cows and we have cattle farms, they're going to say that that should be, you know, something that we eat. Also, the people that are pushing these foods have a different makeup and they don't have all these um, issues with digesting milk and stuff like that. They come from a meat and milk culture, and other people in the country don't.
Have you ever had the experience like where you were hungry and you did something, you had an experience, like it's usually like an experience and it was an enlightened or enjoyable experience and you forgot that you were hungry, like for the
Yes.
rest of the day, and it can even go further than that, right? It makes
Yeah.
me wonder like are we
Scary
missing, yeah, are
experience.
we missing something like, you know, like are we
Mhm.
like I feel like we're missing something as humans like in our nutritional plan and what I've the conclusion that's what I was asking, for y'all insight on that, just to see if y'all see it the way I see it, like knowledge, if we line it up with like, some words that I feel like does hold some level of truth, because I think that's one thing most belief systems do have, and that's why a lot of people latch onto them, is the little bit of truth that is spread across outside of the corruption of it, right? And if people are dying because of lack of knowledge, or people are going to perish lack of knowledge, then that has to be something that I would look at closely, is what exactly is knowledge, and how's it that we're missing it or we're not absorbing enough of it to where we're dying off, at are we even supposed to die, as we know it, in the way we're passing on. So, um, and those experiences, that particular experience, like you could be hungry, and you could go out and have an experience, and forget that you were hungry longer. Like, you at one minute you feel like you have to eat right now, and then you end up going the entire day and be like, oh shit, I forgot to eat.
You could be
It's
angry.
it's that's a very complicated,
You could be angry. You could be in
very
love. You
complicated.
could, all kinds of things can knock your appetite out.
Mhm.
But I see where you're going with this, and fundamentally, what you're saying is true. We're being attacked. We're in an attack, and certain movies,
Absolutely, like we're made stupid so they could feed us everything that a stupid person would eat, right?
certain movies deal with. the way
No, I'm
you
not
get
calling y'all stupid, by
away,
the way.
there's the way you get away. This is I'm sending putting y'all some pictures of Costa Rica. Now, a really interesting picture I put of Costa Rica is I do a lot. I don't tell everybody all my business, but I'm a amateur photographer. I don't know if y'all even know that. Have I ever told y'all that before?
I don't remember you telling us, but I can see it. I can see you being a photographer.
You said that you were taking some pictures at the thing and you had professional equipment and they charged you as press.
And I think we lost him.
Oh wow.
Oh wow!
I see the pictures.
Somebody is mad at me. Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah.
Can I?
Yeah, somebody. My shit is glitching like a
It's probably that
motherfucker.
CIA
And
document in your
Oh
somebody
really?
jumbotron.
somebody muted me. I didn't mute,
Oh,
but
that's weird.
You can't be
I'm
muted.
putting. I didn't mute me. I just got muted all of a sudden. But anyway, if you look in the jumbotron, I got pictures of Costa Rica. I take pictures as for evidence of as primary source. A picture is a primary source when I'm doing research.
I see the toucan.
Yeah, yeah. So I was gonna talk about him. So in Costa Rica, that's Costa Rica. It was so fucking beautiful. It wasn't West Africa beautiful. It was. I would say it was prettier than West Africa, but West Africa was kind of enchanted. It was like, whoa, this is. But just aesthetically, Costa Rica is just gorge. It's like holy shit. But West Africa is just something special. It's like, wait a minute, this is different. West Africa is kind of like Avatar. But
Oh.
that toucan right there, I got his ass. But that I'm gonna tell you the funny thing is I got a telephoto lens, and I was stalking him in the front yard of this fucking gigantic, beautiful house. If you look at that, overlook the water. That house, that's the house overlooking the water. So I was stalking his ass in the front yard, just stalking him. Click, got a picture of him. Click, got another picture of him. And he's about 300 yards away from me up in the tree, and he spotted me. And he looked at me like, "What the fuck is this dude doing?" So I ran back in the house and went on the back porch,
How big
and
was
he
it?
started stalking me.
He started following you?
He started stalking me. So
Oh, now
that picture right.
did he offer you any Fruit Loops while he was doing this?
No, that's funny as hell.
What was that bird named? Pecan
I,
Sam, right? Toucan
Toucan
Sam.
Sam. I
You
was
said
Toucan
pecan.
Sam.
I was on the back porch and I heard movement and I would look out the corner of my eye. And he'd peek around the corner at me like, "Motherfucker, I see you
With
now."
his big nose?
Mm.
I
Did you take
know he
one?
Mhm.
You
did
took one
not
of
do
his
that.
fruits. You took one of his fruits, didn't you? That's what it was.
No,
He took a
I
sweet
You
don't
picked
know.
off the
loops.
wrong mango tree.
I got his full attention. I got his full
I
attention. He's
can't
like, "Who?"
imagine being looked at by a toucan. What that is so much fun.
Well, I do have a guilty. I do have a. I do have a. What do they call it? When confession. Yo,
Yes.
I grabbed a seedless grape. Seedless grape. A seedless mango. A few months ago, and somebody had brought it up a few days ago, and yeah, a seedless mango. Could y'all imagine? Have you ever had that before?
No,
Uh-oh.
that's
I
No.
new.
know. See, one of them seven deadly sins, huh? Yeah, just think about a mango with no seed in it.
How was
I'm
it
like,
born?
I
Um,
never
I
heard of
don't
that.
get
What the
it.
heck is a seedless mango?
Oh my God, it was spliced by aliens.
Yeah, it was, listen, imagine just cutting a mango. The most difficult. I love mangoes, but I hate the seed. That you have to eat around, and I hate that when you cut the meat, they call it the meat. You meat out the mango. You miss a lot if you cut around that seed. You still got to eat the seed because it's still meat on the mango. But then you get the seedless mango, and it's like, uh-oh, the fucking labs are on something right now. Um, but it was just
Mm.
one. I only had one. It was one that was mixed up with the other ones, and I think that was enough for me that I been kind of fantasizing about that seedless mango. I'm thinking about getting
It
some of
sounds
that.
scary.
It is
Did they
scary.
sell it? Did they sell it like that? Was it marketed like that?
It was one in the wrong place. It was in the wrong place.
Uh,
That's what it was.
Mm,
You know,
now I
they
was
all have like
looking at
stickers on
your
it.
hey.
now when I'm looking at your nose, are you related at all to this toucan?
Yo, listen, I had a phase where I was just a listener and I was saying that I'm a representative of the anonymous listeners community. So the nose was to say that I'm nosy and shit.
I see.
You related to the toucan? You silly. Wani, you would have loved. You would have loved this trip.
She probably already been there. With Wani, when did you go? That's what you need to ask her. What year did you go to Costa Rica?
Yep, the 80s.
Yeah, my father
I
went
need
to
to get it
Costa
up.
Oh, you.
Rica for
What did you think about Costa Rica?
I need to get my
I
passport
loved it.
renewed.
Wasn't that shit bomb? It was unreal,
Yes.
wasn't it?
The only thing I don't like is there's too many bugs in places.
Gigantic ass bugs.
Oh, never mind. I'll stay here.
Yeah, my
Yep.
father told me they got some crazy
I don't do
millipedes. I think
bugs.
they were millipedes. He said that
Mm-mm.
There's
he
a
had
lot
one
of
on a
stuff.
towel rack. It was under the towel on a towel rack, and
Mm.
yeah, he had a
Ew.
picture of that joint. Man, I was like, yeah, I'm never going to Costa Rica. But he got sick eating a bunch of mangoes. Yeah, I don't mess around with stuff like that. You know, if things get too colorful, insects get too colorful, it looks like they could kill you. If you touch it, I'm good.
I do prefer not going to tropical places anymore because that's always an issue.
Mm-mm.
If you look at the jumbotron, I put a picture. We got on a boat in the middle of nowhere in the jungle of Costa Rica, and the alpha male monkey like bonded with me. He's like, I guess he said, and it was kind of like, you must be the alpha of this
Aw.
boat. He like looked at me first, like, what the fuck? Who's the alpha of this
That's
boat?
you.
And then looked
That's
at
you in
me.
the top left picture. I
Yeah,
Oh,
know you.
look at the monkey.
yeah. And he looked around like, hold on, who's in charge of this boat? And then I was the biggest dude on there, and he looked at me like, you in charge, right?
They go by size, so yes, you would have been in charge.
And then he fucked with me. He came, he sat on my lap. I mean, sat on my shoulder and broke bread with me for a minute. And he left, and then the rest of the family was able to play with his kids and shit. But he had to see me
Wow.
first
He had to check
and
you
come
out
out
to
of.
make sure you were a good
Bro, check
babysitter.
your inbox. Just say
Hold
yes or
on.
no.
Do I know it? No, I don't.
Oh, cause I be in Atlanta a lot, and I know you. Like I know your face.
Yeah, you know me from.
Yeah, that doesn't look like the picture. Your picture, you look mad different, bro.
No, I don't know of it. Well, maybe I do know a Victoria. I don't know. I know a lot of women. Victoria. I don't
See
know.
the gossip I have to deal with over here?
Nah, yo, that's crazy. I'm gonna ask her. I'm gonna ask her. But is that? Do you go by that name?
Well, no, that's my name, Alan. I'm not. I'm transparent. Everything is. That's
But that's
my
short.
whole
The
government
short.
name.
Does anybody call you Al?
Well, yeah. But when I was a child,
Mm.
yeah, and people call me Alon or you know shit Alan, whatever. Nobody really calls me Al anymore. That's my childhood, Victor Al.
Mm.
Victoria.
Small world, man. I'm.
That sounds familiar. An Atlanta girl named Victoria.
She's not from Atlanta. She's not from Atlanta. But I met.
Where's she from?
I think she's from Alabama, if I'm not mistaken. But she's
Well, I'm from Alabama, so I really probably know her.
what part of? I mean, she's from Montgomery.
Nah, I'm from
Yeah,
Birmingham.
she's from Montgomery for sure. I know that for sure. And no, it's not somebody I dated, Wani, or anything like that. It's before you even ask.
I'm not
Wani be
monitoring.
throwing. Wani's like, is that one of your wives?
No, I didn't. I cannot keep up with all of these things.
Yeah, man, you've been on a hot streak with these rooms, and anybody click. I got inbox that they when they went to that CIA document. If you got to click on a PDF, it's in the link. I posted it under that if that gives you the whole classified document. If you click on that PDF in that link I sent. But if you don't, you could click on the link under it. And that like what Wani and Professor was like they were touching down on is just crazy because it's in that document. Y'all didn't even read it, which is wild to me. So that y'all were like mentioning this stuff. Literally all of that is in that document, talking about astral projection, 369,
Hmm.
planes, dimensions, um, you know,
Because
this.
the
I,
manifestation,
I,
I was just going to
oh,
say, the manifestation, we know it's real, but there's Rita trying to work out the formula because we go through these different times in life when we do better than other times. And you're like, well, what did I do to get that thing that I was trying to get?
I say it over and over again. I'm not gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it one more time. I had an experience, a celestial experience, and I really think I had a download. I know all this stuff, and I never read any of it. I know it. It was uploaded, I think, in my brain.
I could believe that if you think of like how the body operates, like when is the ears ever closed, and when is your eye ever closed, right? And I'm not talking about the physical, the two eyes that we're talking about. I'm talking about the third, but this in feelings. When is feelings ever truly shut down? It's like you're made to sense everything all the time as if like these are different USB ports, if you want to call it that, or USB-C ports, maybe more advanced than that. Is that
Maybe
is
we need it when we're in the other state, when we're dreaming.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I've had I mean, have you ever had a situation where you're dealing with something in life and then you have a dream and you wake up and it's like so real and you actually go and you ask that person uh something. It's like you were
It's
told
like a
something.
lucid
Like you were
dream.
told a truth or something. Huh?
It's called a lucid dream.
Okay. Yeah, because I've had that happen where um you learn something and it turns out and you'd never heard it before, never knew it, never, and you've gained some information in that dream that actually was used when you're awake. You're like, whoa. And then you might ask somebody or you confirm something with somebody. So yeah,
It's like it's
I
like
can
it's like
believe a lot of that.
like if
Yes.
you look at how like the computers and like cars are made, but like the computers, for example, that light, the busy light, they call it the activity light. There's so many different names they call it, but it essentially is like when it's reading data or downloading, uploading data is like an indicator.
Hmm.
In that phase of sleep, there's something that's REM, right? It's called like random,
The
rapid
REM
rapid
sleep,
rapid eye
rapid eye
movement.
movement.
It's like that's like
Hmm.
and that's where the phase that dreaming occurs. That phase of sleep is like where dreaming occurs. It's as if your eyes is like the indication of you uploading,
Mm.
downloading. The rapid eye movement is like an
Mm-hmm.
indicator. Like I don't really
You're
you.
on the other side experiencing things.
Mhm. And it's downloading into this particular plane or this dimension, this earthly dimension, if you want to call it that. Yeah, pretty interesting stuff. Maybe they already have these answers, and it's up to us to, the intellectuals to figure it out.
Maybe they don't want us to figure it out, and they're doing everything they can to keep us from reaching that understanding.
And the fun thing
Mm.
about the lucid dream is it's not a regular dream.
How do you have those? What do I need to do to have a lucid
Yeah,
Well,
dream?
well, we know that they're
Oh,
trying to stop us because they have this other thing
it just
called
happens.
MK Ultra. I'm sure y'all looked into that, right? Denmark is actually
Oh
the
I've
yeah.
person that
heard, but
brought
I
that
don't
up a
know.
long time ago, and I ended up in a fucking
MK
rabbit hole.
Ultra is a mess. They
Yeah, I
perfected
ended up
that
in a
shit.
rabbit hole, man. Uh, yeah, you look into MK Ultra, you end up looking into all this other stuff that they've literally, like Germans were already studying, and that they took from Germany and kind of elevated or evolved, like their searches and stuff, their research, and you see it in action. And so like that question, like, oh, do they want us to know about astral projection? Well, there's literally documents that they have that is countering our ability to absorb and learn as we're supposed to, our natural state. They're like trying to distance us from our natural state, whether we're talking about programming to concrete, literally just concrete creates a barrier between the natural realm and or nature and us as species of nature. It's like the concrete actually distances us from that.
Wow. Yeah, it's interesting, ladies and gentlemen.
Like think about grounding and how people are talking about grounding a lot now than they ever have.
Yeah. Um, a lot
Yeah,
of things
very easy to do.
has been created in diametric opposition to nature. We're diametrically aligned to nature. I was told that you're supposed to walk outside barefoot and get charged up by Mother Earth.
And they'll tell you get a parasites in your fucking you'll get hookworms in your food and all of that nonsense, right?
And they make shoes out of they make they make the soles of shoes out of what? Rubber,
Rubber.
Rubber.
which insulates you.
Yeah, it's the retardant of insulation, yeah. Because nothing truly that's the craziest thing about electricity. Nothing um actually is 100% blocker of electricity. It's just a retardant, and that's why like it get wood and stuff like that heats up and burns because that's electricity trying to pass through and the resistance is too high. It's too high. But if it's not thick enough, obviously electricity could pass through. You could get shocked through your window, looking out the window during a storm. You could get hit with a thunderbolt, a branch from a lightning bolt, and so forth. So there is something that they know that they're not telling us, and we think that we're protecting ourselves from parasites and electricity and so forth. When in actuality, nature is not designed for us to be disconnected because everything is connected. They was even doing like the study on trees and how trees communicate underground through a root system.
Yeah. And trees
Mm.
share water. If one tree is closer to a lake and it's getting water from the lake or the creek or whatever, and there's a tree further away and it's hadn't rained in a while, it would share water. It's like, hey man, here you go,
Mm.
and then give the other tree a little water. Trees have a network underground.
And that's why I think we're naturally anti seedless and lab and GMO stuff because if you think about it, seeds carry information, right? Like seeds are literally housed. They pure information. It's
Yep.
like it's a coding sequence that tells the seed when is the right climate to grow, when is the right climate to shed leaves, when is the right climate to to start photosynthesis, at a certain rate, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have the other components of nature that brings these seeds, which is information, to other particular bodies of land, whether it's through their digestive tract or them like dropping off, food falling out their mouth, et cetera, the water carrying it, and the seed never actually germinates and so forth until it reaches a specific scenario or climate or habitat for that matter, and then you'll see what type of seed it is and so forth, and you'll wonder like how did this get here from only from this place. And some people, we have a lot of, well, this year we know why there's a lot of these what they call species, what's it called, invasive species, invasive species. And I if people
Like
but
humans.
yes, I think that
Not
we
not
somehow,
all humans.
yeah, but we somehow have separated invasive species and limited it to like seeds and animals and not looking at it as humans as well. I think
Mm-hmm.
that there are humans that are invasive species and invasive species carry other invasive species such as seeds, animals, insects, and etc. etc. Like look at that spider. What's it called? The habanero spider. That green and black spider. If y'all in Georgia, y'all know what I'm talking about. Because hundreds,
Ew, I
What?
ain't never heard of that.
man. There's this garden spider.
What does it do?
They they they,
Ew,
they eat
I
other.
just got the heebie-jeebies.
They eat other. They're bad. They want us to kill them here in Georgia. And because they actually are not good for certain crops and because they kill off certain species that protect the crops.
Okay.
Hmm. Yeah,
When I was out there, I just kept seeing these huge webs in trees, and I'm like, "What in the heck
probably
makes those
habanero
big old
spiders.
webs?" Those are the ones.
And
Ew.
they're
Ugh, I think I'm gonna
gigantic.
stay in California.
My God, we're not used
Mm-mm.
to all
I
these
took some
bugs.
pictures. I was both like like amazed um and mortified at the same time seeing those big webs in those trees. Like I was fascinated and I took pictures, but then at the same time I'm thinking I don't even want to know what made those
What
webs.
about the ones that cover the whole car in Australia?
Oh
You-
my god! And
They
I
come
always
out the
wanted to
whole
visit
car.
Sydney, Australia, but I'm good. I
And my
think I'm
apologies.
Just
gonna
It's not.
stay in
see
It's
it's
not a
California.
fun.
habanero spider. It's a horo. Joro spider. Jor. I don't know how I got habanero, but it's
Okay. I was like, if it's habaneros,
yeah.
I'm not gonna
You,
say
hey,
that.
Miss, you probably hungry.
Actually, yeah, I am. I'm trying not to eat. I'm trying to
Habanero.
leave.
I thought it was a Mexican
That's what I'm
spider.
saying. That's making me think of some food.
I thought it was that
Habanero.
was its
I think they
name.
came from China. The Joro spiders. I think they
They
actually came
brought
from
over
China.
some more fun stuff for us to
Yeah.
play with.
I just, oh my God. Oh, Lord have mercy. I got to get this off my page.
Uh,
Oh, God.
Don't want to
He don't
know.
like bugs.
I
Don't want to
can't.
know.
I just Googled it. Oh, God. I won't
I'm
do that
good.
again. Oh, shoot. I need to turn on a cartoon before I go to bed.
yeah, it says they were first founded in Georgia in 2014, but they reproduce so
Somebody brought them.
fast.
Now, Mins, do
Yeah,
you agree that plants reproduce by force, deceive, steal, and kill?
absolutely. I mean, that's what they kind of. I feel like they call weeds because
Oh,
but the crazy thing is the dandelion is supposed to like be like one of the most healthiest and nutritious or should I say uh, it's not even nutritious. They're loaded with antioxidants and they have like the most like anti oh man, y'all got me really thinking hard. So basically, the dandelion is rich in like vitamin C and other antioxidants, and you literally could pick them from the ground. Like when you get like sore throats and stuff like that. Like back then, they would eat them, but now they have us spraying weed killer and everything. And to answer your question, Wani, uh, what they label weeds in a lot of areas are plants that basically absorb most of the water from like other pretty desired plants and roses and so forth, and
No,
even
I was just asking you, do you agree that plants reproduce by force without asking or taking the other plant out to dinner?
oh yeah, 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 yeah. That's what ragweed pollen and all of
Steal
that is.
resource, deceive, deceive, uh, steal resources, and kill.
Yeah, and they're also guilty of abuse, of sexual abuse, because
Yep,
by humans like y'all.
plants are
It's
rapists.
yeah, if you have allergies, you know what I'm saying, that's literally a plant that's invaded your body
Yes, it
without
is.
without consent.
We should sue them.
Yeah, yeah. So I kind of look at I kind of side eye people who says they don't have allergies. 'Cause I'm like, yeah. So you're okay with your body's okay with trees and plants, sperm in your nostrils and mouth and
Well, let's
everything.
do another one. Do you agree that bacteria reproduce by force, deceive, steal, and kill?
Absolutely, they're like parasites.
You want another one?
What, white people? What, so-called white
No.
people?
No, I'm not setting up white people this time. Come back tomorrow. Do
I
you
mean, you look at
believe that?
all North
Do you
Africa
believe
and
that marine
America shit.
life? Do you believe that marine life and mammals, basically all the animals, reproduce by force, deceive, steal resources, and kill?
Well, I would have to resort to the cat that I heard screaming the other day and running around and everything, and another cat chasing after it. Yeah. hmm now there's
So
some animals that actually look for their mate and force them to. They keep throwing it, twerking for the other animal as well. So
twerking, yes,
yeah.
twerking among birds is very popular.
The twerking is
There's
very
also
popular in the
male
animal kingdom.
twerking, twerking on the male side and the female side. I mean, they're really going
Yeah,
at it.
absolutely.
Why are
Dry
animals
humping and
twerking?
all of that.
I heard animals are twerking.
Yes,
What?
they
Why is
were.
everybody laughing, yo? This is serious. Everybody laughing. I see mad people throw out the laughing emoji. Yo, this is serious. This is serious conversation here. It's something we need to think
The
about.
analogies are
And
funny.
now people will tell you that no, 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 the male animal is doing some kind of mating dance, and the frog lady is telling him he better come up with the right lily pad, and the girl bird is like, your nest better be in place. But the truth is, you're gonna lay eggs, lady. Okay?
We don't
That
need
girl
any animal
bird,
violating apologists here.
that girl bird is gonna lay eggs somehow, some way that season. So even though they do have little mating dances, the prevailing attitude is that you're going to do it.
Have you ever seen that spider mating dance? How it stands up on like two legs and moves left and right and up and down?
Oh my
I
god.
have,
Mhm.
and I don't want to see it. And I'm not interested in their
I
love
used to
life.
watch
I
the
mean,
Discovery Channel a lot,
gross.
man. When it was actually the Discovery Channel, it was actually
Yeah,
put some good content on
Oh
it.
god.
I'm not into sexy
Mm-mm.
spiders.
Yeah, it looks like they look like Jamaicans actually when they dance.
I bet. I bet.
I'm gonna find a clip and I'm gonna post it too.
Mm-mm.
We're getting way more spider content than we want.
Yeah, right. You notice I didn't post my Google picture in there. I had to hurry up and exit off the page. I'm not I just don't like bugs, period. I don't care. The only bugs I like are ladybugs.
All
And
right,
those are
I'll
all in
send you the
my
graphic content, but they're called the peacock spider.
Oh.
Yeah, they're actually very beautiful
Mm-mm.
spiders. Unless you're about to get
Hmm.
as Wani would say, well, SA'd.
We have arachnophobia up in
We
here.
do.
We need to talk
I
about
don't.
this.
I'm even scared of ladybirds. I mean, ladybugs. You have to tell me it's because I'm like, I had the bug, and then there's it's just a ladybug.
Yeah, but they still don't ask permission before um,
They don't.
rolling across your arm while you're in the car. They don't ask permission.
They violate.
Yeah.
Uh, you know what? My ex roommate, she had a niece that they used to call her Ladybug, and she said she stopped calling her Ladybug because she was so bad, so they would just call her Bug. So she started calling me Ladybug, and so she would go, "Hey, Ladybug," and that just became my nickname. And I started to seeing whenever I would see things with ladybugs on them, I'd buy, oh, this is cute, little ladybug cup or ladybug. So I started everybody else who knew me started they would see someone with ladybug and they would buy me, so I got ladybug stuff all over my house. Funny story, one time, I know this is probably off of topic, but when I was in my room and I just don't like bugs, right? So I see this, like, all of a sudden I see something flying around. What the hell is this? And I'm ready to kill this bug. I'm like, I need to find some. I need to hurry up. This thing's going, and I'm getting ready to swat this. I think it kind of landed on. I think it landed on the bed, and I'm getting ready to get something to swat it. And when I got close, and all of a sudden I go, I can't kill you. You're a ladybug. I didn't kill it. I realized it was a ladybug. But any other bug, honey, I'm either staying away or if I'm by myself, I gotta kill it. I hate bugs.
And see, Buddhists say you can't kill anything. And so I said, let me see if I could be perfect the whole day. I'm not going to do anything bad. I had to kill some fruit flies. I totally failed.
I can't be Buddhist then.
Some things are going to die up in this apartment.
You ain't
Miss
lying.
Stacy, is this
You are
you?
not lying.
Is this you in this video?
Huh?
Is this you in this video
Wait,
over
what?
here in the jumbotron?
What?
In California, they hopped out the car in traffic because there was an insect in it, and while the car was moving,
I've done that.
yeah,
Where you see that
it's
at?
in the jumbotron.
Oh Lord, what you do?
Is that you?
No, no, that ain't
It
me.
might be me.
But I'm gonna tell you, you know what? I have a confession. On my YouTube page. There's a video. I didn't hop out, but I did pull over on the freeway and my mom is in the passenger seat yelling at me, and my sister, I didn't unbeknownst to me, is videotaping, and I'm telling my son to come up to the front seat because I know it was in the where the car door was, and my mom is telling me that it's just a little bee, it ain't nothing there, and I'm like, yes it is, and I'm like, kill it, and the screech that I made, the squeal sound that I made in the very beginning, just had us all cracking up when my sister played it for me later. But I was so mad at her, and of course, in the video, you see me reach back, and actually, I think I hit her because I told her she wasn't no help. Because I'm telling them, help me get this bee, because there's a bee in the car, and my mom was like, it's just, I could see if it was a big old bumblebee, but it's just a little one, and I'm just like, I don't care. I'm not trying to get stung. So yeah,
What difference does it make if you can't let it be in the car, right?
no, of
It's got to
course
go.
not.
It's got to go because it's as soon as you start driving, it might start flying and stinging you in the face.
I'll tell
Right,
you.
and I don't know how to post in a jumbotron, but if I did, I would show you guys that video. It's
I
pretty
had a
funny.
similar situation with the bee in a car.
Oh yeah, do tell.
Oh, that was it. It was in the car, and I was like, I will swerve. We'll go off cliffs. You are not going to
Oh
be getting in
god.
my face.
There was another time, but this was before cell phones with videos and all that. But me and one my baby sister, when she was really little, and we were in a car, and it was a bee in the very back seat, and I saw it, and I hurried up, pulled over, and jumped out the car. We both jumped out the car, and I had to lift the hatch back and like shoo it out of there. But yeah, oh, I will jump out of the car if there's being any kind of bug. I mean, spiders, anything. It's pretty dangerous. I got to be careful.
Well, the fly out here that be violating, that we need to file a report on is those daggone. They're actually beetles, but a lot of people think they're bees,
Ew.
and they actually do this on purpose. Because I did research on this insect. Um, there's a beetle. They look like bumblebees. They're greenish, and they make this loud noise with their wings, and they'll fly close to your ear purposely. And they have very, very good acrobatic skills. They'll stop in place. You've seen them before around pollen trees and stuff, but they usually they go into wood. They'll eat a hole in the wood, and that's where they nest their eggs. And yeah,
What
they're
about mosquitoes? Aren't they the biggest
oh,
violators?
mosquitoes. Like I haven't actually had this last summer, believe it or not. I used to always be the one to get bit by mosquitoes. This past summer, I think they did something. Whether it's something they sprayed, I know they did release um mosquitoes. What do they call it when they can't reproduce? Fertile,
Sterile,
sterile,
sterile.
sterile, sterile. I was gonna say infertile, sterile. They released sterile mosquitoes to reduce the mosquito population, and the ones that obviously the ones that bite is they say is the female mosquitoes. They do it to feed their eggs, and obviously there's no eggs. They don't have to bite you. So I didn't get bit this last summer at all, which was interesting because I used to get tore up by mosquitoes. Did y'all have the same experience?
Well, I did in
They don't fuck
uh,
with me.
in Georgia. Yeah, they love me. And they absolutely
Mhm.
love me, but I don't live near them now. California doesn't have them like that.
Wow.
Mm. Yeah, well,
California
they're
sounded
not
like a
too bad.
spot to move to. I didn't know y'all didn't have mosquitoes. It doesn't have
Oh, we have
mosquitoes in
mosquitoes. They just not
It
California.
that
depends,
bad.
right? It depends on where you live.
So it never rains
Yeah,
in
and we have
California, and you ain't got no mosquitoes in California,
it
You don't
rains.
have
huh?
It we
bugs.
Y'all don't have bugs?
I haven't had any trouble with mosquitoes too much. I mean, yeah, they come around. It depends on where you're at. They can be
That's
annoying.
probably because all y'all got
Especially if they're
THC in y'all
buzzing or
blood,
anything.
and y'all probably get them too goddamn high.
Ladies and
I got well,
ladies
you
and
know what? I
gentlemen,
do.
boys
Uh-huh.
and girls, it's about that time. We gonna
Oh
roll
man,
and we gonna rendezvous on Tariq Nasheed's space. I enjoyed y'all. Tomorrow we gonna do this all over again with another hot topic. I enjoyed y'all. I learned a lot from y'all. Until tomorrow, Wanda, you got any closing words?
Good night.
Nikki,
Good night.
peace out, y'all. Much love.